Chapter 2898. Lin Fei personally led the way, pushing forward. No matter who it was, if they did not hand over the disciple who had committed the crime, unless they could withstand Lin Fei's fist, they would have to obediently hand him over. No matter how ugly their expressions were. Until now, more than half of the shadow attack had spread. This was the first time that Lin Fei had made a name for himself in the eyes of everyone. Look at those high lords. They were originally high and mighty, but now they were all like dead dogs. They had lost all their face. Just when everyone thought that Lin Fei was going to continue sweeping away, they retreated. Lin Fei brought his men back and left a message. Within 3 days, hand over all the disciples who had committed the crime. Otherwise, he will come again 3 days later. Hall Master Lin, why didn't you continue? Inside the punishment hall, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu asked in confusion. Under normal circumstances, they should take advantage of the opportunity to push forward and not give up halfway. They had to teach them a lesson. There's no need. Lin Fei shook his head. Now they are all frightened. If you really go down, some of them will probably be unhappy. Do you really want to become public enemies? The two of them were too excited. Hearing Lin Fei's words, the two of them suddenly came to a realization and broke out in a cold sweat. Within 3 days, they will definitely send people over because they can't afford to lose face. We have established our prestige, and the punishment hall has been reorganized. Everything is just right. Hall Master Lin, what about those high lords? When will you let them go? Let's lock them up for a month first. Lin Fei said indifferently. The punishment hall is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Just as Lin Fei said. Within 3 days, whether it was the Divine Realm Elder or the High Lords, they gritted their teeth and sent the people over. No one was willing to see Lin Fei visit them 3 days later. They did not see those High Lords. They were now locked up in the punishment hall's exclusive dungeon. They even released the news that the High Lords had committed the crime of covering up and would be locked up in the dungeon for a month. This kind of punishment was completely beyond everyone's imagination. Those were all supremacies. Lin Fei was playing with fire. The Dark Shadow Palace had existed for a long time, but no one had ever heard of a High Lord being locked up in the dungeon. This was a humiliation, a stain that could not be erased. The punishment hall couldn't care less. Quite a few High Lords joined hands to protest, but in the end, all of their protests sank to the bottom of the sea. Guards began to patrol the perimeter of the punishment hall, forbidding outsiders from entering. There were a few heavenly deity powerhouses who went to the disciplinary hall as if they were entering their own home. They foolishly went to give it a try, but they were immediately surrounded and attacked by a group of law enforcers. They were beaten half to death and escorted to the dungeon. The world had changed. Everyone had the same thought. Therefore, in these 3 days, waves of people were sent over. Those disciples who were sent over were not as high-spirited as they used to be. Instead, they were all dejected. They were all reminded when they arrived. The disciplinary hall is different now. If you dare to go in, you won't have a good time. Even they can't interfere. Until now, they were not too clear about the internal situation of the disciplinary hall. The originally empty dungeon had also become overcrowded. As for how to deal with them, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about it. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu were doing their jobs now. They didn't need to be ordered to be investigated and judged according to the punishment. This was the authority of the punishment hall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu looked a little tired, but they were in high spirits. Hall Master Lin, these are the ones who haven't come yet after we registered and investigated them. Lin Bai handed over a set of information. Whose people are they? Lin Bai said in a low voice. Elysian Sun's people. In these 3 days, they finally felt the true authority of being deputy hall masters. Those pampered heavenly deity disciples, regardless of whether they were personal disciples or inner sect disciples, were all well-behaved now. Not well-behaved? Fight them first. It seemed that with Lin Fei's indoctrination, the members of the law enforcers all became like wolves and tigers. When they attacked, they were extremely ferocious. They were like 2 different people. Do you really think that I can't take them down? Lin Fei leaned back and said lazily. Hall Master Lin, Zenith supremacy is here. Zhao Wu hurriedly ran in. There are a few other supremacies with him. Although Zhao Wu was also a supremacy, The gap between him and Zenith Supremacy was huge. Zenith Supremacy was a veteran of the Dark Shadow Palace. His words had much more influence than Zhao Wu's. The old people are all here. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I thought they would all be able to sit still. Lin Bai and Zhao Wu didn't dare to speak ill of these old supremacies. They admired Lin Fei even more. As deputy hallmasters, they had never seen these old people come personally. Let's go and welcome them. After all, they're old people. Zenith Supremacy stood quietly in a scarlet cloak. Behind him were a few supremacies, some of whom Lin Fei had met before. At the moment, they didn't seem to be in a good mood. Brother Zenith, that Lin Fei isn't giving us any face. Even if he's a body-tempering cultivator, he shouldn't be putting on airs here. He actually didn't let us in. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, there aren't many places that we can't enter. Lin Fei isn't a good person. He really thinks that the punishment hall is his territory. The last thing he should do is to imprison a supremacy and lock him up for a month. What right does he have to do that? A few supremacies looked dissatisfied. In the circle of supremacies, everyone had the same goal. Lin Fei's actions this time had completely disrespected their circle. Since it had happened once, it would inevitably happen again. This had to be stopped. If this continued, they really didn't know what crazy things Lin Fei would do. Imprison a supremacy? That was a little too crazy. We're all people with dignity. Aren't you not giving me face by speaking ill of others behind their backs? Just as they finished speaking, a cold voice came from the punishment hall. Lin Fei had come out with his men. Zenith Supremacy was very calm. Daoist Lin, long time no see. I haven't congratulated you on becoming a supremacy. Zenith Supremacy took the initiative to congratulate him, as if he hadn't heard what Lin Bai had just said. Thanks. Lin Fei smiled. Daoist Zenith, please come in. Zenith Supremacy nodded slightly and walked in. The people behind him prepared to follow. At that moment, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu blocked their way. Sorry, everyone. This is the punishment hall, an important place in the Dark Shadow Palace. You don't have to go in. Just wait outside. Why? Chapter 2899. Not letting them in was naturally Lin Fei's order. In the past 20 years, Lin Fei had become the deputy hall master of the punishment hall. Under normal circumstances, the supremacies of the same circle would definitely give him face. But in reality, that was not the case. These supremacies were happy to see this happen. There were even some supremacies who hinted their disciples to join in the fun. These incidents were all recorded. As for why they were excluding him, Lin Fei knew very well that it was because he was too talented and could even create a killer move like Thunderclap Leap. He was already so talented at such a young age. In the future, he would definitely be able to suppress them. In addition, Lin Fei did not have a big family behind him. He was almost no different from a poor family, which made it even more difficult for them to accept him. They could not wait to see Lin Fei in trouble. Do you hear what I said now? Lin Fei stopped and turned around with a cold gaze. Everyone knew how powerful Lin Fei was. But to think that he would not let them in right now. Wasn't he putting on airs way too much? He was completely looking down on them. I really plan to enter the punishment hall. Yes, let us in today. They were unwilling to be blocked outside. Lin Fei snorted coldly. If you want to go in, let's see if you can withstand one move from me first. Boom! A boundless aura erupted. A sky-splitter hammer appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He casually swung it outwards, setting off a terrifying wave that smashed down. Swish! 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 The wave rolled over. The few supremacies present reacted quickly, but Lin Fei's attack was even more domineering and fast. It directly crushed them. No matter how they resisted, it was as if they had fallen into a storm. They swayed left and right for a long time. When Zenith Supremacy saw the purple hammer, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He was shocked. Great Venerable Han Tian actually rewarded this treasure to Lin Fei. This is like giving wings to a tiger. After the storm, the faces of the supremacies outside paled slightly, and their bodies trembled slightly. If you still want to go in, it won't be so easy next time. Lin Fei kept the sky splitter hammer and said slowly. At this moment, the hearts of the supremacies were in turmoil. The few of them could not even block a single attack from Lin Fei. Since when had Lin Fei become so strong? Feeling extremely aggrieved, they could only look at Zenith's supremacy, hoping that he would speak up for them. You should thank fellow Taoist Lin for showing mercy. As an old man, Zenith's supremacy naturally would not offend Lin Fei for them, especially after seeing the Sky Splitter hammer. Listen to him and wait outside. Wait? The few supremacies were dumbfounded. You are an old member of the Dark Shadow Palace. Why are you speaking up for him? This is different from what they had imagined. Fellow Taoist Tianqiong, if you have something to say, just say it. I don't like to beat around the bush, so I might as well get straight to the point. Lin Fei asked someone to bring tea. Instead of answering, Zenith Supremacy asked another question. The hammer you used just now should be the Sky Splitter hammer, right? Good eyesight. This was given to me by Master. I think its power is all right, so I'll make do with it. Lin Fei said with a smile. Fellow Taoist Lin, you've really surpassed your master. This Sky Splitter hammer is a good item. Back then, I couldn't unleash its corresponding power. Today, I've finally seen it. In your hands, this treasure should be able to unleash its true power. Zenith Supremacy exclaimed. Lin Fei was not surprised that Zenith Supremacy recognized it. This treasure itself was quite famous. No matter how much time had passed, someone would eventually recognize it. Zenith Supremacy did not get straight to the point and kept asking questions, leaving Lin Fei speechless. What exactly is he trying to do? Fortunately, he was not in a hurry and chatted about all sorts of things. Until they were about to end. Zenith Supremacy said, Fellow Taoist Lin, in the beginning, I felt that the position of Deputy Hall Master of the Punishment Hall was not suitable for you. However, now I feel that you're very suitable for this position. The Punishment Hall will become better and better in your hands. It's not impossible for it to return to its former glory. However, I feel that this process needs to be done slowly, lest you act too hastily and take too big a step. That's not good. Actually, there was one last thing he did not say. If you were too anxious, you could easily become a public enemy. I understand. Lin Fei nodded. That's why I gave them 3 days to deal with this matter. I gave them the chance, but they didn't comply. I can't do anything about it. Since I'm a Deputy Hall Master, I have to make some contributions to the Punishment Hall. Zenith Supremacy sighed softly. He could tell that Lin Fei was going to continue to the end. Forget it, forget it. Zenith Supremacy shook his head. You have to be careful if you want to deal with the Elysian Sun. Many of the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace favor the Elysian Sun. He's the most suitable person to inherit the Dark Shadow Palace. Dugu Yijian pursues strength and has no interest in that position. The Elysian Sun is different. Lin Fei smiled. Even if the Elysian Sun wants to take that position, he still has to ask for my permission first. I understand fellow Taoist Tianqiong's intentions. Those supremacies locked up in the dungeon will be released after another 7 days. Thank you for giving me face. Zenith Supremacy left. The few supremacies' faces were filled with hatred. This was the first time they had been stopped outside, and their impression of Lin Fei became especially bad. 7 days, that's too long. Brother Supremacy. He's not giving you any face. Zenith Supremacy's face darkened. Enough. This time, he had no choice but to come out. He could punish the Judgment Sky God's disciple, but he could not punish the supremacies. Where would they put their faces? They were not satisfied when they heard that they would be released after 7 days. I won't object if you want to cause trouble for Lin Fei. I just want to tell you one thing. He has a treasure in his hands. It's an incredible treasure from the Dark Shadow Palace called the Sky Splitter Hammer. It's infused with Origin Power Divine Sand. Although it's very little, it's extremely powerful. If you weren't supremacies, you would have been injured by that strike. Sky Splitter Hammer? They finally recalled. It can't be. Could it be that treasure? He can actually pick it up and use it. Wasn't it said that the Sky Splitter Hammer can't be used by ordinary people? It was only given to Great Venerable Shaker later on. How is it that in Lin Fei's hands, he is still able to display such might? Their faces turned even uglier. With the Sky Splitter Hammer, it was like adding wings to a tiger. No wonder they couldn't withstand that strike. This was not good. If it happened again, They believed that Lin Fei would definitely deal a heavy blow. At that time, they would definitely be injured, and they would lose all face. 7 days, then so be it. Chapter 2900. The news of Zenith's supremacy paying a visit to Lin Fei quickly spread. Ever since Lin Fei displayed his prowess, the punishment hall had become a true forbidden area. In the past, people could enter and leave freely, but now that was no longer the case. Anyone who loitered outside would be caught and locked up in the dungeon. No matter how courageous those people were, they did not dare to enter the punishment hall's designated area and could only watch from afar. Supremacy Lin Fei is too overbearing. He actually didn't let other supremacies enter and did not hesitate to fight. What right does he have to stop supremacies from entering? After the news spread, many people were unhappy. Zenith's supremacy was an old man, and had a great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. This newly promoted supremacy, Lin Fei, was a little arrogant. In the upper circles, Lin Fei had a very bad impression of him. He was a guy who did not play by the rules and was capable of doing anything. In the lower circles, Lin Fei had won the worship of countless people. Just based on the fact that he dared to hit supremacies and lock them up in the dungeon, he had won the favor of countless people. This was the real punishment hall. Regardless of whether one was a heavenly god or a supremacy, as long as one violated the rules in the Dark Shadow Palace, one had to be punished. In their minds, the punishment hall should be like this. Now, whenever Lin Fei was mentioned, the first person that came to everyone's mind was Lin Fei. Especially in the past 3 days, personal disciples of supremacies constantly sent in disciples outside the punishment hall. Those disciples were still flaunting their prowess a while ago, not taking the punishment hall seriously at all. But now, all of them were dejected. Everyone was very happy to see this. It was really satisfying. What awaited them was a trial and punishment. The best outcome was to go to the battlefield. In the past few years, the punishment hall's punishment had been too lenient. Everyone had almost forgotten how terrifying the battlefield was. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Almost all the heavenly god disciples who committed crimes in the Dark Shadow Palace were sent to the punishment hall. The entire Dark Shadow Palace became quiet. Those local bullies were gone. At first, everyone was really not used to it. There seems to be a few who haven't gone. I remember it's the Elysian Sons. I wonder if Lin Fei will attack the Elysian Son of Heaven's cave abode. Many people were waiting outside the punishment hall. They're out. The one at the front is Vice Hall Master Lin. So impressive. I heard that the disciplinary hall has reorganized itself and fired a lot of people. I wonder when they'll be recruiting. I think it will be soon. I must go and sign up then. Lin Fei came out with the law enforcement team. Cheers could be heard from outside. This time, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu didn't come out. There were too many things they needed to do in the disciplinary hall, so they didn't have the time to come out. Lin Fei heard the cheers outside. He did not need to look to know that these people were the middle and lower echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace. The local tyrants entered one by one. They saw hope. Vice Hall Master Lin, we love you. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, we want to be your disciples. Vice Hall Master Lin. There were even some female disciples who were gorgeously dressed. They kept throwing flirtatious glances at Lin Bai, looking very passionate. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems like I've become a popular person after all this. On the way to the Elysian Sons' cave abode, a large group of people followed behind him. Their numbers were increasing, and those who didn't know what was going on might think that something big had happened. We're going to fight the Elysian Sun? Count me in. You're going too, of course. When Lin Fei arrived outside the Elysian Sun's mountain, behind him was a large group. 90% of them were ordinary sky god disciples, and all of them were extremely excited. The guards outside the Elysian Sun also gasped. Their usual arrogant and despotic attitudes were now gone, and they didn't even dare to glare at Lin Bai. Hall Master Lin Fei is here. No one dared to treat Lin Fei as a mere vice hall master. The reorganization of the disciplinary hall would definitely not be possible without the support of Hall Master Shang Yang. It could be said that Lin Fei was exercising the authority of the hall master. The guards didn't know what to do. Get out of the way. Lin Fei led the disciplinary team up. The guards looked at each other and tactfully stood to the side. If they were captured, they would be done for. Elysian Sun, I'm here. When are you going to come out? Do you want me to order for you to be captured? Lin Fei wasn't that well behaved. After reaching the peak, he immediately shouted. His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating throughout the mountain peak above the Elysian sun of heaven. It then spread outwards and into everyone's ears. As expected of Hall Master Lin, how domineering. I'm afraid he's the only one who dares to speak in such a manner on the Elysian sun's mountain. Well done. I've really widened my horizons today. Hall Master Lin is truly domineering. The sky god disciples behind him all felt their blood boiling. They probably wouldn't encounter such a thing even once in their lives. Just thinking about how they could brag about going to the Elysian sun's mountain in the future made them excited. On the Elysian sun's mountain, Lin Fei quickly led his men up. No one dared to stop him. At this moment, they all became very obedient. He's here. On the mountain peak, in a palace, the Elysian heavenly sun was sitting. Below him, there were a few exalted lords. They didn't seem very old, and at this moment, they were all looking at the Elysian heavenly sun with a look of obedience. Brother Elysian sun, how do you want to deal with Lin Fei? Just say the word. A newly advanced supremacy dares to mess around in the Dark Shadow Palace. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. In any case, we have no opinion on what Brother Elysian sun wants to do. The Elysian sun had a smile on his face. I'll have to trouble everyone this time. The Elysian sun was very clear about the situation in the disciplinary hall. He also hated the first hall master Shang Yang. This was clearly the first hall master's intention. Reorganize? He was the deputy hall master, yet he didn't know anything about the situation. This made the Elysian sun very uncomfortable. That Lin Fei is here. Let's go out and meet him. The Elysian sun stood up and walked out. Outside the palace, Lin Fei came up with his men. The disciples outside the palace all glared at him. None of them dared to move. They looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. This was a ferocious fellow who captured 6 supremacies. He didn't care if you were a supremacy or not. Even now, they were still holding him captive. Whoever offended Lin Fei would definitely lose a layer of their skin after being captured. Deputy Hall Master Lin, you are really impressive. Are you trying to cause trouble? The Elysian sun also came out with his men. Powerful auras spread out. They were all supremacies. A supremacy beside him spoke first. His tone was very unpleasant and condescending. This is the Eastern Tomb Supremacy who ascended 300,000 years ago. Chapter 2901. The Elysian sun came out under the escort of several supremacies. With one look, everyone knew that the Elysian sun had great influence. The supremacies beside him were all well-known veteran supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace. At the very least, they had cultivated for more than 300,000 years. For example, the East Tomb Supremacy had been a supremacy for 300,000 years. Since when did the disciplinary hall become so mighty? Bringing people to intrude into someone else's cultivation grounds. A supremacy shouted. They're getting more and more out of hand. This 600,000-year-old supremacy Kagura was also a supremacy with a bad temper. He was famous for being overbearing in the Dark Shadow Palace and was also a young powerhouse. With 2 young supremacies appearing at the same time, the significance was completely different. Everyone was waiting to see what Lin Fei would do. Not to mention the Elysian sun, the 7 young supremacies present were a terrifying force. Moreover, the Elysian sun was able to invite them over and even seemed to be following his lead. This ability was not something that ordinary people could compare to. If these supremacies joined forces to deal with a single person, anyone would be at a disadvantage. It would be good if they raised their hands and surrendered. The Elysian sun smiled and thought to himself, "You're still too inexperienced to fight with me." The drastic change in the disciplinary hall had indeed exceeded the Elysian sun's expectations. To be able to endure for 20 years and launch a thunderous attack to wipe out the internal forces was indeed extraordinary. The Elysian sun now wanted Lin Fei to know the importance of connections in the Dark Shadow Palace. How could Lin Fei fight him alone? They were not on the same level at all. 7 supremacies. Lin Fei had an impression of them all. The young powerhouses in the Dark Shadow Palace all had great potential. It was indeed not easy for the Elysian sun to invite them over. However, they were still lacking if they wanted to deal with him. You have no right to interfere with the disciplinary hall's affairs. If you know what's good for you, Scram. Lin Fei's face darkened. He did not give them any face at all. He said sternly, if you obstruct the disciplinary hall's affairs, I don't mind suppressing you personally. I don't care if you're supremacies or not. They were fuming with anger when they heard this. This was too arrogant. The East Tomb Supremacy said fiercely, how arrogant. You want to suppress us? Who do you think you are? Even the great supremacies don't dare to suppress us. How dare you? Apologize. Apologize immediately. The faces of the 7 supremacies were filled with rage. How dare he suppress them? Get lost. What kind of joke was this? Lin Fei's words infuriated them. The Elysian Son of Heaven laughed even more happily. Of all the people you could have offended, you had to offend the younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. You're in for it now. Vice Hallmaster Lin, you're in the wrong here. They're seniors after all. How could you say something like that? Elysian Tianzi said hypocritically. I think you'd better apologize to them. Lin Fei did not care about what the Elysian Sun said. Vice Saint Hallmaster, you should know what my goal is. If you hand over those people, it will be a win-win situation for both of us. However, if you insist on doing things your own way, I will really do it myself. The East Tomb Supremacy laughed loudly. Everyone says that you, Vice Hallmaster Lin, have rare talents. I've long wanted to see for myself how monstrous you are. Also, that famous thunderclap leap of yours. If you want to suppress me, bring it on. The Dark Shadow Palace is not a place where juniors like you can act so impudently. They had all seen the thunderclap leap before. It might not be that powerful. Moreover, everyone had studied it over the years and gained a lot of insights. Even if they really encountered it, it didn't mean that they had no way to resist it. As for the time when he injured the Elysian Sun, it was a shameless sneak attack. If one was intentional and the other was unintentional, it would definitely be effective. Lin Fei suddenly narrowed his eyes. Since these people wanted to help the Elysian Sun, he believed that as long as he suppressed them this time, no one would dare to look down on the punishment hall in the future. It would be best to use this as a warning to the rest of the people. Lin Fei was about to burst into laughter. He originally thought that the Elysian Sun would be alone, but in the end, he invited helpers. He wanted to applaud. Elysian Sun, you're really a good person. I know you. You're one of the youths of the Dark Shadow Palace. However, you're not qualified to spar with me. Lin Fei stared at the East Tomb Supremacy and pointed with his finger. You and you. The 7 of you can come at me together, lest they say that I'm bullying you. The crowd was in an uproar. This is too exaggerated. He's fighting against 7 people alone. That's the East Tomb Supremacy, Exalted Supremacy, and the rest. All of them are overlords of the Dark Shadow Palace. Vice Hallmaster Lin, you're so mighty. He's too arrogant. Although he defeated some supremacies previously, they were weaker. The youths are different. All of them have the strength of a second-level supremacy. Together with their weapons and treasures, they can display the strength of a third-level supremacy. This is going to be dangerous. This was a magnificent feat of fighting against 7 people alone. It was indeed sensational. Junior brother is so mighty. Fighting against 7 of them alone. Just hearing about it makes my blood boil. Junior brother is a little impulsive. I like it. On a mountain peak, Chongyang Supremacy and the other 3 watched this scene with their treasures. They had different expressions when they saw this, but most of them were excited. In recent years, as the Vice Hallmaster of the Disciplinary Hall, Lin Fei had not been handling the affairs of the Disciplinary Hall. As a result, he had been affected to a certain extent. As his senior brothers, they were also anxious. After all, Lin Fei was the representative of his master. Junior brother Lin Fei was not good. Their reputation was not good either. This was how realistic the Dark Shadow Palace was. After becoming the disciple of the same master, everyone would involuntarily protect the interests of the Dark Shadow Palace. Now, junior brother Lin Fei had finally made his move. He started fighting as soon as he appeared. They were happy and shocked at the same time. They were happy because of junior brother Lin Fei's reputation, but they were shocked because this step was a little too big. It was as if he wanted to wipe out the entire Dark Shadow Palace in one fell swoop. That kid really didn't see wrongly. Divine Wind Supremacy of the library pavilion was lying on a chair and drinking wine. 1 against 7. If he wins, he will have a firm foothold. I'm really looking forward to it. Divine Wind Supremacy squinted his eyes. If the power of the Thunderflash is stronger, I might have the confidence to take them down. I wonder what move that kid will use. Actually, ever since Lin Fei led people to attack the Supremacy's cultivation ground, everyone had been paying attention to him. With Lin Fei's actions, the peaceful Dark Shadow Palace started to become restless. The internal affairs of the disciplinary hall were no secret to the Supremacies. It was just a fight between the Elysian Sun and Lin Fei. And now, the fight had reached the level of fire and water. Everyone was extremely concerned. Would Lin Fei be able to stand firm and control the disciplinary hall, or would the Elysian Sun be better? You are really arrogant. Eastern Hill Supremacy sneered. We gave you face, but you still want to take it? You want to suppress the 7 of us alone. Eastern Hill Supremacy's group of 7 was enraged. Lin Fei wanted to step on their heads. Stop blindly competing. I'm asking if you dare or not. If you don't dare, then scram to the side. Don't obstruct me. Chapter 2902. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy and the other 6 were completely enraged. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as Lin Fei. He completely disregarded them. If they didn't suppress Lin Fei today, they would definitely become a joke in the Dark Shadow Palace in the future. No matter what, they had to make a move. Lin Fei wanted them to become a joke. They didn't mind turning the tables and humiliating Lin Fei. They knew that many people were paying attention to this place. Many people probably wanted them to attack together. Bullying the weak? There was no such thing. Lin Fei took the initiative to suggest it. It wasn't like they were ganging up on him. Elysian Tianzi was even happier when he heard this. With Lin Fei's intelligence, how could he fight against him? Although Lin Fei had displayed great potential, he was still far from being able to suppress the 7 of them. Eastern Tomb, Vice Hall Master Lin, that's a physique cultivator. Don't you guys want to seek guidance from him? Since he has already suggested it, don't reject him. That's not good. Elysian Tianzi said. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy nodded. Vice Hall Master Lin has already said it. If we reject him, it would be a little rude. We will agree to this matter. Exalted Goddess and the others also agreed. If you want to suffer, we will grant you your wish. Come, let's fight here. It'll be troublesome. Lin Fei got the law enforcement team to retreat. He stood with his hands behind his back. You guys can make your move, lest I bully you guys. This was the most arrogant person they had seen so far. He even wanted them to make the first move? Everyone, let's attack together and use our killer moves. Don't give him any chance. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy transmitted his voice to them. His thunderclap leap is not bad. If we use our killer moves directly, we have a high chance of winning. Let's see what he has to say. Alright, let's use our killer moves then. Any one of the 7 of them would be a top-notch expert. Because their opponent was Lin Fei, they had to be careful. It would be fine if they won, but if they lost, they would be helping Lin Fei and they would become a joke. Water-fire double kill. 9th layer Sacred Spirit secret technique killing move. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy was the first to act. He swore that he would definitely teach Lin Fei a deep lesson so that Lin Fei would know what regret was. He did not hold back at all. 2 dragons appeared on Lin Fei's body. One was a blue water dragon, and the other was a red fire dragon. They gave off 2 terrifying Emperor's intents. Most terrifyingly, the water and fire Emperor's intents could perfectly fuse together to form a terrifying killing move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 2 dragons coiled around Lin Fei's body tightly. Everyone could only hear a cracking sound. What a powerful 9th level Sacred Soul secret technique. It's able to restrict Lin Fei's movement space. What an experienced move. He took the initiative. Many supremacies were full of praise when they saw it. This was clearly a method targeted at Lin Fei. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had grasped the thunderclap leap. It was extremely powerful and hard to defend against. Now that the water-fire double kill was used to entangle Lin Fei, it seemed like Lin Fei had lost his advantage at this moment. Extreme Frost. Another supremacy unleashed a powerful move. A terrifying chill engulfed the area. The area where Lin Fei was instantly turned into a land of extreme frost. The people in the distance subconsciously shivered and hurriedly circulated their energy to resist. They kept retreating until they were very far away. They were barely able to withstand the chill. This is the Western Frost Supremacy's killing move. One move, Heaven and Earth Icebound. It's a great threat to body-tempering cultivators. The two supremacies displayed their terrifying strength when they attacked. One was to restrict while the other was to freeze. The terrifying chill could penetrate through one's body and freeze everything. Just these two moves were enough to make countless people's scalps go numb. I wonder if that Vice Hall Master Lin Fei can block it. Some people couldn't help but worry. The younger generation of the Dark Shadow Palace was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The third supremacy made a move. It was Supremacy Shen Lu. A green jade flute appeared in her hand. When she gently activated it, it would directly launch a sound wave attack that could penetrate and affect one's soul. This move was even more powerful. Almost no one could block these three moves. Their faces lit up with joy. Their coordination was too good. After the three moves, they could almost see Lin Fei's half-dead state. They were all smiling. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to think of a good way to deal with these three moves. The only way was to run. Humph, I thought he was powerful, but he didn't use the Thunderclap Leap. Now he's suffering. Without the Thunderclap Leap, Lin Fei isn't a threat at all. My Extreme Frost is specialized in destroying the deeper layers of flesh and blood. He won't be able to last long. The 2 and 4 supremacies weren't in a hurry to attack. Lin Fei still stood with his hands behind his back. There was no expression on his face, and he was extremely calm. And the 4 of you, why aren't you attacking? These attacks are nothing more than tickles to me. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. The faces of the 7 supremacies darkened, and their expressions turned ugly. After being attacked by 3 people, he could still talk and laugh. He even had a look of disdain on his face. Did he have to be like this? I'm talking about you guys. Hurry up and attack. Lin Fei urged them again. Bastard, don't be too smug. The remaining 4 supremacies couldn't hold back anymore. They attacked at the same time. They took out 4 treasures and attacked at the same time. This time, they attacked with all their might. What a powerful protective technique. The library pavilion's High Lord Wind God's eyes widened. With a whoosh, he arrived in the skies above the battlefield. His eyes shined even brighter. It really is a body protection technique. A body transformation body protection technique. How incredible! In Supremacy Wind God's eyes, everything in front of him changed. On Lin Fei's body, there was a faint layer of golden light that blocked the attacks of the 7 supremacies again and again. His defense was watertight, and no matter how they attacked, they couldn't break through that thin layer of defense. What kind of protective technique is this? This old man actually didn't see it. It can't be a new creation, right? The more Supremacy Wind God watched, the more moved he became. It was a perfect protective technique. With just this protective technique, Lin Fei was invincible. Even if the attacks of the 7 supremacies continued, they wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the protective technique. Impossible! Why can't our attacks break through his defense? He was clearly hit. What kind of technique is this? The attacks of the 7 supremacies did not stop. They attacked for a full hour. Lin Fei was still unharmed. He quietly watched their attacks and blocked all the protective techniques. They couldn't break through his defense at all. Chapter 2903. Lin Fei single-handedly fought against 7 young High Lords. That mysterious defensive art was beyond everyone's imagination. It was a little scary, At the start, no one could figure out what it was. It wasn't impossible to resist it with one's physical body. That would require one to be at least a 9th-order Heavenly God realm. Lin Fei wasn't a 9th-order Heavenly God realm, so there was no need to mention resisting with his physical body. Everyone thought it was some kind of treasure. Some powerful treasures could withstand powerful attacks, but they had to expend a certain amount of energy to do so. This definitely isn't some kind of treasure. It's probably some kind of defensive art from the body tempering school. A real physical body defensive art is at least a 9th-level Saint Soul body protection art. An elderly exalted lord exclaimed in surprise. It had been so long since he had seen a physical body tempering art that he had almost forgotten about it. This was a defensive art that was even more powerful than an emperor intent cultivator's. The moment this defensive art appeared, it far surpassed the emperor intent body protection art. The two weren't on the same level. It was obvious that all of them were high lords. At this moment, all of them were pale with fright. Just the thunderclap leap was already amazing. And now there was another defensive art. This meant that they were undefeatable. Defensive arts were the favorite art of body tempering cultivators, but most of them were low-grade and had limited power. After a long time, no one would bother to cultivate them as it was too time-consuming. However, it was a different story for top-grade defensive arts. It didn't take long to recognize Lin Fei's defensive art. Unfortunately, no one knew what kind of defensive art it was, only that it was extremely powerful. Junior brother is really amazing. That's a defensive art, it's even more powerful than ours. Our junior brother has really obtained a great fortuitous encounter, High Lord Chongyang and the other three senior brothers were overjoyed. The stronger junior brother Lin Fei's performance was, the more radiant they would feel. In the future, who would dare to look down on the supremacy of the body tempering school? Moreover, junior brother Lin Fei's straightforward and violent way of doing things was exactly what they liked. That was how a body refiner should be. In the past, they had felt that they had done things in a straightforward manner. But now, when they compared themselves to junior apprentice brother Lin Fei, the disparity between them wasn't just a little bit too great. This was the tyranny that a true body transformation style powerhouse should have. Junior brother is making a move. It doesn't seem to be the thunderclap leap. Did he change to a secret killer move? As soon as Lin Fei made his move, all the attacks around him were broken. A thin layer of Jin Guang enveloped his entire body, making him look extremely dazzling at this moment. Aotion body protection. No wonder it's a treasure from the 6th level. Lin Fei was now using the Proud Heaven Barricade, which was the reward he had received from the 6th tier. It was incredibly powerful, and had incredible defensive capabilities. This was the first time he had ever used it. The effect was very good, and he was very satisfied. Proud Heaven's body fortification spread out layer by layer. The 7 Venerables' Sacred Spirit secret technique killer moves were very domineering, but they could not break Aotion's protective defense. Since it was time to perform, Lin Fei didn't mind keeping a low profile so that they would know that in the Dark Shadow Palace, there was nothing special about it. If the great supremacies didn't come out, there weren't many supremacies who were his match. This was a display of his strength. 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Lin Fei used the 8th tier of the secret technique killer move, but its power was weakened. Swish! Swish! Waves of ripples appeared in the void. The movements were not huge. However, everyone heard the sound of water splashing in their ears. As the sound swept across, a scene of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers appeared. There were high mountains and flowing water, blue sky and white clouds, cities and countries, thousands of soldiers, and metal clashing. A majestic aura descended on everyone. The Eastern Hill Supremacy and the other 6 were the first to bear the brunt. When the majestic aura descended, they couldn't move at all. At the same time, they lost their connection with the space, as if they had been isolated. Oh no, we've been hit. This is an independent space. Damn it, I actually fell for it without any defense. To hell with it. 90% of the Sacred Spirit's secret technique's power. The expressions of the 7 supremacies changed drastically. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free. This scene happened extremely quickly. The 7 supremacies stood still. As Lin Fei waved his hand, the scene of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers swept up the 7 supremacies, forming a scroll that returned to Lin Fei's hand. Hall Master Lin is mighty. Hall Master Lin is mighty. The first to react were the law enforcers behind him. Their gazes became even more fervent. 7 supremacies, and they were all young supremacies, were suppressed by a single move, and they were even sealed in a scroll. This was beyond their imagination. They were really suppressed by a single move. Their Hall Master Lin was too amazing. He was mighty and domineering. They're done for? This is too unbelievable. Who knows what that move is called? They were unprepared, and the 7 supremacies suppressed them. This is too terrifying. Vice Hall Master Lin, this is the strength of a peak supremacy. This is too monstrous. The people in the distance were in an uproar. They had seen the attacks of the 7 supremacies clearly, and they felt the same way. They had no chance of winning against them, and they were completely oppressed. But the 7 supremacies, who had given them immense pressure, were suppressed by a single move and sealed in a scroll. This method was too sharp and domineering. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Wind God Supreme Lord also widened his eyes. How can a body-tempering secret techniques killer move be created like this? The space faction had always been mysterious and unfathomable. For example, the Great Teleportation Technique, or the Space Transfer Technique. These were all very powerful killer moves. But now, Lin Fei actually used a secret technique related to the space faction and sealed the 7 supremacies in one move. This was too powerful. Was this still the Lin Fei that everyone thought had reached the limit of his potential? The Dark Shadow Palace is going to have another peerless monster. How can he master such a secret technique? The Elysian Sun was shocked. He could clearly sense the vast aura that seemed to cover the entire world. The Eastern Tomb Supremacy and the other 6 supremacies seemed insignificant before the power of heaven and earth, which was why they were easily suppressed. Did Lin Fei go to the Black Domain? Such a secret technique can only appear in the rumored Black Domain. The Elysian Sun knew more than others. This level of Saint Spirit secret technique wouldn't normally be circulated. Who wouldn't treat it as a treasure? Today, Lin Fei had displayed 2 powerful secret techniques, one for offense and the other for defense. It was a terrifying combination of offense and defense. The 7 invited supremacies were sealed in the scroll. The Elysian Sun realized that he had underestimated Lin Fei. Lin Fei was stronger than he had imagined, and at the same time, he was more cunning. He had actually hidden his strength so deeply. Holy Vice Hallmaster, the people you invited have been suppressed. Can you hand them over now? Lin Fei looked at the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun's gaze turned solemn. I have really underestimated you. Back then, you shocked the world with a single brilliant feat. I didn't expect your strength to soar in just 100,000 years. Chapter 2904. He was coming at them with great momentum. The Elysian Sun had thought that by inviting his good friend over, he would be able to suppress Lin Fei, and at that time, the punishment hall would still be his to speak. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This Lin Fei, who seemed to have no potential in his eyes, had actually broken records time and time again, displaying his truly terrifying potential by continuously using the powerful Holy Spirit body-tempering killer move. For example, the move just now was brilliant and had the strength of a 3rd-stage supremacy. In other words, it was the strength of a peak supremacy. This made the Elysian Sun fearful. Do you have to be so strong? Holy Spirit secret skill killer move. Take it all out. The Elysian Sun roared in his heart. When body-tempering experts use the Holy Spirit secret skill killer move, it would usually be very powerful. Although the Elysian Sun was not afraid of the other party, if they really fought, it would not benefit him at all. Instead, it would benefit Lin Fei. Regardless of the outcome, it would strengthen the other party's reputation. If Lin Fei did not display the strength of a peak supremacy, the Elysian Sun would not be afraid at all. Now he needed to think deeply. Should he make a move or not? I'm the Deputy Hallmaster. I know best if anyone under me has made a mistake. The Elysian Sun said in a deep voice. You are simply making things difficult for me by asking me to hand them over. I will never agree to it. You better figure it out before coming again. The Elysian Sun could not possibly lower his head to those supremacies. If he lowered his head today, his prestige in the Punishment Hall and Dark Shadow Palace would be greatly affected in the future. The Elysian Sun would never allow such a thing to happen. I want you to release them. They are the honorable lords of the Dark Shadow Palace. Their statuses are high and mighty. Vice Hallmaster Lin, what are you doing by sealing them like this? If others hear about it, you might become a laughing stock. Lin Fei knew that the Elysian Sun would not hand them over obediently. Sigh, I still have to use force. If I don't suppress the Elysian Sun, who knows how much trouble will arise. Lin Fei did not want to waste any more time on this. Master, there are 5 powerful auras watching this place. They should be the 5 great supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Little Demoness transmitted her voice over. They are also paying close attention to this matter. It would be strange if I didn't pay attention to it. I wonder who gave me this assignment. Everything was fine and dandy, and yet, they asked me to manage the Hall of Punishment and become the Vice Hall Master. How boring. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the 5 great supremacies were paying attention to him. It would be too boring if they didn't. In that case, you're not going to hand it over. Lin Fei's sharp gaze swept over. What? You want to attack me? The Elysian Son of Heaven said playfully, your body-tempering Saint Spirit secret technique is strong, but if you want to fight against me, you are still lacking. That might not be the case. A cold glint flashed across Lin Fei's eyes. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm, unleashing the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. As soon as the majestic mountains and rivers appeared, a terrifying aura swept out. The vast sky was covered by the mountains and rivers, and everyone felt an oppressive aura, and a chill ran down their spines. The Elysian Son of Heaven was already prepared. A dream, nothing. Huge rainbow-colored bubbles appeared out of thin air. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard. Every rainbow-colored cannon exploded, setting off monstrous waves. A huge wave of energy swept out, destroying large tracts of mountains and rivers. However, for the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, this was just a small impact. It couldn't stop the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains from crashing down. So difficult to deal with. The Elysian Son of Heaven's attack just now was just a small test. His opponent's move was more powerful and tyrannical than he had imagined. It had the battle prowess of a peak supremacy. Such a huge increase in strength made him quite unhappy. How could this guy improve so quickly? Vice Hall Master Elysian Son of Punishment, how dare you let your guard down when fighting with me? I'm impressed. Swish. The void fluctuated. Lin Fei rushed out, traversed the void, and arrived in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, punching out. The 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains could be used as a long-range attack. Don't forget that Lin Fei was a close combat expert. He could traverse the void, especially at short distances. This was an advantage that others couldn't match. A Buddhist glow immediately appeared around the Elysian Son of Heaven. Many Buddhas sat cross-legged, and golden lotuses bloomed beneath them. Countless Sanskrit chants attacked, forming a barrier. Lin Fei's punch landed on the barrier, but it only caused a small ripple. If you want close combat, I know that too. The Elysian Son of Heaven forcefully resisted the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He raised his hand, and the Buddhist glow around him spread out. He wouldn't know until he tried. Only when the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains covered did the Elysian Son of Heaven's clone realize how terrifying it was. His strength was suppressed by more than half. Fortunately, he had the body-tempering sacred secret technique. The two of them exchanged 7 or 8 moves in an instant, and they were evenly matched. The Elysian Son of Heaven is indeed one of the most outstanding disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. He can exert such strength while carrying the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. He's really not bad. And Vice Hall Master Lin Fei, his strength is also impressive. Once he uses the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, no one can withstand it unless they have the combat strength of a peak supremacy. I'm afraid this battle is going to end in a draw. Lin Fei had to admit that the Elysian Son of Heaven was powerful. Even under the suppression of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, he could still unleash such powerful strength. If not for the fact that there are so many people here, I would have directly unleashed the full power of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. I can only use the Sky Splitter Hammer. It's time for me to unleash my true strength. With a thought, Lin Fei took out the Sky Splitter Hammer and held it in his hand. Swish! A purplish gold light flashed, and a thick beam of light blasted down, directly colliding with the Elysian Son of Heaven's Sanskrit chants. The Elysian Son of Heaven immediately felt how terrifying the purple light was. He took a closer look and saw the weapon in Lin Fei's hand. That seems to be the Sky Splitter Hammer. Lin Fei grabbed the Sky Splitter Hammer and swung it down, constantly smashing out rays of purple light that blasted on the Elysian Son of Heaven's Sanskrit chants, producing a loud sound. Bang bang bang. The Buddhas turned into nothingness one by one, and the Sanskrit chants became weaker and weaker. After a loud sound, the Elysian Son of Heaven retreated. The Sanskrit chants on his body disappeared. The terrifying power of the 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains once again affected him. The Elysian Son secretly cursed. The terrifying power of the killer move had affected him, causing his speed and offense to slow down. No matter how the Elysian Son of Heaven resisted, he was still greatly affected. Swish! 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 Several purple shadows blasted over. Lin Fei's figure also appeared. The Sky Splitter hammer passed through everything and landed heavily on the chest of the Elysian Son of Heaven. Cracks appeared on the Elysian Son of Heaven's tough body, and he was sent flying for 30,000 miles before smashing into a mountain peak, turning it into ruins. The moment the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying, Lin Fei caught up. With a raise of his hand, the hammer struck out, and dozens of rays of purple light blasted over. Bang bang bang! The Elysian Son of Heaven attacked in a frenzy. Only the peak supremacies and great supremacies could clearly see the subsequent attacks. Chapter 2905. It's the Sky Splitter Hammer. Vice Hall Master Lin is actually using the Sky Splitter Hammer. His strength has increased greatly. It's really unexpected. That secret technique combined with the Sky Splitter Hammer is so powerful. Even the Elysian Son's clone couldn't fight back. Seeing this scene, the High Lords also widened their eyes. It was really too unexpected. Previously, when Lin Fei fought with the Elysian Son's clone, although Lin Fei won by a small margin in the end, no one thought that Lin Fei had the strength to defeat the Elysian Son. Even if it was a clone, it would still be difficult for him to do so. But now, they had to doubt their own analysis. The gap was a little too big. How could a draw end in such a result? Ha ha ha. Great Venerable Hontion laughed loudly. The Sky Splitter Hammer is too suitable for this kid. Together with this killer move, its power will be even greater. The Elysian Son's clone can't even withstand a single blow. I wonder how this kid cultivates. I'm starting to envy you. What kind of luck do you have to have a direct disciple like Lin Fei? After this battle, you'll really become famous. The middle-aged scholar revealed a trace of envy. I'm just lucky. How about it? Although Great Venerable Hontion didn't speak much, he was very protective of his disciples. He liked his direct disciples the most. When each of them achieved success in their cultivation, he said proudly, "If you have the ability, you can also find one." The middle-aged scholar was speechless. Forget it. I'm not as lucky as you. In the battle for the Shadow Throne, your disciple is already a done deal. Many people will be dumbfounded. Originally, I was going to stand up for Lin Fei, but it seems that there's no need for that now. That kid is already able to make those guys fear him. His position as the Vice Hall Master of the Punishment Hall has also been stabilized. In the future, no one will dare to look down on him. Great Venerable Hontion raised his cup. Come, let's have a drink. The Elysian Son's clone was sent flying and smashed into a mountain peak. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone knew that the Elysian Son's clone had no chance. Lin Fei had an absolute advantage. The terror of the Great Mountain Range had also entered the eyes of the supremacy. The most terrifying thing was that the Sky Splitter Hammer had extraordinary power. Back in the Dark Shadow Palace, it could be said to be a precious treasure. Unfortunately, no one had been able to use it. Now, it had fallen into the hands of Lin Fei. Holy Deputy Hall Master, do you still want to continue? Lin Fei came to the ruins and looked down. The Elysian Son of Heaven shook off the rubble and rushed out. His body was covered in cracks, as if it would shatter at any moment. I've truly underestimated you, Lin Fei said with a smile. There's no such thing as underestimating me. I can only say that you shouldn't have undermined me. Now, can you hand him over? Of course you can also refuse. I don't mind using the Heaven Splitter Hammer to completely shatter your body. The Elysian Son's clone did not have many treasures on it. Everything was on the main body, so its strength was naturally affected. Although the Elysian Son was furious now, he could only suppress it. There was no benefit for him to continue. He was really unwilling to give up. With the help of the secret killing move and the Sky Splitter Hammer, the few attacks just now had consumed a large amount of his life force. You've won today. Next time, I'll definitely make you regret it. Lin Fei did not care much. You're welcome to fight me any time. There was one more thing that Lin Fei did not say in his heart. If there was no one around and he could cut off the connection, he did not mind completely destroying the Elysian Son and plundering his life force. The Elysian Son had handed him over. And under everyone's attention. More than 20 people were all disciples of the Elysian Son, and there were even a few confidants among them. Back then, the Elysian Sun thought that he had Lin Fei in his grasp, so he sent his confidants to handle this matter. Now, it was really a trap. Deputy Hallmaster Lin, you're too awesome. From now on, Supremacy Lin Fei will be the most outstanding generation of the Dark Shadow Palace. The strength of a peak supremacy. A disciple with unlimited potential has appeared under Supremacy Han Tian. The news spread throughout the Dark Shadow Palace. Soon, everyone knew about it. Lin Fei's strength was truly recognized. Lin Fei became the real master of the disciplinary hall. No matter who it was, they would show fear at the mention of the disciplinary hall. After all, there was a Deputy Hall Master Lin who did not give face to anyone there. After the Elysian Sun was defeated, he went into seclusion. This was silently adding salt to the wound. The disciplinary hall's law enforcement team also bared their fangs again. Not long after, the disciplinary hall began to recruit law enforcement disciples. Compared to the previous times, there were countless people who came to participate in the law enforcement disciple selection this time. Those who met the minimum requirements were all here. In Lin Fei's hands, the disciplinary hall's true power was displayed. Lin Fei left these matters to the two deputy hall masters, Lin Bai and Zhao Wu. They were happy and miserable at the same time. The power in their hands was also increasing. At the same time, they were glad that they had chosen to rely on Lin Fei. You're even better at shirking responsibility than I am, Chief Hall Master Shang Yang said with a smile. Lin Fei shook his head. Of course not. Isn't it time to settle down and prepare for the Shadow Throne? Even though he knew that it was an excuse, Chief Hall Master Shang Yang could not find anything to say. I still have to thank you. The disciplinary hall is now the real disciplinary hall. Your contributions cannot go unnoticed. They're still far from it. Only when the next few batches of law enforcement disciples are trained will they be considered the real disciplinary hall. Right now, they have yet to be truly tempered. Chief Hall Master Sheng Yang nodded slightly. With a role model, it will naturally happen soon. However, you have to be careful of the Elysian Sun. His doppelganger's strength is average, but his true body is truly powerful. It is rumored that he has the battle strength of a great supremacy. You have to be careful. Moreover, he has a treasure that can increase his strength to a terrifying extent. It is also because of this treasure that he is qualified to fight against Dugu Yijian. You're talking about the Divine Venerable Heart. Lin Fei had heard of it before. Yes, it's the Divine Venerable Heart. He was lucky enough to obtain it in a dangerous place. After refining it, it can increase its strength and form a terrifying Holy Spirit killing move. If you go up against him, you have to be careful. I don't want the disciplinary hall to become a mess again. In a dangerous place in the Saint Spirit domain. The sky was filled with black monsters, giving off an oppressive and suffocating aura. As a white-robed man appeared, a huge Buddha seal landed, and the monsters instantly turned into dust. Then that man walked forward step by step, unstoppable. Lin Fei? 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Sky-splitting hammer. The white-robed man revealed a smile. I'll let you be cocky for a while longer. No one can take my things. Suddenly, he waved his hand in the distance, and an invisible force swept out. There was a loud rumbling sound. Countless monsters were turned into dust. Brat, you've finally done something good. Lin Fei had become famous after this battle. He was no longer an ordinary supremacy. Instead, he was qualified to be listed as one of the most outstanding youths of the Dark Shadow Palace. Great Venerable Han Tian liked Lin Fei more and more. That's because I have Master's help. That's why I can be so unbridled. Otherwise, if those people joined forces, it would be enough to make me suffer. Lin Fei said modestly. Ha ha ha, you also know how to flatter people. Great Venerable Han Tian laughed even more happily. This is not like you. Lin Fei chuckled. Chapter 2906. Grand Venerable Han Tian grinned like a cunning old fox. Lin Fei knew very well that this master of his wouldn't come looking for him for no reason. It couldn't be just a few words of praise. There must be a purpose. What good news? Lin Fei pretended to be curious. Just now, Lin Fei heard a hint of negotiation in Grand Venerable Han Tian's tone. At the very least, Grand Venerable Han Tian no longer regarded him as a personal disciple. There were a total of 5 Grand Venerables in the Dark Shadow Palace. Generally, Grand Venerables wouldn't speak to you in such a meaningful manner. There's a good thing. You should know that our Dark Shadow Palace has a fragment of a divine artifact called the Time Wheel, which can reverse time. It's the most powerful treasure in the Dark Shadow Palace, capable of speeding up time. At the same time, cultivating inside the Time Wheel can increase one's comprehension ability by more than 50%. Time Wheel? Lin Fei had heard of this treasure. Rumor had it that venerable god obtained it from somewhere. Inside the Dark Shadow Palace, only those who paid a certain amount of contribution points or made great contributions to the Dark Shadow Palace would have the opportunity to cultivate the Time Wheel. For example, Dugu Yijian, Elysian Tianzi, and the others had gone to cultivate the Time Wheel, and their strength had soared by leaps and bounds. All of them had contributed a lot to the Dark Shadow Palace. In truth, Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. Comprehension? With the system's existence, he didn't need to spend too much time comprehending the Time Wheel. You should have an idea about the Time Wheel, right? Advancing from 8th Order Heavenly God Realm to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm might not seem far, but in truth, you need to master a 10th Order Saint Spirit Realm killing technique. It's extremely difficult to comprehend it, and the Time Wheel is your chance. Grand Venerable Hontion said. It's a great help to you. You can find the right path and shorten the time needed to break through. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was an opportunity. Suppressing one's strength was very tiring. If he could borrow the Time Wheel's help to unlock a portion of his strength, Lin Fei felt it was possible. Master, it hasn't been long since I advanced, and I haven't made any contributions. I'm probably not qualified to cultivate inside the Time Wheel. Lin Fei feigned ignorance. He knew the reason. Who said you're not qualified? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker snorted. Now's their chance. In fact, the Record Pavilion wants to buy a copy of Thunder Surge and a copy of Myriad Miles of Rivers and Mountains from you. I guessed right. Lin Fei said in his heart. What will come will come. From the moment he used the Thunderclap Leap, Lin Fei knew that the higher-ups would be interested. A few days ago, when he used the vast rivers and mountains, the higher-ups were even more interested. If it was a move related to Emperor Will, the higher-ups would not be too interested. There were too many of those things. However, powerful killing moves related to body cultivation were a little lacking. Ah, they want it? Lin Fei was surprised. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker corrected him. No, I don't want it. I want to trade the Time Wheel's usage time with you. I just don't know if you're interested. Regardless of whether it was Thunderclap Leap, or 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, it seemed to be cultivating very quickly. That was because Lin Fei had taken a shortcut. However, if it was someone else cultivating them, it wouldn't be so easy. According to Lin Fei's calculations, it would take at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate the Thunderclap Leap to the great accomplishment. For those with poor aptitude, it would take at least 1 or 200,000 years, and the vast rivers and mountains would take even longer. Lin Fei was not worried at all that someone could master it so quickly. Most importantly, whether it was the Thunderclap Leap or the vast rivers and mountains, they both needed the support of the physical body. Without a strong physical body, their power would be average. How long will the higher-ups allow me to use them? Lin Fei asked. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was very happy that the higher-ups were interested in the 2 secret killing moves and wanted to put them in the Record Pavilion. This was a good opportunity for his name to spread in the Dark Shadow Palace. No matter who cultivated in the future, they would remember the name Lin Fei. The higher-ups allow you to cultivate in the Time Wheel for 100,000 years. In other words, you can stay inside for 1,000,000 years. This time ratio was a little big. 100,000 years in the outside world was 1,000,000 years inside. Lin Fei also knew that 100,000 years of use of the Time Wheel was already very generous. If he used contribution points, he didn't know how much it would cost. In addition to 100,000 years of use, the Dark Shadow Palace will also give you 30 million contribution points. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was envious. This disciple was much stronger than him. Not to mention anything else, 100,000 years of use of the Time Wheel was very long. This was also because the 2 secret killing moves were very powerful. Once a supremacy of the body tempering school cultivated them, his strength would improve greatly. The benefits of using 100,000 years of use in exchange were unimaginable. At the same time, Lin Fei had shown such great potential. Who knew if he could master the Sacred Soul Level 10 secret killing move? Once he became a great supremacy, He would definitely be a powerful existence. The higher-ups of the Dark Shadow Palace didn't mind selling him a favor. "Master, do you think it's okay?" Lin Fei suddenly asked Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. "Kid, you're really slippery." Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker laughed and said, "You asked the right person. You're lucky. Our Dark Shadow Palace has very few killing moves for the body tempering school. These 2 moves of yours are very powerful and mysterious. Ordinary killing moves give you thousands of years and 10,000 years, 100,000 years and 30 million contribution points. If they heard this, they would probably die of jealousy." "Then I agree." Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker acted as the middleman. 100,000 years of use of the time wheel and 30 million contribution points. Lin Fei specially went to check the information and found that it was really generous. Lin Fei took out the thunderclap and myriad miles of rivers and mountains cultivation methods and handed them to his master. A few days later, he received 30 million contribution points and 100,000 years of use of the time wheel. The library also had 2 more body tempering killing moves. This news spread quickly. This was a piece of good news for a body cultivator. These 2 body tempering killing moves, no matter which one it was, were very powerful. As long as one mastered any one of them, their strength would improve greatly, and they would be considered a powerful existence in the same realm. Lin Fei had even divided them into grades in detail, and their power levels were clearly defined. The people in the Circle of Supremacies also knew that the higher-ups were offering a handsome reward, which made them extremely jealous. 100,000 years of use of the time wheel. How many contribution points would that cost? As for the 30 million contribution points, everyone chose to ignore it. If they could comprehend the Sacred Soul level 10 killing move in the time wheel, they might be able to get twice the result with half the effort. At that time, they would be even closer to the Great Supremacy realm. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a good thing? Chapter 2907. Thunderclap and myriad miles of rivers and mountains were not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes. He felt that it was quite worth it to be able to exchange them for time to use the time wheel. The Elysian Son of Heaven temporarily bowed his head, and the troublesome matter was considered over. The disciplinary hall had also been refurbished. Batches of hot-blooded disciples joined in, and the law enforcement disciples were no longer as timid as before. "You want demonic beasts with strong vitality." Lin Fei did not stay idle after he was done with these matters. 30 million contribution points was a huge sum. It was useless to keep it on him, so he might as well spend it. To Lin Fei, it was just a small matter. It wasn't much. The stronger the vitality, the better. You can also get some information for me, but the price will be much lower. Lin Fei found the Shadow Palace's department and bought powerful beasts. Since everything was settled, Lin Fei wanted to continue cultivating. He plundered a large amount of vitality to strengthen Aotion. He was currently at the peak of the 8th level, and there was still some time before he could level up. "We will start collecting them immediately." The Shadow Palace was extremely powerful. Not long after, the first batch of demonic beasts was sent over, spending a total of more than 3 million contribution points. This was the first batch, and they would be sent over one after another. 30 million contribution points were spent very quickly. Lin Fei ignored the people outside and immersed himself in plundering the life essence. Compared to the powerful Aotion, he was still lacking a lot, and he was barely at the middle stage of the 8th level. Aotion had also become much stronger. Taking advantage of the remaining time, Lin Fei went to the time wheel. In the remaining time, the time wheel had become the most suitable place for him. There was still some time before the Shadow Throne, so if he did not improve his strength, what else could he do? This is indeed a mysterious place. The time wheel was a special independent space. Lin Fei sat cross-legged inside the time wheel, and the surrounding aura was very comfortable. Time began to flow faster, and he tried to practice all the killing moves that Aotion had brought. It had to be said that in here, his comprehension of martial arts and cultivation techniques had improved imperceptibly. The parts that were originally difficult to understand were now self-taught. That's even better. Now that my strength has increased, I have a reason to talk about it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this place. The time will continue to pass year after year. Outside, the Dark Shadow Palace also entered a short period of peace. Those who were cultivating and those who were training were cultivating. News about Lin Fei also began to sink. Everyone knew that Lin Fei had gone to the time wheel to cultivate. Even so, no one dared to touch the punishment hall. No one could bear the nightmare of Lin Fei knocking on their door. When the captured supremacies came out, their eyes were filled with hatred, but they did not dare to do anything. This 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains was something that all supremacies feared. Lin Fei didn't cultivate in the time wheel for long. The fight for the Shadow Throne had begun. Eldest senior brother Chong Yang had personally sent a message. This was a big deal. When Lin Fei came out of the time wheel, the aura on his body became more and more majestic. The elder guarding outside also felt a chill all over his body. How long has it been? His strength has actually improved again. It's really too monstrous. As soon as he came out, Lin Fei went directly to his eldest senior brother's cave residence. Good heavens, you didn't improve again, did you? The 4 senior brothers of Great Venerable Shaker gathered together. When Lin Fei appeared, High Lord Chongyang's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he said to Lin Fei in surprise, "What kind of talent is this?" "I also went to the time wheel, but I didn't make such rapid progress." "Ha ha ha, great." The other 3 senior brothers looked over, and all of them were astonished. Then, they were greatly astonished. Clearly, they were shocked. From junior brother Lin Fei, they felt a terrifying aura that made them feel suffocated. It was like a mountain, blowing in their faces, and their protective cultivation techniques automatically resisted it. Fortunately, it's not as terrifying as senior brothers said. Lin Fei laughed. This was deliberately done by him, releasing a bit of Proud Heaven's power. Sacred Cloud Dragon's power was average. Lin Fei's 8th layer Proud Heaven's power was mostly restrained, and his performance was not so outstanding. In this selection for the Shadow Throne, junior brother will definitely be selected. High Lord Chongyang breathed a sigh of relief and he smiled. "Originally, I was worried about you. After all, this time, the fight is a bit fierce, and it involves another important matter." Important matter? Lin Fei was confused. Besides the Shadow Throne, what else is there? High Lord Chongyang's face showed a trace of seriousness. "Actually, we also just found out about this matter. I heard that many experts appeared in the Devil Motherland, and rumor has it that they opened up a holy land of the Devil Motherland, and received support. The strength of the Devil Motherland has increased, and the big and small demons have begun to expand. This time, the Shadow Throne selection will select the elites to participate in the joint operation of the 3 forces to suppress the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland was a place where there were many demons, and each of them had extraordinary strength. At the same realm, they could kill the experts on their side in seconds. Therefore, the demons of the Devil Motherland were very difficult to deal with. It was a place that even the 3 hierarchs could not break through. He did not expect to have such a fortuitous encounter. The joint operation of the 3 forces? This is really a big matter. Lin Fei was very shocked. It was definitely a big matter. This is a big battle. Our Shadow Palace, Temporal Temple, and Massacre Court will all send experts to besiege the Devil Motherland. Master hopes that you can be a part of it. High Lord Chongyang said. All right. Lin Fei did not have any impression of the demons of the Devil Motherland. If he could join the battle and kill a large number of demons, he would be able to plunder life energy quickly. Once he reached the Proud Heaven 9th tier tyrant body, he would not have to worry so much. There was indeed a certain gap between an 8th tier and a 9th tier. The Shadow Throne selection would be held half a month later. It would be held inside the Dark Shadow Divine Palace. This time, the Hierarch of Dark Shadow would personally observe the Shadow Throne selection. It was very meaningful, and all 5 Supremes would be present. It was a rare event. Lin Fei came together with his eldest senior brother Chongyang and the others. Vice Hall Master Lin. Vice Hall Master Lin. You are here too. Compared to his senior brothers, Lin Fei was very famous now. To put it bluntly, he was infamous. Junior brother's fame. Hee hee. Wenren Zhengong said proudly. The faces of his senior brothers were also very bright. Our position is over here. The Dark Shadow Divine Palace was very big. In the center there was an arena. It was filled with people, and all of them were Supremes. These people were sitting in groups of 3 to 5. Supremacy Chongyang brought them to a higher position. Compared to the ordinary Supremes, their positions were obviously much higher. Junior brother, the Supremes below are all forces that have pledged their allegiance to our Dark Shadow Palace. Their Supremes are also qualified to participate. This was Wang Ting's first time seeing so many supremes. At a glance, the number of supremacies alone had reached about 200. What we have seen now isn't everything. If we calculate everything, the number of supremacies that our Dark Shadow Palace can mobilize should be about 300, while the Temporal Temple can mobilize about 200. The Massacre Court has slightly more, about 500. High Lord Chongyang said, among them, the Temporal Temple's High Lords are the stronger ones. Don't underestimate them just because there are only 200 of them. More than 100 of them can fight 1 against 3, or even 5 at the same time. Lin Fei blinked. Why does it sound like the Dark Shadow Palace is the weakest? Chapter 2908. The Dark Shadow Palace, the Temporal Temple, and the Massacre Court were the top 3 factions in the Saint Spirit world. This was the first time Lin Fei had heard of such a disparity. The weakest? What a joke. After thinking about it carefully, Lin Fei felt that it did make sense. Although the Dark Shadow Palace could mobilize 300 supremacies, most of them were pseudo-supremacies. Their strength would not improve much in their lifetime. There were only a few dozen supremacies with real potential. That's why you're a popular person in the Dark Shadow Palace now. Supremacy Chongyang said with a smile as he walked. Let me introduce you to some supremacies. Those he could introduce were naturally supremacies who were close to the body tempering style. This is Supremacy Fan Qing. And this is Supremacy Sky Frost. She specializes in Ice-type Emperor Intent. Lin Fei was very popular now. The people that Supremacy Chongyang introduced were all veteran supremacies with high positions in the Dark Shadow Palace. They were all very polite. Lin Fei was now a popular person in the Dark Shadow Palace. His strength was terrifying, and he had become one of the top figures among the younger generation. It was rumored that only Dugu Yijian, Elysian Tianzi, and the other veteran supremacies could suppress him. He could do whatever he wanted in the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. He was very polite. We're here. Supremacy Chongyang brought a few of his junior brothers to a position. They looked down from above, showing the difference in their status. Lin Fei was also observing the surroundings. It was a grand event for 200 supremacies to come at once. They're not very strong. No wonder senior brother said that. There are only about 50 of them with potential. After looking around, Lin Fei shook his head inwardly in disappointment. Dugu Yijian is here. The white-robed Dugu Yijian was just like his name. His body emitted a lonely aura. A terrifying and sharp sword intent formed a sword domain around him, making it seem like no one dared to approach him. This was the first time that Lin Fei saw Dugu Yijian after tens of thousands of years. What a monstrous genius in the sword Dao. His sword intent is actually this sharp. Even though he was far away, Lin Fei could feel the sharp aura. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this aura. Sure enough, as Dugu Yijian walked over step by step, the surrounding people began to retreat. Fear appeared on their faces, and at the same time, they began to circulate their energy to resist. Solitary sword is getting more and more terrifying. Supremacy Chongyang said in a low voice. He is the #1 sword Dao expert in our Dark Shadow Palace. He was the first to break through to the Great Sovereign Lord realm. Dugu Yijian ignored everyone's gaze and went straight to a place not far from Lin Fei. You're not bad. Dugu Yijian turned around and lightly said, I thought you would stay immersed in it. This scene shocked everyone once again. Dugu Yijian was an arrogant person, and he actually took the initiative to speak. Didn't that mean that Lin Fei's strength had been recognized? The surrounding supremacies were envious and fearful. You're not bad either. Just your sword intent can make people circulate their energy to resist it. It's really getting more and more overbearing. Lin Fei replied with a smile. Can't you restrain your sword intent? The surrounding supremacies were dumbfounded. What kind of words are these? Restrain? His words are still so unconventional. Dugu Yijian was still very calm. Man and sword as one. The man is me, I am the sword and the sword is the man. They can't resist it because they are weak. So, they are not qualified to stand next to me. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that Dugu Yijian was quite interesting. He couldn't help but laugh. Well said. Dugu Yijian closed his eyes and went to rest. Junior brother, you're really brave. His sword intent is not easy to deal with. Wenren Zhengong said with fear. Dugu Yijian's sword intent could threaten these supremacies of the body tempering school. Only Lin Fei, who cultivated proud heaven, didn't feel so threatened by the opponent's sword intent. The sharp and frightening sword intent was a threat to anyone. It was normal for Wenren Zhangong and the other body tempering school powerhouses to react. Junior brother Lin Fei, your opponent is here. Eldest senior brother Chong Yang said with a voice transmission. Opponent. Lin Fei looked in the direction. A few middle-aged supremacies appeared with a strong aura. If the aura of an ordinary supremacy was a small river, then the aura of these supremacies was like a surging river. It was very terrifying. The Dark Shadow Palace's supremacies were not the only ones in the Dark Shadow Throne selection. There were also supremacies from outside. The competition was very fierce. Among them, some of the veteran supremacies who had never been to the Dark Shadow Throne were the most terrifying. Once they wanted to enter, even ordinary supremacies couldn't compete with them. Do you see that supremacy in green? He's the strongest peak supremacy in our Dark Shadow Palace. His name is Yi Fei. He tried to break through to the Grand Supremacy Realm 3 times. He failed each time, but his strength is stronger than any other peak supremacy realm supremacy. It is said that he has the strength to fight an ordinary Grand Supremacy Realm supremacy. Junior brother, you need to be careful. Moreover, this person is very close to the Elysian Heavenly Prince. They've fought together before. Lin Fei swept a quick glance over. It was just as his big senior brother had said. The other party's strength was really strong, and extremely deep. To be able to cultivate it all out after failing to break through 3 times, that was indeed something extraordinary. There's also that thin middle-aged man in grey robes. He's also a veteran supremacy called Huang Lang. It is said that he was a royal family disciple in the past, cultivating the royal family's secret art. He's very strong. This time, he's also here for the Dark Shadow Throne. I heard that he wants to obtain the treasures inside so he can break through to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. Lastly, there's another person. That short guy is an island lord who has submitted to our Dark Shadow Palace. His name is Su Heng, and his strength is not bad. Among the veteran supremacies, they are the 3 most qualified to enter. In truth, Lin Fei didn't really care about them. They wanted the Dark Shadow Throne's treasures, whereas he was only interested in the fierce beasts inside. If their vitality was strong enough, perhaps when they came out, they could push their physique to perfection late 10th Order world-defying realm. I hope you don't provoke me. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fei's eyes, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye. His expression returned to normal. They're indeed quite strong. Eldest senior apprentice brother Chong Yang introduced several more competitors to Huang Xiaolong. All of them were famous people who wanted to break through to 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. The Elysian Heavenly Prince is here. A short while later, the Elysian Heavenly Prince's main body arrived. Compared to his avatar, the Buddha luminescence around him was a grade higher. Wherever he passed, the supremacies would smile fawningly at him. Really knows how to act tough, ah. Lin Fei couldn't resist commenting as he looked at the giant Buddha behind the Elysian Heavenly Prince. What a great performance, ah. The moment the Elysian Heavenly Prince appeared, Lin Fei activated the shielding function, isolating himself from the outside world. I also think he's acting tough. Dugu Yijian chimed in. Lin Fei laughed happily. I thought I was the only one watching him act tough. Chapter 2909. Elysian Sun looked over. It was extremely powerful. Dugu Yijian's sword domain spread out and formed a terrifying vacuum zone. His sword intent sliced through all attacks, and the power of the attack was immediately crushed into nothingness. Lin Fei's situation was even simpler. He stood still, and the power that could devour one's gaze did not work. The test was very short. Elysian Sun retracted his attack immediately after failing, and not many people noticed the change. Lin Fei smiled at Elysian Sun and beckoned him with his finger. Come again. Elysian Sun smiled as well, but it was a warning smile. The 2 of them clashed, and it seemed like they were evenly matched. The great supremacies are here. When almost all the great supremacies arrived, the 5 great supremacies appeared at almost the same time, and they sat a few levels higher than them. It was very rare for the 5 great supremacies to appear at the same time, and it was their first time seeing great supremacies who had been promoted for tens of thousands of years. Lin Fei was the same. The 5 grand monarchs sat in a straight line. From the left were Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, Grand Monarch Glory Light, who was dressed like a scholar, Grand Monarch Black Jew, who was clad in a scarlet cloak, Grand Monarch Shurjian, who was a powerful outsider with stone-like skin, and Grand Monarch Sea and Mountain Monarch. Apart from the ultimate gods, the 5 strongest great supremacies in the Dark Shadow Palace were all great supremacies who had cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. For example, Great Supremacy Sea and Mountain Supremacy had cultivated for more than 10 million years, and his strength was unfathomable. What a powerful aura! They should at least be at the 2nd stage of the Great Supremacy realm. Lin Fei silently sensed the fluctuations of their auras. The 5 Great Supremacy's strength did not differ much, and they seemed to be in the same realm. Just like the Supremacy realm, the Great Supremacy realm was also divided into 3 stages. The first stage was the entry stage, the second stage required time, and the third stage required some luck. Even the first stage of the Great Supremacy realm was extremely powerful. Lin Fei observed carefully. His master should be in the top 3 among the 5, and the other 2 Great Supremacy's strength should not be underestimated. The 5 Great Supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace are already so powerful. The other 2 top forces and those scattered forces still have experts. Lin Fei was even more eager to become a Great Supremacy. The moment the 5 Great Supremacies sat down, the people below became quiet. The Supreme Divinity has arrived. Not long after the 5 Great Sovereigns sat down, the 5 Great Sovereigns suddenly stood up. A thick aura descended from the sky and landed on the highest position. As soon as this aura appeared, the powerful aura caused everyone to feel despair and suffocation. Even though it only lasted for an instant, everyone felt terrified. The 5 Great Supremacies became extremely respectful at this moment. Looking at the lofty hierarch Dark Shadow, he was filled with envy and excitement. When would they have the opportunity to break through to this realm? Hierarch Dark Shadow stood at the highest position, surrounded by a white mist that was faintly discernible. Weaker supremacies couldn't see through the white mist at all. This was Lin Fei's second time seeing Hierarch Dark Shadow. Just like the last time, Hierarch Dark Shadow exuded a powerful aura. In his eyes, Hierarch Dark Shadow's life force was too dense, like a towering mountain. Even in a battle, unless it was an extremely powerful move, ordinary moves wouldn't be able to injure him. Just his dense life force alone was enough to make people feel despair. When one's life force became strong, it would also become extremely difficult to deal with. Compared to Hierarch Dark Shadow, Great Supremacy's life force is much weaker. If I were to use numbers to describe a Great Supremacy's life force, it would be 3. If a Supremacy's life force was 1, then Hierarch Dark Shadow's life force would be 10, or even higher. Lin Fei made a judgment. I'm currently at the Proud Heaven Realm 8th layer, so my life force is also exceptionally strong. However, it's at most similar to a Great Supremacy's. Compared to Hierarch Dark Shadow, it's still too far off. Unless I can break through to the Proud Heaven Realm 9th layer, then my life force will probably surpass a Great Supremacy's and reach 5. For the first time, Lin Fei felt insignificant. Hierarch Dark Shadow was ridiculously strong. Since everyone is here, then let's begin. Hierarch Dark Shadow's voice was full of majesty, making it impossible for anyone to refuse. Today is the day of the Dark Shadow Throne selection. On behalf of the Dark Shadow Palace, I welcome everyone. A middle-aged supremacy stepped onto the stage with a smile on his face. There are many young supremacies participating in this year's Dark Shadow Throne selection. I believe it will be more exciting than any other time. Now, let the first round of elimination begin. The selection for the Dark Shadow Throne was very fair. Especially in front of Hierarch Dark Shadow, no one dared to play any tricks. First round candidates step onto the stage. This time, there were many supremacies participating in the Dark Shadow Throne selection. There were more than 80 people, and many of them were here to try their luck. If they could enter, they would be lucky. If they couldn't, they could still come and gain experience. There were many people who had the same thought. This is a treasure of the Dark Shadow Palace, and it's called the 10 Death 10 Destruction Illusionary Spirit Array. The middle-aged supremacy took out an array diagram. Next, you will face the test of the Illusionary Spirit Array. There are a total of 86 people here, and 43 people will be eliminated in the first round. Whoever can last until the end will be the victor and will be able to enter the second round. The middle-aged supremacy activated the Illusionary Spirit Array. Array flags were inserted into the void one after another. Then, there was a slight fluctuation in space. The people outside didn't seem to be any different. However, the person standing in the middle immediately felt that his surroundings had changed. He had inexplicably arrived at a battlefield with thousands of soldiers and countless experts swarming over. When the array flags entered the void, Lin Fei immediately closed his eyes. Block everything. The little devil immediately blocked everything. Lin Fei seemed to have closed his eyes, but in fact, he was completely isolated from the outside world. The power of the illusionary spirit array didn't affect his mind at all. It looks very powerful. 43 people will be eliminated in one go. Lin Fei didn't feel embarrassed at all. He had cheated. There was no need to waste too much energy here. Even if he closed his eyes, the system would be able to see everything clearly. After the illusionary spirit array was activated, the 86 supremacies present all had solemn expressions on their faces. Only a few of them didn't seem to have any changes, as if they were just experiencing something trivial. I wonder how long the people this time will be able to last. The illusionary spirit array is used to temper the mind. It's not that easy to resist. Look, someone is starting to lose it. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn. Chapter 29:10. The illusionary spirit array was just an appetizer. After the first High Lord left, the second High Lord, the third High Lord, and the 8th High Lord, the 9th High Lord, and the 10th High Lord followed. Solitary sword is so powerful. There's no change at all. Elysian Sun is not bad either. I think Lin Fei is not bad either. Isn't it said that body tempering experts have poor control of the mind? That seems to be the case. Inside the illusionary spirit array, the longer one persisted, the greater the pressure. 1 incense sticks time, 2 incense sticks time, 3 incense sticks time. Time ticked by. The High Lords were eliminated one after another. Hold on a little longer. We're about to succeed. It's the 50th. The High Lords in the illusionary spirit array kept cheering, determined to persist until the end. Soon, the 43rd High Lord left the illusionary spirit array, his face full of smiles. Ha ha ha, I'm the 43rd. Great. He could enter the second round. The 5 great lords also looked at the High Lord in the illusionary spirit array. Han Tian, your personal disciple is not bad. He can persist until now. Grand Supremacy Sea and Mountain Supremacy said with a smile. Did he cultivate some secret technique in advance? Grand Supremacy Han Tian looked quite proud. Of course. My disciple is not simple. I really don't know what secret technique he cultivates. Body-tempering High Lords are famous for not being able to persist for long. I guess he will leave soon. The scarlet-cloaked Grand Supremacy Black Absolute said. Not necessarily. Grand Supremacy Han Tian shook his head. My disciple can't be judged by ordinary standards. Grand Supremacy Black Absolute's interest was piqued. Why? Are you very confident in Lin Fei? Why don't we make a small bet? Grand Supremacy Han Tian was not angry at all. Instead he laughed. Brother Black, you're eyeing my treasure again. You never do things that don't benefit you. Great Supremacy Black Absolute narrowed his eyes and said, Of course, I don't want anything else. I heard that you obtained a powerful treasure called the Protective Ring, and my disciple happens to be in need of such a treasure. If I lose, I'll give you a body-tempering movement technique. Deal. In the Dark Shadow Palace, the 5 great supremacies had a good relationship. They rarely interfered in the competition, so it didn't affect their friendship. It was rare for Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker to be so happy. I wonder if you're interested. I'll be the banker today, and I'll bet that my direct disciple Lin Fei will win first place. The other 3 great reverends laughed. Brother Han Tian, you're the one who said it. I think Solitary Sword can last the longest. I'll bet my Heart of the Sea. I don't have any treasures, but I recently made a scroll. Petrify spell. I'll use it as a wager. Great Sovereign Shi Jian also took out a scroll. Han Tian said with. Han Supremacy Han Tian said. I, White Lord. I, Lord, White Spirit. White, Supremacy said. White Lord, Lord, White High, God, Heaven, Heaven said, White, Lord, White Lord, Lord, Han Tian, you're good. You're the banker. How about I also bet? Revered Divinity Shadow spoke with a smile on his face. Grand Supremacy Hontion exclaimed in surprise. Palace Master, you're here too. Of course. Let's bet your 800,000-year-old wine. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of million-year-old wine. Hierarch Dark Shadow said with a smile. All right. To Hierarch Dark Shadow, a bottle of million-year-old wine was nothing. He was just curious as to why Lin Fei's new supremacy could last until the end. The illusion array continued to display its might. The power was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei shielded himself from all influences and could vaguely feel the might of the illusionary spirit array. An hour later, there were less than 15 supremacies left standing. To be able to last until now, these 15 supremacies all had considerable potential. That guy is completely fine. Elysian Sun glanced at him and activated his cultivation technique with all his might. I don't believe that he can last longer than me. Among the 15 supremacies, Lin Fei was the only supremacy who practiced body tempering. He was notorious for not being good at body tempering. But now, it seemed that it was not the case. Another incense stick's time passed. The 15 supremacies became 8 supremacies. Among them, there were 4 veteran supremacies and 4 young supremacies. I can't hold on any longer. Supremacy Wang's expression suddenly changed, and he was teleported out. I can't even compare to Lin Fei. Supremacy Wang was truly unwilling, especially since Lin Fei had lasted longer than him. This was completely different from what they usually said. There were 7 supremacies present. Although this was only the first round of elimination, and they had all entered the second round, they had to fight for first place no matter what. They could not fall behind the new supremacies. The power of the illusionary spirit array continued to increase. Among the remaining 7 supremacies, 3 were quickly eliminated. One of them was Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. They all looked as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of secret technique did that Lin Fei cultivate? He's too persistent. Another one has been eliminated. Now there are 3. Too amazing. Lin Fei had gained a fierce reputation in the Dark Shadow Palace because of the Punishment Hall incident, but there were still many supremacies who did not know about it. But now that they saw it, they all understood. This Lin Fei was indeed very powerful. Ever since the illusionary spirit array was created, there had not been a single supremacy who could last so long in it. Hontion, did you do something to it? You body tempering cultivators are the worst at this. How can that Lin Fei kid last so long? What the hell? The few supremacies also looked as if they had seen a ghost. It was too unbelievable. Supremacy Hontion's face was full of pride. I told you that my disciple would definitely last until the end. I'll just take your things. Humph, that might not be the case. I don't see the Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian around. It's still unknown who will last until the end. The fact that the 3 members of the younger generation could last until the end was beyond the expectations of the supremacies present. This was completely wrong. Many of the people present had experienced the power of the illusionary spirit array. Once inside, every second was a kind of torture. To be able to last for more than an hour, one's potential was very terrifying. What surprised them the most was that there were 3 supremacies, Lin Fei. Since when could a supremacy of the body tempering school endure so easily? Every time a supremacy of the body tempering school went up, he would be the first to be eliminated. He can still persist. The Elysian Sun had been paying attention. However, the other party did not seem to be unable to hold on. Why doesn't he fall? This time, the Elysian Sun's main body had returned not only to go to the Shadow Throne, but also to suppress Lin Fei's arrogance. But now, it seemed that there was a problem. Come on, let's hurt each other. Chapter 29:11. The Elysian Sun was circulating his energy to resist. The moment the inexplicable voice appeared, he was infuriated. He could tell who the voice belonged to. He can still speak. He was shocked. The Elysian Sun was well aware of the prowess of the illusionary spirit array, especially now that it was extremely difficult to resist. He did not dare to let his guard down and focused all his attention. Suddenly, the power of the illusionary spirit array rushed in. After suppressing it with great difficulty, he was almost teleported out. You're shameless. The Elysian Sun took a deep breath and transmitted his voice back. Who's shameless? You should be the shameless one. Why aren't you speaking? Are you so guilty that you can't say anything? Originally, we didn't interfere in each other's affairs. I have no interest in the Vice Hall Master of the Disciplinary Hall, but you insisted on tormenting me. Now, you're even allowing me to torment you. If you're not speaking, I'll continue. The Elysian Sun's original intention was to warn Lin Fei. But the situation changed. The other party continued to transmit his voice. Lin Fei's words became more and more unpleasant, and the Elysian Sun gradually became angry. He almost roared, and his body began to sway. The power of the illusionary spirit array had invaded his body. Too shameless, he caused me to be invaded by the illusionary spirit array. The Elysian Sun gritted his teeth. He could only try his best to resist the influence of the illusionary spirit array. Why aren't you speaking? Aren't you very powerful? Why are you acting like a tortoise now? This is too boring. The more Lin Fei spoke, the more enthusiastic he became. This lasted for the time it took for an incense stick to burn. The Elysian Sun's face was pale. He glared at Lin Fan, and with a whoosh, the power of the illusionary spirit array erupted, and the Elysian Sun was teleported out. Bastard, how dare you trick me? The moment the Elysian Sun came out, the influence of the illusionary spirit array on him disappeared. His gaze turned cold as he stared at Lin Fei. He had never thought that he would be tricked in the first elimination round. Indignant, the Elysian Sun was indignant. When the Elysian Sun's words came out, everyone was surprised. Under normal circumstances, the Elysian Sun had a powerful Buddhist cultivation technique, so he should have been able to last until the end. But the result was just like that. In everyone's opinion. Apart from Dugui Jian and the Elysian Son of Heaven, there was no third person who could last until the end. This is too unexpected. What kind of technique did that High Lord Lin Fei cultivate? It's so powerful. Unbelievable. Dugui Jian was completely focused. The Elysian Son of Heaven actually went out. The power of the illusionary spirit array was nothing to Dugui Jian, who walked the path of the sword. With the departure of the Elysian Sun, only Lin Fei and himself were left. Interesting. How interesting. Dugui Jian was very interested in the current Lin Fei. Ever since the test of the illusionary spirit array began today, Lin Fei had broken all kinds of records. Throughout history, there were only a few supremacies of the body tempering school who had reached this step. Dugui Jian had never considered the Elysian Son of Heaven as an opponent, but now his opponent had arrived. 2 hours. 3.5 hours. The power of the illusionary spirit array had almost reached its limit. Dugui Jian also began to sway. Even with his sword Dao, he could not hold on any longer. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was not far away, and his face was slightly pale. His body was as still as a mountain, and it seemed like he could still hold on. I didn't expect to lose by a small margin. Dugui Jian stopped resisting and teleported out. After Dugui Jian left, Lin Fei persisted for another 30 minutes before leaving the illusionary spirit array. How dare you trick me? As soon as he came out, the Elysian Son of Heaven approached him aggressively. Did I? Lin Fei laughed. Now that everyone is watching, you can continue shouting. The Elysian Sun stared at Lin Fei. You're good, but when you meet me later, you'll definitely regret it. I'm looking forward to it. The Elysian Sun suppressed his anger and smiled generously. You're really not bad. You've created a record for the body tempering school. Next time, no one will be able to break this record. In the eyes of everyone, the Elysian Son of Heaven was here to congratulate him. After all, Lin Fei had created a new record for the body tempering school's supremacy. That's true. It'll be difficult for me to break this record for many years. Lin Fei echoed. The Elysian Son of Heaven was infuriated, so he turned around and left, returning to his original position. Grand Supremacy Hantian's face was full of smiles. Ha ha ha, I'll accept the items without hesitation. It's really not easy to win against you guys. Grand Supremacy Heiju and the others were also dumbfounded. The body tempering school's Lin Fei had won. This was really abnormal. Since when did the body tempering school's supremacy become so powerful? Grand Supremacy Hantian was even more pleased with himself. His disciple had really made him proud. But the second round of the elimination round soon began. The first round was a mental test, but the second round was not a battle, but a test personally by divine shadow supremacy. 43 supremacies stood together. The middle-aged supremacy once again stood up and said, "I'm sure everyone knows that the second round is a test from the Palace Master of Dark Shadow Palace. Everyone, please prepare yourselves." Divine Shadow Supremacy also stood up, his body exuding a disdainful aura. "You guys are not bad." As his voice fell, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, surging over like a flood. The bodies of the first few supremacies trembled, and they were instantly teleported out, losing their qualifications. In the second round, only 10 of the 43 supremacies were left. Divine Shadow Supremacy's aura also increased accordingly. As soon as his aura descended, it made everyone feel great pressure. The supremacies released Emperor Will to protect their bodies, withstanding the fierce impact, and all of them began to wobble. Dugu Ijian's sword domain is so powerful. It sliced through the impact, forming a vacuum around it. And there's also the Elysian Son of Heaven. The power of his Sanskrit chant is also extraordinary. Lin Fei of the Body Tempering School has a strong physical body, but he actually chose to face it head-on. Wrong, that's a Body Tempering School's technique. It's really different. Under Divine Shadow Supremacy's aura, everyone tried their best to perform. Everyone used their body tempering technique to the extreme, and everyone could hear the sound of the surging waves, as if it was happening right next to their ears. Even if they were not within the range, everyone could feel the terrifying strength of the Palace Master. As the power increased, the supremacies present felt chills all over their bodies, and a terrifying sense of suffocation assaulted them. The supremacies were also teleported out one by one, and the terrifying pressure also disappeared, not leaving behind any nightmares. They could not help but admire the Palace Master's strength. This was also the first time that Lin Fei experienced Divine Shadow Supremacy's power. What a powerful aura! There is no trace of Emperor Will, and the power is perfect without any deviation. Chapter 29:12. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow's aura field was very powerful. Even the most ordinary suppression made everyone feel like a lone boat in the vast ocean. They kept swaying and activated their Emperor Intent protection. After the first wave of suppression, the second wave of suppression came, and its power began to increase. After each wave, there would be supremacies who could not withstand it and left the range of the aura field. There were a total of 9 waves of suppression. The last time Divine Venerable Dark Shadow released a total of 8 waves of aura field, and no one could last until the 9th wave. Compared to the last time, the supremacies this time were much more powerful. After 5 consecutive suppression, there were only 20 supremacies left. All of them were powerful, and their eyes were full of fighting spirit. As long as they persevered, they would be qualified to enter the Dark Shadow Throne. The 6th wave of suppression came. It was more powerful this time. Compared to the 5th wave of suppression, the aura field contained Tao Intent. In a dozen breaths' time, 3 supremacies were eliminated. In the 7th wave, 4 were eliminated, and there were only 13 supremacies left. In the 8th wave, another 2 were eliminated, and there were only 11 left. Exciting! I didn't expect 11 supremacies to last until the 8th wave. It's going to be the 9th wave soon. Our Dark Shadow Palace has become stronger again. The watching supremacies were delighted. Everyone hoped that the Dark Shadow Palace would become stronger, so that they could walk in the Saint Spirit domain with pride. Divine Venerable Dark Shadow was also quite satisfied. Compared to the last time, the Dark Shadow Palace's strength had increased a lot. 11 supremacies had lasted until the 8th wave. They were the future of the Dark Shadow Palace. Especially the younger generation, they had performed very well. The 9th wave is coming. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The power of the 9th wave was completely different from the 8th wave. It contained Tao Intent. The 11 supremacies felt a powerful torrent of power surging toward them. Bang, bang, bang. The Emperor Intent protection shattered on the spot. Immediately, some supremacies could not withstand it and were teleported out. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, 3 supremacies were eliminated. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. One of the middle-aged supremacies hung his head dejectedly, full of reluctance. Just a little bit more, and the three of them were teleported out almost at the same time. He was the first to be teleported. He had lost the right to enter the Shadow Throne. The remaining 8 supremacies also used all their abilities to resist this torrent of energy. The next second, another teleportation. The crushing aura of the 9th wave was even more powerful and could deal a fatal blow. Being able to last a second longer was already a pretty good result. Under the pressure of this energy field, the one who performed the best was Dugu Ijian. He unfolded his sword domain and the sword will within it rampaged. However, after blocking the first round of attacks of the 9th wave, Dugu Ijian actually gave up on defending and was teleported away. This was beyond everyone's imagination. It's just a selection. There's no need to determine the victor. As soon as Dugu Ijian came out, he said to his friends with a calm expression on his face, "Voila." Lin Fei also gave up. He appeared outside with a smile on his face. He had already experienced Divine Venerable Shadow's aura. Actually, that was enough. He did not want to expose too much. The most important thing was to get the benefits in the Shadow Throne. Elysian's son, who had been planning to suppress Lin Fei, saw that Dugu Ijian and Lin Fei had given up. His fighting spirit that had just emerged seemed to have been poured with a basin of cold water, and he was completely dumbfounded. "These two guys, do you have to do this? This is a chance to show off in front of the Shadow Palace Master. Are you going to let me show off?" Elysian's son looked helpless. This was really a trap. "Junior brother, why did you come out? Elysian's son is very angry with you." Master Chong Yong laughed loudly. "Anyway, we've already got a place. There's no need to persist until the end." Wanren Zhangong also laughed and said, "But Elysian's son has no place to show off." At this time, Dugu Ijian also looked over and smiled at Lin Fei. It was a fleeting smile, and if one was not particularly serious, it was almost invisible. The 5 great supremacies were also speechless. "Han Tian, your disciple really has a personality. I thought that only Dugu Ijian had a personality. Your disciple is the same." Great Supremacy Heiju said with a smile. "Your disciple not only has a personality, but he is also quite cunning. I originally wanted to see how long he could persist, but it seems that I got excited for nothing." Great Supremacy Glory shook his head and said with a speechless expression. Great Supremacy Han Tian secretly praised Lin Fei. He was very satisfied with Lin Fei's performance. Sometimes, it was necessary to hide one's true strength. "I was going to say it, but I didn't expect you to be more thoughtful than I was." The competition in the Shadow Throne was not a trivial matter. Although there would not be any danger, if one's trump card was seen by others, it would easily arouse the other party's vigilance, and it would not be very effective. "How can I control my disciple?" Grand Supremacy Han Tian said with a helpless smile. "Therefore, he has been cultivating alone for the past 100,000 years." The other 4 great supremacies did not know whether to laugh or cry. Great Supremacy Han Tian was showing off his disciple again. Ever since Lin Fei became a supremacy and suppressed the Elysian Sun, they had heard many praises for Lin Fei, which made them very speechless. However, they could not find a disciple who could compare to Lin Fei. What made them even more speechless was that when Great Supremacy Han Tian accepted a personal disciple, he had just happened to pass by and picked up a good disciple out of thin air. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. After Lin Fei and Dugu Ijian took the initiative to give up, everyone wanted to watch an exciting competition, but they immediately gave up on that idea. The following battles were obviously not interesting. The remaining supremacies decisively gave up resisting. In the blink of an eye, only the Elysian Sun was left, with a huge Buddha behind him. It looked very awkward no matter how they looked at it. In the end, the first place was taken by the Elysian Sun. However, the Elysian Sun's expression did not look good. It was completely because the other party had given up on him. Hierarch Dark Shadow retracted his aura, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Throne will be open to the public in a month. This was tantamount to setting the tone. 1 month later, everyone could enter the Shadow Throne. The rest of the matter was simple. After saying a few words, Hierarch Dark Shadow left, followed by the 5 great supremacies. All the supremacies present came up to congratulate them. The Shadow Throne was an opportunity. If they could obtain that treasure, their chances of becoming a great supremacy in the future would be much higher. If these 10 people entered, no matter what they obtained, it would be a great harvest. Chapter 29:13. The selection for the Shadow Throne was not very intense. After all, it was just a qualification contest. The real competition depended on what good items one could bring out after entering the Shadow Throne. It was normal for some supremacies to return empty-handed after entering. There were also some supremacies who returned with great rewards. The next trip to the Shadow Throne was the most important. Lin Fei did not stay idle after obtaining the qualification to enter the Shadow Throne. He constantly flipped through the information on the Shadow Throne that his master had given him and compared it with the large amount of information in the system to fill in the gaps. He had a deeper understanding of the Shadow Throne. During this period, the Dark Shadow Palace kept spreading news that the 10 supremacies had joined forces with each other. For example, the Elysian Sun hooked up with the veteran supremacy Yi Fei and formed a small team. The other supremacies also began to choose to join forces with others. The Shadow Throne was a very unfamiliar and dangerous place. Every time the Shadow Throne opened, most people would choose to join forces. If they did not join forces, they would not be able to make it through. Lin Fei did not care much when he heard this news. His goal for this trip was to kill the shadow beasts in the Shadow Throne and plunder their life energy. He really did not care much about the treasures. The only treasure that could move Lin Fei now was the Divine Essence Sand. 150 caddies of it was something that would give him a headache. Until now, Lin Fei still had no clue. As for the Qianhe Kingdom, there was only a handful of Divine Essence Sand left after the last time, so he was not interested. He could only take it one step at a time. Junior brother, are you planning to join forces with others? Are you going to enter the Shadow Throne alone? Half a month later, eldest senior brother Chongyang came over and asked anxiously. Among the upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace, the most discussed topic was the Dark Shadow Throne. Eldest senior brother, even if I want to join forces with others, they will not agree. Lin Fei said with a bitter smile. If they really wanted to join forces, they would have come a long time ago. They would not be as quiet as they are now. I have been pushed out by them. Eldest brother Chongyang was a meticulous person. He immediately understood what his junior brother said. It must be the Elysian Son of Heaven's doing. If it wasn't for him, with junior brother's strength, those supremacies would definitely come looking for you. Eldest brother Chongyang was also angry. Eldest senior brother, the Shadow Throne isn't a mountain of knives or a sea of fire. If they can challenge it, why can't I? Besides, I'm a supremacy of the body tempering school, and I have a protective technique. No matter what, I'm not that weak. Lin Fei said. Eldest senior brother, won't you come over and just talk to me about this? Eldest senior brother Chongyang gave a hollow laugh. Actually, it's nothing much. I just wanted to discuss something with junior brother. Now it seems that it's a little troublesome. After all, junior brother is now alone without any teammates. It's too difficult to do it. Forget it. This was the first time his eldest senior brother had come to discuss something with him. Lin Fei asked curiously. Wait a minute. Eldest senior brother. Since you're here, why don't you tell me? What if I have a solution? Eldest senior brother Chongyang had indeed come to look for Lin Fei. After hearing his junior brother's words, it made sense. After all, his junior brother couldn't be treated as an ordinary supremacy. Actually, it's like this. Eldest senior brother Chongyang organized his words. Junior brother should have some understanding of the Shadow Throne. It's a special place with rich resources, but it's also very dangerous. Even supremacies have to be careful when they enter. They don't have the strength to do as they please. However, the resources in the Shadow Throne are very popular among the supremacies. Every time the Shadow Throne opens, many supremacies will ask to buy some of the things in the Shadow Throne. As you know, supremacies of the body tempering school don't have as much money as supremacies with emperor intent. Eldest senior brother Chongyang understood what he meant. Eldest senior brother, you mean that junior brother should help you get some resources from the Shadow Throne? Eldest senior brother Chongyang nodded. That was my original intention, but I don't think it's possible now. Lin Fei had an idea. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me what kind of things are in the Shadow Throne that are more popular outside? I might really be able to bring them out. There's no harm in telling you. Eldest senior brother Chongyang had been to the Shadow Throne in the past, and the dangers inside were still fresh in his memory. If he didn't collaborate with others, it would be very difficult to collect those resources. There are many resources in the Shadow Throne, and the most valuable are the ores, eldest senior brother Chongyang explained. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he was very detailed and didn't leave out any resources. Lin Fei listened very carefully, and an idea popped up in his mind. Perhaps I can become a merchant. With the Supremacy's emphasis on this, I reckon that selling it to the Shadow Palace would bring me a huge sum of money. I might even be able to easily exchange it for the Divine Origin Energy Sand outside. Initially, he was still worried about the Divine Origin Energy Sand, but after hearing eldest senior brother Chongyang's words, Lin Fei immediately had an idea. It seemed like he could go in and make a fortune. Eldest senior brother Chongyang left. Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He personally went to the Shadow Palace to find out more about the items produced by the Shadow Throne. You don't say, the prices are really not cheap. The items in the Shadow Throne are unique in the Saint Spirit domain, so it's normal for the prices to be high. If eldest senior brother has this idea, I reckon that the Elysian Sons and the others have the same idea. Lin Fei returned to his cave abode and started to register. It wasn't difficult for him to obtain a price list from the Shadow Palace. No one would dare to offend a rising supremacy like him. The ores are the most popular. Apart from that, there are also the Shadow Treasures and the Shadow Beast's leather armor. Each of them is good stuff, and they can be forged into supremacy-level battle armor. Lin Fei finally had something to do. I have the system by my side, so no one can compete with me for the items in the Shadow Throne. Aren't you guys planning to cheat me? Let's see who's cheating who. This time, I'm going to do a big sweep. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The day to enter the Shadow Throne had arrived. Lin Fei arrived rather early. Supremacy Lin Fei, this is your teleportation stone. Once he entered, a middle-aged supremacy came up to him. After greeting him, he took out a piece of jade. This is the teleportation stone that the Palace Lord personally refined. When you encounter danger, you can use it to teleport out. Lin Fei valued the Shadow Throne even more. The teleportation stone that the Shadow Palace Lord personally refined was definitely extraordinary. Even a supremacy's life could be threatened by it. Chapter 29:14. The higher-ups are quite thoughtful. They even prepared teleportation stones. Lin Fei put away the teleportation stone. He was looking forward to the Shadow Throne trip. Although there were some materials left in the library, there were no images. In Lin Fei's view, this was to maintain the mystery of the Shadow Throne. Not long later, another 3 supremacies arrived, and they were all veteran supremacies. Supremacy Yi Fei, Supremacy Su Hang, and Supremacy Huang Lang entered at almost the same time. When they saw Lin Fei, Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang only glanced at him before walking to the other side to get their teleportation stones. Supremacy Su Hang nodded slightly at Lin Fei, showing his friendliness. Since Lin Fei had already nodded, he wouldn't reject him, so he greeted him with a smile. I'm disliked by the veteran supremacies. Lin Fei could sense enmity from them. My physique cultivator strength is still a threat to them. Elysian Sun is also a good move to rope everyone in so quickly. What a pity. Supremacy Su Hang stood not far away. Beside him were 2 young supremacies. They were Supremacy Pain Star and Supremacy Luo Hua. They had advanced for hundreds of thousands of years and had decent potential. That's right. The Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's filled with danger. Palace Lord even prepared teleportation stones for us. Lin Fei probably won't be able to move an inch alone. He might not even be able to pass the first level. Supremacy Pain Star had a lukewarm impression of Lin Fei. Supremacy Luo Hua was a woman, and she wasn't young anymore. She shook her head slightly and revealed a trace of regret. He has offended too many people. Even if someone wants to team up with him, they have to consider the consequences of offending the supremacies of the Shadow Palace. Su Hang had a good impression of Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for a physique cultivator to reach this step. If not for the previous incident, Su Hang would have invited Lin Fei to join the team. With a physique cultivator, the team would be able to last longer. Supreme Lord Yi Fei and Supreme Lord Huang Lang stood together. Behind them stood 2 young Supreme Lords. They were Supreme Lord River Mountain and Supreme Lord Wu Qing. That guy probably doesn't know that he's been abandoned. Yi Fei smiled with his eyes squinted. His smile was extremely cold. That's right. It wasn't easy to get the qualification. Once he gets in, he'll be kicked out in less than 3 days. Supreme Lord Huanglang's aura was very heavy, mighty and mighty. At this moment, he was filled with a cold smile. Everyone knows that the Shadow Throne is a strange land. If you want to search for treasures inside, you have to join hands with others. If you go in alone, not many people will be able to last until the end. As veteran supremacies, the two of them didn't like Lin Fei at all. Many of their disciples had been captured by the punishment hall and were still serving there. Even if they asked someone to tell them, the result would be the same. The moment the Shadow Throne's quota was announced, some supremacies immediately came to find trouble for Lin Fei. They wanted to prevent them from forming a team with Lin Fei. To begin with, they were already unhappy with Lin Fei, so they naturally wouldn't reject their request. All of them smiled and agreed. After releasing the news, no one dared to look for Lin Fei anymore. Brother Shang is here. Elysian's son walked into the palace with a smile. He glanced at Lin Fei, who was standing at a corner. When he saw that there was no one around, the smile on his face became even more radiant. Vice Hall Master Lin, why are you alone? Elysian's son wasn't in a hurry to collect the teleportation stone. Now that there was such a good opportunity to ridicule Lin Fei, he definitely wouldn't miss it. Even now, his face was still burning from the incident a month ago. Originally, they wanted to have a duel to see who could last until the end. In the end, both Lin Fei and Du Guijian gave up. In the end, their efforts were in vain. Their first place seemed to have become a joke. Although Elysian's son was unhappy with Du Guijian's actions, he really didn't dare to do anything to him. Du Guijian's sword Dao killing move was one of the 10 great sects and was extremely powerful. Hence, he bore a grudge against Lin Fei. With the new and old grudges added together, no matter how he looked at Lin Fei, he didn't like it. Can't I do it alone? Lin Fei smiled. Elysian's son was choked and felt uncomfortable all over. He squinted his eyes and said, I just feel that the Shadow Throne isn't an ordinary place. It's dangerous to be alone. It's a pity that Vice Hall Master Lin has missed this rare opportunity. I really feel pity for you. Unlike me, who teamed up with a few people. I believe that this trip will definitely be very rewarding. Is that so? We've all entered the Shadow Throne. Could it be that Vice Hall Master Holy knows the situation inside? Lin Fei laughed. I'm guessing that you won't be able to obtain anything good on this trip, because I'll be able to obtain more than you. Why don't you follow me? If I'm happy, I'll give you a share, so that you won't end up empty-handed. The surrounding supremacies shook their heads slightly when they heard this. He's too arrogant. The Shadow Throne is full of danger, and there are a large number of shadow beasts. He actually dares to boast so shamelessly. He must be out of his mind. I reckon that he'll be the first to roll out. He's too shameless. None of the supremacies believed Lin Fei's words. Alone? Not even a body-tempering cultivator. Elysian's son was full of ridicule. Vice Hall Master Lin is indeed Vice Hall Master Lin. You're full of confidence. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance. I hope that you'll be able to obtain more treasures than us. Lin Fei smiled and said, when the time comes, just don't be so depressed that you want to cry. We're all generous people. Why would we? Elysian's son said. Vice Hall Master Lin, on the other hand, if you encounter any danger, you can look for me. As a colleague, I'll definitely help you. Ha 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 ha. Elysian's son could already see Lin Fei's miserable appearance. Du Guijian was the last to arrive. He was also alone. After Du Guijian arrived, Su Heng went up to greet him and made an invitation, but the other party tactfully rejected. Elysian's son narrowed his eyes and transmitted a message to Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang. This time, our Shadow Throne will be the biggest winner. As long as Du Guijian didn't join Supremacy Su Heng's team, Elysian's son would be completely at ease. Regardless of how powerful they would always be at a disadvantage if they were alone in the Shadow Throne. This was the accumulated experience of the supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace. Back then, there were many heroic supremacies who ventured into the Shadow Throne alone. Afterwards, they all came out in a miserable state and became a joke in everyone's eyes. Until now, no one would go to the Shadow Throne alone. No matter how bad it was, they had to join the team. There was strength in numbers. Only then would they be able to obtain the corresponding treasures in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian's actions were completely foolish. Elysian Sun was even less worried that the two of them would team up. Dugu Yijian was famous for being stubborn. Chapter 29:15. Everyone retracted their thoughts. Their goal was the same. Even though Lin Fei's arrogant words made them feel ridiculous, when they retracted their thoughts, they looked at Lin Fei with pity. This foolish and arrogant fellow would soon regret his words. If he lowered his head and joined the Elysian Sun's team, it should not be difficult for him to pass the first level. After all, a peak supremacy of the body tempering school was still worthy of everyone's attention. When everyone retracted their gazes, Dugu Yijian calmly looked at Lin Fei with a strange expression. Lin Fei did not care so much. In this day and age, no one will believe the truth. He muttered to himself. Follow me. A supremacy opened up a passage and walked in first. The people behind him followed one after another. The passage was not very long. After a while, they came to an independent space. This space was very small and was no different from a cave abode. But when they stepped in, the passage behind them disappeared. It was as if they had arrived in an independent space out of thin air. Such an independent space did not have any location information. The supremacies present did not have the ability to find this independent space. It seems like there's no hope. Lin Fei shook his head. He still wanted to try to find the Shadow Throne through the clues left behind. When he had nothing to do, he could go in and take advantage of it. Master, this space is very special. It should have been set up by the Shadow Palace Lord himself. It moves around at any time, and there is no way to catch it. I suspect that it is outside the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei had actually thought of it as well. The Saint Spirit domain was very big. Although it seemed easy for Lin Fei to come up from the lower world, it was not easy to leave the Saint Spirit domain. However, it was not easy to get out of the Saint Spirit domain again. There was a layer of frightening material energy outside the void. He only found out about this after entering the Dark Shadow Palace. That material energy sealed the Saint Spirit domain up and down, forming an independent space. There were records of this in the ancient books in the library, and Lin Fei happened to know about it. If the Shadow Throne was placed in an ordinary void, Lin Fei would have plenty of ways to find it. However, if it was placed in that kind of material energy, it would be equivalent to blocking everything. With his current methods, he would not be able to find any traces of it. Soon, Lin Fei noticed the black stone door in front of him. On the stone door, there was a portrait of a huge head. It was vivid and lifelike, and those deep eyes seemed to contain an immense power. If one stared at them for a while, they would feel as if their entire being would be sucked into them, unable to extricate themselves. It was extremely terrifying. Everyone quickly circulated their energy to resist. Behind this door is the Shadow Throne. Everyone, get ready. I'm going to open the stone door. The middle-aged High Lord reminded everyone. Open. Two sparkling and translucent black pearls flew out of the middle-aged Reverend's hand and into the empty eye of the portrait. Boom, boom, boom. As the object was inserted into the eye of the painting, the cave started to shake without any warning. Following which, two beams of light shot out and intersected with each other. They rotated endlessly and forcefully opened up a black tunnel that led to a mysterious place. You can go in. The middle-aged High Lord was obviously used to this kind of situation. Hoo 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 hoo. In the black tunnel, boundless roars could be heard. Just listening to it made one's scalp go numb. The expressions of the 10 reverends finally changed. Just the sound alone made them feel a huge sense of danger. This was something that they didn't usually feel. Was this the Throne of Shadows? Before entering, everyone could already feel the boundless danger. The Shadow Throne truly lives up to its name. Ha ha ha. Elysian Sun laughed loudly and was filled with excitement. He waved his hand. Let's go in. Their group was the first to enter. With the 10 reverends, Elysian Sun's group had 5 people, which was also the strongest group. Elysian Sun was the last to enter. Vice Hallmaster Lin, I'll be waiting for you inside. He went in proudly. The second group was Su Hang, and a total of 3 reverends followed closely behind. In the cave, only Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei were left. The two of them exchanged glances and turned into streams of light, rushing in one after another. The passageway slowly closed up and disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged supremacy took out 2 black pearls and turned around to leave the cave dwelling. The huge cave dwelling collapsed, as if it had never existed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian arrived at almost the same time. They immediately discovered that they were in a place similar to an intersection. In front of them, there were 10 tunnels. Each tunnel was like the entrance to hell. At the same time, it was accompanied by endless roars that made everyone's hair stand on end. From these roars, they sensed a dangerous aura. This should be the first floor of the Shadow Throne, the Shadow Corridor. Elysian Sun squinted his eyes. It said that each Shadow Corridor is different in danger. Some tunnels have a slim chance of survival. We have to choose carefully. Just as he finished speaking, Dugu Yijian was the first to choose a tunnel and rushed in. His golden sword domain was also released. In an instant, endless shattering sounds could be heard. Lin Fei followed closely behind and chose the tunnel closest to the side. He didn't care what the rest would choose. You'll regret it if you leave so quickly. The Elysian Son of Heaven laughed out loud and took out a treasure. It was a rainbow-colored pearl that was dazzling and gave off a mysterious aura. Brother Elysian, good move. You actually got such a good thing. Yi Fei laughed. The rainbow pearl of fortune can turn misfortune into fortune. It's a rare treasure in our Saint Spirit domain. Huang Lang revealed a look of joy and admired Elysian Sun's move. I've paid a great price for this. Although Elysian Sun felt a little heartache, he was still rather happy. With the rainbow pearl of fortune, we can avoid some dangers and reach the Shadow Throne. That's our chance. All right, let the rainbow pearl choose for us now. As Elysian Sun used a technique to activate the rainbow pearl of fortune, it turned into a rainbow and flew across the sky, sandwiching the 5th tunnel in the middle. It's him. Su Heng and the 2 supremacies also felt the pressure. We really have to pay a price this time. Even the rainbow pearl of fortune was taken out. Turning misfortune into fortune was a simple phrase, but it had a great significance. Along the way, they didn't know how much trouble they could avoid. For example, the first floor's shadow corridor was probably the fastest for them to pass through. Let's take this tunnel. Su Heng calmed his heart and used a special technique to calculate. Finally he chose the 6th tunnel. Chapter 29:16. This is the Shadow Corridor. However, the name doesn't look like it. It's just a shadow corridor. Who would come up with such a stupid name? Lin Fei chose a corridor and rushed in. It was completely different from the shadow corridor he had imagined. This was clearly a corridor that was dug out. The walls were full of potholes and there were traces left behind everywhere. Hua hua hua. Not long after stepping into the shadow corridor, Lin Fei immediately felt a gravitational force descending from the sky. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies pressing down on him, causing his body to make cracking sounds. Lin Fei's body was bent down from the pressure. The gravitational force came too suddenly. Aotion, open for me. A Jingguang erupted from Lin Fei's body and went against the gravitational force. Lin Fei slowly straightened his body and revealed a solemn expression. It's really as the information says. The shadow corridor on this floor of the Shadow Throne is filled with danger. This passage of mine is a gravitational field. Those with weaker physical bodies would be crushed to the ground on the spot. I wonder what they've encountered. Lin Fei adapted to the gravitational force and found that he was greatly restricted. His movement speed was very slow. In addition, his divine sense was also restricted. He could only see a distance of 10 meters in front of him. What a scam. No wonder the High Lords who came before all turned pale at the mention of the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei turned on the system and let it check ahead. Fortunately, what he was worried about didn't happen. The system could scan the situation ahead. Hee, let me see what dangers there are in the shadow corridor. As Lin Fei spoke, he had only taken a few steps when 2 beams of light flashed and slid towards his chest. With 2 clanging sounds, Lin Fei was forced to take a few steps back. The lights appeared again. This time, it wasn't 2, but 5. When did they sneak over? Lin Fei waved his hand and took out the sky splitter hammer, smashing it towards the light. However, his hands were a beat too slow, and his body suffered another 3 attacks, causing him to feel a burning pain. I actually lost to a monster in the darkness in terms of speed for the first time. Lin Fei was speechless. Under the restrictions of the gravitational field, his speed was much slower. Compared to the monsters in the dark, there was a certain gap, so it was not surprising that he was hit. It's a good thing I have the body of proud heaven celestial stage 8. If it were those emperor will supremacies, it wouldn't be so comfortable. With a thought from Lin Fei, the 5 beams of light turned into 10 beams of light. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. I let you guys hit me for a bit, and you got cocky. Now watch me. Using the sky splitter hammer as his hand, Lin Fei swung it heavily, executing the first move, spatial oscillation. Bang bang bang. The shockwave spread out. A dull sound rang out, and 5 humanoid monsters appeared in the dark corridor. The most eye-catching thing was that their hands were like blades, gleaming with a cold light. After their bodies swayed slightly, they pounced forward again. These should be shadow swordsmen, a very powerful species. Their movement speed is extremely fast, and with the gravitational field suppressing me, it's no wonder I can't hit them. Lin Fei recognized them as the most common shadow swordsmen on the first floor, a terrifying existence. Spatial oscillation. The shadow swordsmen were directly sent flying. The power of the sky splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand exploded, smashing on the shadow swordsmen one by one, causing them to spit out green blood. What a strong defense. They actually didn't die after taking the attack. No wonder they said to form a team. It's not easy to fight alone. Their strength is already at the peak of the second stage. This was the strongest opponent Lin Fei had encountered so far. Soon, his face was full of smiles. I was worried that the monsters in the Shadow Throne wouldn't be enough, but now it seems like I was worrying too much. The stronger the Shadow Swordsman, the more vigorous the life force in their body. Killing one and plundering it is much better than killing the supremacies outside. Ha ha ha, Shadow Swordsman, here I come. Lin Fei released the seal on the Sky Splitter Hammer. With a thought, the Sky Splitter Hammer turned into the Sky Splitter Rod, turning into countless shadows, smashing on the Shadow Swordsman. The first strike, the Shadow Swordsmen were covered in cracks. The second strike, the Shadow Swordsmen were smashed into pieces. Hua hua hua. A large amount of life force surged into Lin Fei's body, and he instantly felt like he had eaten honey, feeling refreshed from the bottom of his heart. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lin Fei raised his voice. Under the attack of the Sky Splitter Rod, the Shadow Swordsmen that were terrifying in the eyes of the supremacies were killed in 2 strikes. With the death of 5 Shadow Swordsmen, a large amount of life force dissipated, and Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Shadow Swordsman, here I come. After releasing the seal, even though Lin Fei's speed was restricted, his power was great. That bit of restriction was broken in front of the Sky Splitter Rod. This shadow corridor was very long. There were many Shadow Swordsmen in hiding, and after suffering at the start, Lin Fei knew how to deal with them. Under the immense power of the Sky Splitter Rod, the Shadow Swordsmen charging forward were just sending themselves to death. 1 Shadow Swordsman, 2 Shadow Swordsmen, 10 Shadow Swordsmen, 20 Shadow Swordsmen. Lin Fei dragged his heavy body, and the Sky Splitter Rod became a terrifying divine weapon. Every time it was swung out, it would hit the Shadow Swordsman, and its power was displayed to the extreme in this small corridor. Ao Tion's middle stage 8th stage physique also started to slowly increase. This seems to be shadow grass. After killing 30 Shadow Swordsmen, Lin Fei found a type of black grass on a rock wall. After carefully inspecting it, a name immediately popped up in his mind. This is good stuff. Dark Shadow Grass was a plant that only grew in the Dark Shadow Throne. This shadow grass contained a trace of Shadow Emperor intent. It was rumored that by continuously absorbing and refining it, one could grasp the powerful Shadow Stealth. It had the power of Saint Spirit level 9, and even supremacies would find it hard to detect. The Shadow Palace bought it at a high price. This time, we'll really have a great harvest in the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and plucked them all, continuing forward. In another corridor, the 5 Elysian children seemed to be more relaxed. Along the way, they did not encounter much danger, and with the cooperation of the 5 supremacies, they had a great harvest. Brother Shang, our luck is pretty good. We've already harvested 3 stalks of shadow grass. Supremacy Yi Fei said happily. Fortunately, we have the rainbow pearl. Otherwise, we wouldn't have it so easy. This is just the beginning, this time. This time, we're going to have a great harvest. Supremacy Huang Lang said with a smile. The Elysian children were also very excited. The rainbow pearl was indeed miraculous, and his efforts to obtain it were not in vain. I'm thinking that Lin Fei is probably suffering now. He might even be teleported out. What a pity. It was such a good opportunity. The Elysian children's words sounded very proud. He's probably regretting it now. In the future, if he wants to enter the Shadow Throne, he can forget about it if he doesn't accumulate enough contribution points. Ha ha ha. Chapter 29:17. Shadow Corridor. In one of the dark passages. Bang bang bang. Countless black shadows flashed by and constantly whipped the Shadow Swordsman, causing the Shadow Swordsman to be unable to rush up and could only linger outside until they were killed. Awesome! The person who attacked was very fast. The black rod in his hand was constantly dancing, and a black shadow appeared and whipped the Shadow Swordsman. In the Shadow Corridor, one could hear cracking sounds. That was the sound of the body breaking. Another 3 shadow grass in hand. Lin Fei quickly picked up the shadow grass and continued to move forward. This was his 3rd month in the Shadow Corridor. There were too many Shadow Swordsmen. In these 3 months, Lin Fei almost never stopped, fighting with the Shadow Swordsman all the time. The Sky Splitter rod in his hand was very smooth. Killing the Shadow Swordsman became easier. The biggest gain was his Proud Heaven 8th layer. Unknowingly from the middle stage to the peak of the middle stage, about to break through to the late stage, it was definitely a huge improvement. Under the Proud Heaven body, Lin Fei's physical body was even stronger. Several times he was attacked by the Shadow Swordsman. It only left a very shallow wound on his body. Looking at the time, it should be almost the end. Although he was alone, but along the way, his movement was still very fast. He believed that he was not slower than those people. It seemed that his guess was right. Following this, the number of Shadow Swordsmen began to decrease. It was easier to deal with. Master, it seems to be the end in front. However, you have to be careful. There is a powerful Shadow Swordsman hidden on your left side. It seems like it is a small team leader. One of them is equivalent to a dozen Shadow Swordsmen. After the divine sense was restricted, Lin Fei kept the system open. After recording the aura, the Shadow Swordsman had no place to hide. It was exposed. Got it! Just as they were about to get close, Lin Fei made the first move. He swung his Sky Splitter staff, smashing it against the stone wall. The dark shadow blade hand that was hiding there rushed out and several beams of cold light appeared. Lin Fei also saw clearly. The Shadow Swordsman that attacked him was twice as big as the previous ones. It was like a small mountain and was very strong. The Sky Splitter staff swept horizontally and shattered the cold light. He then used the move, Spacequake. The dark shadow blade hand swayed slightly before continuing to attack. A cold light appeared. It was created by the other party's extremely fast speed, and it was quite terrifying. A peak supremacy expert. Lin Fei's fleshly body had been strengthened. Even though the opponent's attacks were sharp, with the heaven-splitting rod in his hand, he wasn't worried that the opponent could beat him. The heaven-splitting rod was like a poisonous snake, constantly striking the weak spots of the Umbra blade hand. Under the suppression of the gravitational field, Lin Fei's physical body improved a little. He was able to break through the suppression of the gravitational field. Every time he hit the Shadow Swordsman's weak point, once, twice, thrice, the Shadow Swordsman howled, but it couldn't touch Lin Fei at all. After another heavy strike, the shadowy bladesman was sent flying. In midair, its powerful body shattered into pieces, and a thick life force surged into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Something seems to have fallen. Lin Fei grabbed the air, and a shiny object appeared in his hand. This was something like a crystal, but the biggest difference was that the crystal contained a wave of energy. A very pure energy. Master, this is good stuff. It should be life energy inside. I didn't expect the Saint Spirit world to have such a special life form race. Your Hierarch Umbra is very powerful. The little fiend said in surprise. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from the crystal. Lin Fei suddenly realized that he couldn't react in time. In the next second, he grabbed the life crystal and tried to absorb the life energy. Under the forceful plundering, the life energy in the life crystal flowed into Lin Fei's body like water. The majestic life energy was very pure, dozens of times purer than the plundering. Hua hua hua. This life energy kept circulating in Lin Fei's body. His physical body was slightly improved again. Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage. From Proud Heaven Level 8 Late Stage to Late Stage, it really didn't take long. Lin Fei could feel that Proud Heaven Level 8 late stage had a huge change in his physical body. It lasted for a long time. Kacha-kacha sounds came from Lin Fei's body. His eyes burst with light, and his eyes became deep like a bottomless pit. Proud Heaven Level 8 late stage. With my current physical defense, even a peak supremacy can't easily hurt me. Only those great supremacies can pose a threat to me. The heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant body was a brand new top-notch body cultivation technique derived from countless cultivation techniques. Every small realm increase would increase one's strength. Proud Heaven Level 8 late stage, although not yet at the peak, Lin Fei's strength had increased by a lot. If there are a few of these life crystals, I will quickly break through to the peak of the 8th level of Proud Heaven realm. I just don't know in the other passageways whether or not there is this kind of shadow swordsman overseeing. If there is, he killed the last shadow swordsman. Lin Fei looked around and found the dark shadow grass. There were 13 of them, and they were all in one place. Lin Fei didn't hesitate to take them. At the end of the shadow corridor, Lin Fei walked out. He thought he would go to the next floor. But just as he came out, a terrifying and dangerous aura instantly fell on his body. The sky splitter rod also quickly appeared in his hand. At the end of the shadow corridor, it was not the next floor, but a place similar to a cave. The area was not very big, and it was about the size of a palace. But in such a place, not far from Lin Fei, there was a black circular altar, surrounded by 9 pillars. In the center of the altar stood a burly being. He was clad in black armor and held a large black shield in each hand. He was taller than a person, and his other hand was holding a black axe. At this moment, his cold eyes were looking over. Intruder, die! Boom, boom, boom. The void exploded, and a terrifying attack came. Lin Fei instantly felt cold all over, and the sky splitter rod in his hand slashed, splitting the void in two. Bang, bang, bang. The huge impact instantly hit Lin Fei's body, and his body also slightly swayed. Crash! The black axe cut across the sky, and the huge body came in front of Lin Fei, attacking with a big move. Damn, this has the battle power of a great supremacy. Chapter 29:18. Lin Fei really didn't think that he would be the first to come out. It seems like I was too fast. In one exchange, he encountered a shadow mutant with the battle power of a great sovereign. Its strength was very terrifying, and its power was fierce and tyrannical, crushing all the way. The moment he came into contact, the other party's power rushed in, continuously crushing the life energy in his body. After a dozen exchanges, Lin Fei figured out what it was. Shadow Commander. The boss of this floor. Only by defeating the Shadow Commander can you go to the next floor. Lin Fei also discovered the strength of the Shadow Commander. It could completely explode with the strength of a great sovereign, and its armor had the attack immunity ability. During this period, his attacks landed on the Shadow Commander's body several times, but he didn't suffer much damage. Later, after analyzing it with the system, he found out that it had the ability to avoid damage. In addition, the Shadow Commander had the ability to move freely in this place without any restrictions. With the first strike, the Shadow Commander dodged and turned around to attack, catching people off guard. Lin Fei relied on Proud Heaven's late-stage 8th layer physical body, but he also suffered several injuries. Each time it brought about a huge destructive power, and he went on a rampage all the way. The Shadow Commander was very strong, but Lin Fei had Proud Heaven and the Sky Splitter Rod, so it shouldn't be difficult to kill it. However, after exchanging over 100 blows, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured and forced to retreat. He had thought that he would be able to obtain a life crystal, but in the next moment, the Dark Shadow Commander returned to the altar, fully healed. After going back and forth a few times, Lin Fei was completely speechless. This was simply a bug. When he was about to die, he ran back to recover. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body was strong, and when he fought with the Shadow Commander, he could steal some of its life energy, so he wouldn't be unable to recover. How can I fight like this? After 3 days and 3 nights. When Lin Fei saw the Dark Shadow Commander resurrect to full health once more, he was utterly defeated. It's really difficult for me to kill the Dark Shadow Commander alone. Even if I go all out, I won't be able to stop the Dark Shadow Commander from reviving to full health. In this place, he's almost invincible. What the hell? He really couldn't stop the Shadow Commander. The Shadow Commander's unlimited movement was extremely terrifying. If I want to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, I have to join forces with someone else. It's really difficult to kill him alone. With this thought in mind, Lin Fei did not expect to be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. What a joke. With this setting, even if he went all out, he would not be able to do it. He changed his method and started to wander around the Dark Shadow Commander. For Lin Fei, defense was always the easiest. It was even more convenient to move around. Half a month later, someone came out from one of the tunnels. Ha ha ha, looks like we're the first to come out. Once they were out of the Dark Shadow Corridor, the Elysian Son of Heaven laughed heartily. Even though there was a trace of fatigue on his face, at least they had made it out of the Dark Shadow Corridor safely. But in the next second, the Dark Shadow Commander changed its target. After fighting for half a month, the Dark Shadow Commander was still unable to capture his opponent. Instead, he was injured everywhere. Gritting his teeth, when he sensed that someone was coming, he immediately changed his method. With a spatial movement, he appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven and chopped down with his axe. Cold light shot out in all directions. Caught off guard, the Elysian Son of Heaven was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. High Lord Yi Fei and High Lord Huang Lang, as well as High Lord Chuan Shan and High Lord Wu Qing, immediately reacted and took out their treasures to protect in front of them. However, facing the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, the four of them changed their expressions. Too powerful. In a short period of time, they seemed to have walked a circle on the edge of death. What the hell is this? The Elysian Son of Heaven's blood and chi surged. The Emperor's will protection around his body was also shattered into a mess. The battle armor on his body was also dented. It looked shocking. Brother Shang, be careful. This seems to be the Dark Shadow Commander recorded in the information. High Lord Yi Fei reminded, it's very powerful. It seems to be invincible. It was not easy to get out of the Dark Shadow Corridor. Before he could even catch his breath, he encountered the Dark Shadow Commander. The Elysian Son of Heaven was filled with anger. What bullshit T Dark Shadow Commander, see how I kill him. A dream in vain. A huge bubble enveloped the Dark Shadow Commander. With a loud bang, the Dark Shadow Commander was injured. This move was a Sacred Soul Level 9 secret technique. It was very powerful, especially its lethality. The Elysian Son of Heaven was very confident in his strength. After defeating the Dark Shadow Commander in one move, he became high-spirited. He attacked again and again. Vairocana appeared behind him. Buddha's light shone. The Dark Shadow Commander's body constantly emitted black smoke. On the opposite side, Lin Fei replaced the Sky Splitter rod in his hand with the Sky Splitter hammer and watched the Elysian Son of Heaven attack the Dark Shadow Commander. You'll be dumbfounded later. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. Brother Sheng, let us help you. High Lord Yi Fei and the other three attacked. They could see that although the Dark Shadow Commander was retreating, it was impossible for the Elysian Son of Heaven to severely injure or even kill it. He was far from enough. When the five of them joined forces, their offensive power increased greatly. Although the Dark Shadow Commander was powerful and kept using big moves, it still could not do anything to them. All right, the Dark Shadow Commander is seriously injured. The Elysian Son of Heaven released a big move. The Dark Shadow Commander was on the verge of collapse. He laughed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Maybe it will drop something good. High Lord Yi Fei also laughed. However, in the next second, under the siege of the five, the Dark Shadow Commander disappeared and returned to the altar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His injuries were healed, and he was full of blood. His battle power was restored to its peak. With a move, he appeared behind High Lord Yi Fei and slashed down. High Lord Yi Fei, who took the attack head-on, vomited blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? Wasn't the Dark Shadow Commander heavily injured and on the verge of death? Why isn't he injured at all? The Elysian Son of Heaven's eyes widened, unable to react. It's like he was never injured. Not good, he's coming again. While they were hesitating, the Dark Shadow Commander's big axe kept attacking. After a large-scale attack, High Lord Huang Lang and the other two High Lords were all sent flying, leaving only the Elysian Son of Heaven. Buddha's palm. The Elysian Son of Heaven was enraged. He had never used this move before. The Dark Shadow Commander in front of him was extremely terrifying, causing him to feel immense pressure. This was a feeling that High Lord powerhouses would not feel. The Elysian Son of Heaven did not believe that the Dark Shadow Commander could withstand it. The Great Buddha behind him followed the Elysian Son's palm, and the Great Buddha followed suit. The two palms fused together, and countless Great Buddhas appeared on the palms. Bang! Bang! Before the attack reached the Dark Shadow Commander's body, its powerful physical defense also began to collapse, turning into black flesh and blood. More than half of the Dark Shadow Commander's body almost melted away. Seeing that it was about to hit, the Dark Shadow Commander moved again and directly returned to the altar. Its flesh and blood were reconstructed. The Buddha's palm slapped horizontally and landed heavily on the altar. A Jingguang appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven's palm, forcibly blocking it. The altar behind it did not move at all. Damn it, this is the Buddha's palm. The Elysian Son of Heaven could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. Holy Deputy Hall Master, stop fighting. You won't be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander like this. Don't waste your energy. Suddenly, a voice came out of nowhere. The Elysian Son of Heaven found it a little familiar. This sounds like Lin Fei's voice. How is this possible? How did he get here? Chapter 29:19. Holy Son of Heaven finally saw Lin Fei. Holy Son of Heaven was confused. The first thought that came to his mind was, why is he here? Didn't you go out? Why are you here? Holy Son of Heaven had long assumed that Lin Fei was no longer in the Shadow Throne. The five of them had chosen the safe Shadow Corridor. They had suffered so much during this time, so Lin Fei must have left by now. But now he did not go out. He was even looking at them with a smile. Supremacy Yi Fei and the others also noticed Lin Fei's presence. Their expressions were similar to Holy Son of Heaven's. They were all dumbfounded. Lin Fei actually came earlier than them. The most shocking thing was that not only did he come early, but he also survived the Shadow Commander's attack. What kind of joke was this? They thought that their eyes must be playing tricks on them. This was definitely not the Lin Fei they knew. He was not just a little bit stronger. From the moment they entered the Shadow Throne, they did not take Lin Fei seriously. He had successfully passed through the Shadow Corridor alone. Those Shadow Swordsmen were not easy to deal with. Why do I have to go out? Lin Fei smiled. Speaking of which, I was lucky. I did not encounter any Shadow Swordsmen along the way. Only the gravitational field was a little uncomfortable. Then, I came here smoothly. Could it be that you were under a lot of pressure along the way? Then I can only say that you are unlucky. Lack. Hearing this, Holy Son of Heaven could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. After the Shadow Commander healed, he was the first to attack Holy Son of Heaven. Could it be that my Rainbow Lucky Pearl is not good? Holy Son of Heaven shook his head. Why was Lin Fei luckier than him? Other than this explanation, he really did not believe that Lin Fei could pass through alone. What a lucky bastard. It was not easy for them to come over. When they heard these words, their faces felt like they were being slapped. After all, there were 5 of them. Lin Fei's appearance here was a huge blow to Holy Son of Heaven's group. They were most unwilling to see Lin Fei appear here. In the current situation, they could only watch as the Shadow Commander madly attacked them, not giving them a chance to catch their breaths. This Shadow Commander isn't easy to deal with. It can teleport and revive at full health. Take your time. Lin Fei stood on one side of the cliff and watched with a smile. Bastard! The Holy Son of Heaven cursed, but he still wanted to fight with the Shadow Commander. With the 5 of them working together, it didn't take long before they were all injured. They had lost count of how many medicinal pills they had taken, but every time they tried to kill the Dark Shadow Commander, he would always escape. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Saint Son of Heaven and the others looked tired, especially the 2 old Supremacy Lords. They had to protect the 2 newcomers. After 5 days, their bodies were riddled with wounds. Looking at the Dark Shadow Commanders again, they seemed to be completely fine. Gradually, they had grasped the Dark Shadow Commander's attacking methods, becoming extremely difficult to deal with. During this time, it wasn't that they didn't split up to attack the altar. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Commander would immediately return to the altar. They couldn't do anything. Vice Hall Master Lin, as someone who came in together, aren't you going to help? If we can't kill the Dark Shadow Commander, we can forget about going to the next level. Yi Fei looked at Lin Fei, who seemed to be fine. He was furious. Why did they have to endure the Dark Shadow Commander's ferocious attacks while he had nothing to do? After 5 days, Yi also felt a huge pressure. The opponent was too strong. Every strike was filled with boundless power, and it was extremely strenuous for them to block. They had also consumed a lot of energy, so they wanted to pull Lin Fei down. At the very least, a body refinement supremacy could resist the Umbra Commander head-on. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it. If the 5 of you can't do it, I'll just be looking for a beating. I feel pretty good now. It doesn't matter if I can't go to the next level. This was obviously a blatant lie. They didn't think so. Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to do anything to Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Commander's tireless attacks were the most troublesome. The longer it went on, the harder it was to block. During this time, Sage Tianzi and the rest launched fierce attacks, but they still couldn't kill the Dark Shadow Commander. On the contrary, they were in a sorry state, and they hated Lin Fei to death. Good luck, I have high hopes for you guys. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you guys. Lin Fei felt that they had no motivation, so he simply cheered them on. The Dark Shadow Commander had suffered in Lin Fei's hands. After thinking about it, Sage Tianzi and the rest were easier to deal with. With a killing move like the Buddha's palm, the Dark Shadow Commander locked onto them. Ha ha ha, we're finally out. 3 days later, Su Heng brought 2 newcomers out. They saw a chaotic scene. The Dark Shadow Commander's terrifying aura swept out. After discovering the newcomers, it gave up on Sage Tianzi and the rest and attacked Su Heng. A shield appeared in front of them. Dark Shadow Commander. Su Heng's expression changed as he understood. Sage Tianzi and the rest finally heaved a sigh of relief, but they didn't dare to be careless. The opponent could move, especially in this place where treasures couldn't restrict it. If it turned around and attacked, they would be the unlucky ones. Too troublesome. Sage Tianzi panted and took out a pill to eat. Yi Fei and the other 2 did the same. They quickly recovered their energy. In these few days, they didn't know how many pills they had eaten. Even they felt heartache. The Shadow Commander on the first floor had already caused them to suffer greatly. Especially when Lin Fei was watching from the side. That feeling was very uncomfortable. Now that Su Heng had appeared, it was as though they had gotten rid of a problem. If the Dark Shadow Throne was too attractive, they would want to leave. Facing the Dark Shadow Commander was too terrifying. It couldn't be killed, and it couldn't be killed. Who would be willing to deal with it? Supremacy Su Heng's shield didn't last long before it shattered. The Umbra Commander's frenzied attacks also made Supremacy Su Heng feel immense pressure. He finally understood that Holy Son of Heaven's expression was one of schadenfreude. I can't block it, it's too strong. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, dozens of sword intents flew out from the Dark Shadow corridor. Puh, puh. Bloody wounds exploded on the Dark Shadow Commander's body as sword intents filled the air. Supremacy Su Heng was secretly delighted. Such a terrifying killing intent. It was definitely the solitary sword that came out. At the end of the Dark Shadow corridor, Dugu Yijian walked out in a sorry state. He put 2 fingers together and a sword intent slashed out, sending the Dark Shadow Commander flying and crashing into the wall. Thank you, Brother Dugu. The Dark Shadow Commander is too troublesome. Su Heng said gratefully. You're welcome. We're all in the same boat. Chapter 29-20. The 10 supremacies finally gathered together again. At this moment, everyone's mentality was different. The Dark Shadow Commander did not care who they were. It raised its shield, and the axe in its hand raised strong winds and huge waves, attacking indiscriminately. So. Spatial movement was also executed to the extreme. Everyone was very smart, and carried out a certain level of defense. They did not attack the Dark Shadow Commander. No matter which side, they could forget about killing the Dark Shadow Commander. Half a day later, this small place was divided into 4 groups. The Dark Shadow Commander took turns to attack, giving everyone a headache. If they could not kill it, they would not be able to bear the exhaustion if they continued. How to kill the Dark Shadow Commander was a problem. Elysian's son was the first to speak. If this continued, it would not end well for anyone. They could only work together. Destroying that altar was the most important. Without that unlimited recovery, the Dark Shadow Commander could not continue to threaten their lives. Work together. It was imperative. I think we cannot continue. We have to work together to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Otherwise, none of us will be able to go to the next floor. Elysian's son suggested, and his tone became solemn. A few days passed, and they still could not take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Instead, their exhaustion increased. Every day they stayed here meant one more day of exhaustion. That's right, we have to work together. The Dark Shadow Commander must die. With our strength, if we work together, as long as we have the right strategy, we will definitely be able to kill the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Fei followed. If we don't work together, none of us will be able to pass. I believe that everyone has experienced the power of the Dark Shadow Commander. High Lord Huang Lang stood up. Only by working together will we have a chance against the Dark Shadow Commander. Their team had the most people. Once Elysian's son suggested it, Supremacy Su Hong considered for a moment and chose to agree. They had worked so hard to come here. They did not wish to be stopped by the Dark Shadow Commander. I have no problem with that. Elysian's son looked at Dugu Yijian. What about Brother Dugu? I have no problem either. Dugu Yijian's sword intent was very destructive, but it was still lacking against the Dark Shadow Commander. He could not kill it in one strike. Finally, only Lin Fei was left. I have no problem joining the team. We are only working together for a short period of time. However, there is one thing I have to make clear. Lin Fei also wanted to go to the next floor as soon as possible. After killing the Shadow Commander, what about the items that drop? The Shadow Commander had a strong vitality, and Lin Fei had the little demon analyze it. The other party's vitality was countless times more tyrannical than that of the Shadow Swordsman squad captain, at least 5 times more. What interested Lin Fei the most was whether the Dark Shadow Commander would drop life crystals. That was the most important thing. If he could absorb and refine this life crystal, he would definitely be able to raise his physical body's cultivation by a large margin. No matter what, he couldn't let this opportunity slip by. The Elysian Son of Heaven glanced at Lin Fei. This was the last thing he wanted to talk about. We can divide the items into 10 portions. The 5 of us can take 5 portions. Brother Su and the other 2 can take 3 portions. You and Dugu Yijian can take 1 each. There shouldn't be any objections, right? The Elysian Son of Heaven said after pondering for a moment. Lin Fei was the first to shake his head. Then forget it. I don't know how 1 portion will be calculated. Maybe you guys will choose it first, and the rest will be given to us. If that's the case, I probably won't have a chance of getting anything good. Since that's the case, I'm not going to make a move. Anyway, I'm already satisfied to be able to reach this point. Before making things clear, Lin Fei wouldn't make a move. Dugu Yijian's expression was calm, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Su Heng and the other 2's expressions also changed. They understood the Elysian Son of Heaven's meaning. If the items dropped, it seemed that the Elysian Son of Heaven's group would have the first choice. According to the Elysian Son of Heaven's idea, the physique cultivator Lin Fei had to join. Otherwise, who would fight the Shadow Commander? Could it be them? Previously, they had all experienced the prowess of the Shadow Commander. Without the support of a physique cultivator, they wouldn't be able to kill it. Previously, they didn't attach any importance to Lin Fei, but now, he had become extremely important. After all, the Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't a physique cultivator, and his physique wasn't as strong as Lin Fei's. That won't do. Although we are temporarily working together, we still have to do things according to the rules. The Elysian Son of Heaven wasn't willing to compromise. He had to get the biggest share of killing the Shadow Commander. Lin Fei was very clear about the Elysian Son of Heaven's character. He couldn't wait for Lin Fei to get out of the Shadow Throne. It was impossible for him to give Lin Fei any benefits. Lin Fei was also confident that without his help, the Shadow Commander wouldn't be so easy to kill. Then I'll back out, Lin Fei said unhurriedly. You guys kill first. I'll cheer you guys on from the side. Brother Shang, this fellow Lin Fei isn't willing to join us. Instead, he wants to take advantage of the situation. Why don't we chase him out? Yi Fei transmitted his voice. If we keep him around, it's hard to guarantee that nothing will happen to him. This fellow can pass the first round. If he goes to the second level, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. The Elysian Son of Heaven thought about it and agreed. Even without Lin Fei, they had 9 people. It shouldn't be difficult to kill the Shadow Commander. He believed that Su Heng and Dugu Yijian wouldn't interfere. Lin Fei had offended many supremacies in the Shadow Palace. Even if he went out, no one would take it seriously. Resources needed to be fought over. This was something that the higher-ups tacitly agreed to. Then chase Lin Fei out. Does he really think that I lack a physique cultivator like him? The Elysian Sun transmitted his voice to Yi Fei and the other supremacies. Very quickly, they came up with a countermeasure. When the Shadow Commander once again appeared in front of the Elysian Son of Heaven, the Elysian Son of Heaven directly used Buddha's palm and destroyed half of the Shadow Commander's body. This time, the Elysian Son of Heaven intentionally controlled his strength. The Shadow Commander fell into a berserk state. It launched a frenzied attack. The Elysian Son of Heaven flew in the direction of Lin Fei. Yi Fei and the others behind him did the same. This was a detail that they had noticed in the past few days. They wanted the Shadow Commander to attack Lin Fei. With the addition of the 5 of them, they should be able to chase Lin Fei out of the Shadow Throne. You guys are really shameless. Lin Fei was instantly locked down by 6 terrifying auras. The Elysian Son of Heaven gritted his teeth and used Buddha's palm. Although it consumed a lot of energy, it was still worth it if it could chase Lin Fei out. If he didn't listen to us, there was no point in staying here. The huge palm came whistling over. It didn't give Lin Fei any chance to resist. The other 4 supremacies cooperated very well. Since they had attacked, they didn't hold back. Their strength was almost combined into one. It wasn't inferior to a thunderous strike. Its power was comparable to a Grand Supremacy's strike. The Shadow Commander, who had fallen into a berserk state, also used a big move. A series of black shadows appeared. Its power increased explosively as it blasted towards Lin Fei. Chapter 29-21. No one had expected Elysian Son of Heaven to really make a move. Actually, this kind of thing was very normal. While the Dark Shadow Palace looked harmonious, it was not. The internal strife was intense, and this was also a way for experts to train themselves. It was no joke that a general success was built on thousands of bones. As long as they did not kill each other, everyone acted as if nothing had happened. Even Lord Divinity Dark Shadow walked up step by step like this. There were no shortcuts. The Dark Shadow Throne was actually such a place to fight. Especially for experts like Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian. They were young and had high cultivation, so it was difficult to get along. Strife was unavoidable. Supremacy Su Heng watched quietly. Are we going to make a move later? The young Supremacy Pain Star asked. Lin Fei is a little too arrogant. Serves him right for being unlucky. Wouldn't it have been fine if he had just agreed to it? Supremacy Su Heng really did not want to interfere in this matter. Let's watch slowly. No matter how they fight, they will eventually rope us in to deal with the Dark Shadow Commander. Supremacy Su Heng was also a wily old fox. There was no need to interfere in such a meaningless matter. What a pity! Pain Star and Falling Flower Supremacy shook their heads. If it were them, they would definitely not offend Elysian Son of Heaven and his group. Moreover, the Dark Shadow Commander was involved, and his strength was not as simple as it seemed. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he was still a peak supremacy. Just the Dark Shadow Commander alone was an expert that surpassed the peak supremacy level. Dugu Yijian did not have much of an opinion on whether or not to join forces. Instead, he was more and more interested in Lin Fei. 1 against 5 supremacies, and a Dark Shadow Commander that surpassed the peak supremacy level. I wonder what gives you the right to say such bold words. I really look forward to it. In Dugu Yijian's mind, he was constantly analyzing how to make a move, and how to fight for a chance to counterattack under such a siege. This was also one of his favorite ways. Thinking non-stop. Lin Fei had long predicted that they would act shamelessly. It was not that such a thing had never happened in the records of the Dark Shadow Palace. The little fiend had copied the 1st and 2nd floors. These secrets were no longer secrets in Lin Fei's eyes. Proud sky protection. Against the attacks of 5 supremacies and 1 Dark Shadow Commander, Lin Yun had no choice but to retreat. Lin Fei activated the Proud Heavens Barricade, causing a thin layer of golden light to appear around him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed out towards the void, causing the entire void to become flat. Boom! Endless waves swept out. Bang bang bang. As the waves spread out, a portion of the combined attacks from the sacred sons of heaven and the others were neutralized. The remaining portion of the attacks all collided with Jingguang, constantly melting and disintegrating until they completely disappeared. The faces of Elysian Son of Heaven, Exalt Yi Fei, and Exalt Huang Lang darkened. His strength has actually increased again. What kind of joke is this? His protective technique has also become more powerful. What the hell? All three of them were peak supremacies. Just the power of that blow alone was enough for them to feel the changes within it. It was the true power of a big move. The most terrifying thing was that protective technique. It was so powerful that it formed an absolute layer of defense. The five of them, together with the attack of the Dark Shadow Commander, actually did not pose the slightest threat to Lin Fei. Do you guys still want to continue? Lin Fei held the Sky Splitter hammer and smiled. If it's not enough, you guys can continue. However, let me get rid of this annoying guy first. Swoosh. Lin Fei's speed increased to the limit. Everyone could only hear the thumping sound. The huge body of the Dark Shadow Commander flew out and slammed heavily into the rock wall. The speed was too fast. After reaching the late stage of the 8th level of Proud Heavens, Lin Fei's physical body could display even faster speed. Too fast. Dugu Yijian's eyes lit up. This is a sign that the physical body has improved again. The stronger the physical body, the faster the speed. Even if it was an ordinary movement technique, with the support of a tyrannical physical body, it could be reached to the extreme. Also, that power just now, directly breaking through the surface with a huge area of effect attack. The Dark Shadow Commander looked like it was not injured, but in fact, it was seriously injured. What a domineering method. At this moment, Dugu Yijian was stunned by Lin Fei's performance. Just based on that move, Lin Fei's strength had surpassed everyone. If he could fight the Dark Shadow Commander alone, he would not lose. Of course, if the fight dragged on, the Dark Shadow Commander would still win. He actually sent the Dark Shadow Commander flying. The Dark Shadow Commander had no ability to resist. If it was said that Lin Fei could easily block their joint attack. But at this moment, when the Dark Shadow Commander was sent flying, it was enough to shock them. Among everyone present, other than Dugu Yijian, probably no one could easily injure the Dark Shadow Commander. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was the same. His killer move, Buddha's Palm. The power was peerless, but it was not that powerful. It was obviously a level lower. The Elysian Son's expression turned ugly. This kind of attack, I wonder how many times you can release it. The Elysian Son really did not believe that Lin Fei's strength could still increase in such a short time. Kill! The five of them attacked again. After the Dark Shadow Commander suffered a big move, it pounced towards Supremacy Su Heng, who was not far away. Dugu Yijian followed up with a sword strike. Streams of sword intent blasted on the Dark Shadow Commander's body. Lin Fei's speed was no slower than the Dark Shadow Commander's movement speed. A hammer smashed towards the Elysian Son of Heaven's face. A loud cracking sound. The Emperor Will body protection was shattered. The second hammer followed, smashing heavily on the Elysian Son's chest. Cracks appeared on his battle armor, and his entire person was sent flying. Spatial oscillation. After his attack succeeded, terrifying energy rippled around Lin Fei's body. The slightly weaker Mountain Supremacy and Ruthless Supremacy were directly sent flying. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang were impacted, and their bodies swayed. In the next second, more than 10 shadows came crashing over. They joined forces to block 7 or 8 of them, but there were still 7 or 8 shadows that landed on their bodies, and they were directly beaten silly. Now, do you still want to fight? After his strength increased, Lin Fei's strength was even greater than before. Even if he restrained a portion of his strength, he could still easily defeat them. We don't want to fight anymore. We are from the Dark Shadow Palace, let's talk things out. Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huang Lang could feel the explosive and destructive power in their bodies the most. It was rampaging all the way, and they were forced to use all their strength to suppress that power. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Brother Shang, it was not easy for us to come here. Vice Hall Master Lin's strength is also here. Why don't we join forces? Dugu Yijian smiled and said, as for the distribution of the items, we will first ask Lin Fei. Chapter 29-22. The Dark Shadow Commander was also sent flying, his body riddled with bloody gashes and bruises. Howling, he returned to the altar in bedraggled fashion, where he began to heal his wounds. Yi also thought that Dugu Yijian was right. Now they finally knew how powerful Lin Fei was. He really lived up to his reputation. No wonder he could suppress the Elysian sun. Yi himself also suffered a little. Compared to the last time, Lin Fei's strength had improved a lot. His use of strength was even more terrifying. He could easily break through their Emperor Will protection. If they continued, there would be no benefits. They could see that if Lin Fei didn't join them, Dugu Yijian might stand on the side. At that time, with the 8 of them injured, no one would be able to take down the Dark Shadow Commander. Sure. The Elysian Sun was reluctant. The chaotic destructive power in his body told him one thing. Lin Fei's strength seemed to be above him. Deputy Hall Leader Lin, it was just a misunderstanding. Yi said shamelessly. Don't mind it. We were just testing. We are not targeting Deputy Hall Leader Lin. Lin Fei secretly scolded them for being shameless, but on the surface, he chuckled. I'll cut to the chase. Everyone's goal is the same, so I'll be frank. The Dark Shadow Commander's final blow must be dealt by me. As for where it will fall, that will depend on personal advantage. Whoever can snatch it first will get it. What do you all think? Yi and the Elysian Sun were prepared to pay a big price. As long as it was not an extremely dangerous person, they would agree. With Lin Fei's participation, it would definitely be twice the result with half the effort. But after hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone doubted that they had heard wrongly. So simple. The Dark Shadow Commander's last attack? This did not seem too much. Could there be some secret? But no matter how they guessed, they could not find any secret. As for snatching it by themselves, they were not worried. After all, there were 5 of them. Even if Lin Fei was fast, he could still delay the other party. This requirement was too low. Sure, no problem at all. Revered Lord Yi quickly agreed. Everyone can make an oath and we can start the operation. No matter what Lin Fei thought, they would not refuse these 2 conditions. Without waiting for Lin Fei to say anything, they immediately swore an oath, afraid that Lin Fei would change his mind. Su Heng and the others did not understand. What is Lin Fei trying to do? These 2 conditions did not affect supremacy Su Heng. Deep down in his heart, he actually hoped that this was the case. There were 3 of them, and their chances were still very high. Dugu Yijian gave a thumbs up to Lin Fei. Interesting, really interesting. What happened next was simple. Leave the Dark Shadow Commander to me and Brother Dugu. After a simple discussion, Lin Fei chose to attack the Shadow Commander while the Elysian children and the others attacked the altar. That place could not be so sturdy. As long as they kept attacking, there would always be a chance. No one had any objections. If they could, they would rather attack the altar than the Shadow Commander. Kill. Lin Fei executed spatial oscillation, which shook the Shadow Commander's body. He followed up, and countless shadows appeared behind him. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand smashed onto the Shadow Commander's body. Heh, if you guys make a move, wouldn't the Dark Shadow Commander's life energy be wasted for nothing? This thing is good stuff. Lin Fei's current fleshly body was at the late stage of Prideful Heaven Tier 8. He could still absorb as much as he could without too many restrictions. Brother Dugu, can your domain stop the Shadow Commander for a short while? Lin Fei's attacks were very fast, and he did not give the Shadow Commander any chance to move. After his strength increased, he could keep up with the Shadow Commander's movement speed. However, he felt that he was still lacking, and he needed Dugu Yijian's help. Sure. Dugu Yijian was still a man of few words. He unleashed his sword domain. Return. Under Lin Fei's barrage of attacks, the Dark Shadow Commander moved. Dugu Yijian did not give it an opportunity. His sword slashed through the air, cutting off the Dark Shadow Commander's path. Lin Fei took this opportunity to force the Dark Shadow Commander out. Although the Shadow Commander was unable to reach the altar, it was still able to reach the edge of the altar. The injuries on its body had actually recovered to a certain extent. Lin Fei caught up. Looks like we can only kill the Shadow Commander by destroying the altar. What an amazing method! Dugu Yijian revealed a look of surprise. Just now, when he slashed through the air, the Shadow Commander was injured, but it still rushed over. Chase him out. Everyone immediately attacked the Dark Shadow Commander, forcing it away from the altar. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian attacked the most fiercely. The Shadow Commander quickly rushed out of the altar's range. Once it left the range, they continued to attack the altar. Vice Hall Master Lin, we cannot attack too fiercely. Otherwise, everyone's efforts would be in vain. We have to wander around and slowly drag it out. Lin Fei felt that this was a good idea. Time passed day by day. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian had been attacking the Shadow Commander for a month. Every time, they would make the Elysian children and the rest destroy the altar. Only Lin Fei was able to attack for a month without any consumption. The Elysian children and the rest did not have it easy. They were as tired as dogs. Fortunately, the altar was starting to show signs of damage. Lin Fei had already grasped the Shadow Commander's attacking habits. Every time he returned, he would cut off the path ahead of time. With Dugu Yijian's cooperation, the Shadow Commander's recovery speed became slower and slower. This feels great. It's a pity that I only have one chance like this. After a month of absorbing and plundering, Lin Fei's prideful celestial eighth layer had increased by quite a bit. His physical strength had also become more tyrannical and terrifying. Lin Fei absolutely believed that if he used an elemental energy weapon, he would be able to send the Shadow Commander flying with a single strike. Crack, 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 crack. A loud sound came from the altar. A few of the altar's pillars finally fell. Now is the best chance. In this month, they had discovered that the pillars on the altar were clearly not ordinary. Therefore, as long as the pillars were broken, their recovery speed would decrease. Kill! Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian did not hold back. They unleashed their ultimate moves at the Shadow Commander. Roar, roar, roar! Under the continuous attacks, the Shadow Commander's life force became weaker and weaker. It constantly tried to return to the altar, but it was beaten out every time. Even if it had the ability to move in this narrow space, if it wanted to block the attacks, it would not be a problem. Die! The Shadow Commander's aura was very weak. Lin Fei unleashed his Thunderclap leap, tearing the Dark Shadow Commander's body to shreds. An extremely dense wave of life energy poured into his body like a flood. Chapter 29-23. A huge amount of life energy surged into his body, and Lin Fei felt like he was about to explode. Lin Fei had never thought that he would plunder so much life energy at the last moment. It was unbelievably dense, and even the powerful proud heaven could not adapt to it for a moment. In the past, the life energy absorbed was like a small river, but this time, it was like a surging river. If it was an ordinary heavenly god body, it would have exploded and died the moment it entered. Refine it all! Lin Fei activated proud heaven, and his entire body was like a millstone, constantly suppressing the life energy. His flesh and blood cells also opened up bottomless pits, constantly devouring, refining, and absorbing. Fortunately, Lin Fei had improved and managed to suppress it. All that was left was to slowly refine it, and his essence, energy, and spirit had also recovered to its peak. Elysian's son and the rest had been paying attention to the Dark Shadow Commander. This thing would drop good things after its death, which was also a major feature of the Dark Shadow Throne. A dream come true. When the Dark Shadow Commander died, a resplendent light appeared. Elysian's son's attack came, and his first target was to trap Lin Fei. Quick, snatch it. There seems to be life crystals. Good stuff. No one cared so much about it. When it dropped, Lin Fei had asked Little Fiend to keep a close eye on it. Master, there's nothing good left. There are only 10 or so life crystals of average quality. It seems that Master has plundered too much, and the remaining life energy can only be converted into 10 or so life crystals. Other than that, there seems to be an axe and a shield, which can be considered good treasures. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Looks like I've taken the big one. The life energy that he had plundered from the Dark Shadow Commander had completely exceeded his expectations. Now that he thought about it, it seemed to be the case. The axe and shield were both supreme-grade Heaven Divine weapons, and they were of no use to Lin Fei. Lin Fei gave up and went to fight for them. He was not too interested in those life crystals. Great, there's actually a life crystal. Good stuff. Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were also delighted. The life crystal was a special existence. It was a high-level secret in the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace. Very few people below the supremacy level knew about it. The life crystal could not only be used to strengthen one's physical body for cultivation, but it could also be used to heal injuries and extend one's lifespan. Unfortunately, other than a few restricted areas, it was almost impossible to find life crystals. To High Lords, they were treasures. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, they could drop more than 10 life crystals. This would definitely make everyone happy. Vice Pavilion Master Lin, I'm sorry. The Elysian Sun finally revealed a trace of pride. The 5 of them had snatched a total of 7 life crystals, including the Shadow Commander's shield. That was a good item. Even under Lin Fei's attacks, it had not been damaged. Crack, 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 crack. After killing the Dark Shadow Commander, a loud sound came from one of the walls, and a passage appeared in front of everyone. This should be the entrance to the next level. They had checked before and did not find any entrance on the wall. Now, it seemed that the Dark Shadow Throne was full of mysteries. After dividing up the items dropped by the Dark Shadow Commander, everyone fixed their eyes on the altar. Unfortunately, with the death of the Dark Shadow Commander, the entire altar had become a pile of ruins. After searching for a while, they did not find anything good. They could not help but feel that it was a pity. After cultivating in this place for half a month, the Elysian Sons of Heaven and the others were the first to leave. They could not wait to go to the next level, which was the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Lin Fei did not want to stand out too much, so he took out elixirs to recover. In fact, he was silently refining the life energy, and his prideful Heaven Tier 8 body was constantly breaking through the limits. Even so, there was still a large part of Lin Fei's body left. According to the current prideful Heaven Tier 8 body, he was almost at his limit. What should he do with the remaining life energy? This had become a big problem. The plunder skill was a passive skill. Lin Fei could not stop it. But if he continued, he did not have the origin energy god San to unlock it. If he continued, his body would soon not be able to withstand the influx of life energy. Lin Fei had a headache. Actually, Master does not need to have a headache. The life energy in your body cannot be completely refined, but it can be condensed into life crystals. Little Fiend said proudly. Just a few days ago, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It can't be, the system deciphered the production method of life crystals. He still remembered from the ancient records of the Dark Shadow Palace that life crystals were special items. By now, almost no one knew how to produce them. Thus, the value of life crystals had increased. The reason why the body tempering style could not become strong was because it was too difficult to cultivate. Back then, there were many body tempering style experts, and it was actually because of the help of life crystals. At that time, the body tempering style supremacies were all very powerful. Coupled with the life crystals that they carried with them, they were very domineering. In the Saint Spirit domain they could do whatever they wanted. Later, the number of life crystals decreased, and the production method also disappeared. Now, the number of life crystals was very low. Even if there were any, they were in the hands of the 3 top forces. The words that came out of the little devil's mouth really shocked Lin Fei. Deciphering the production method of life crystals is actually not difficult. After all, the current system is a high-level system. Little Fiend said, Master can use the excess life crystals to temporarily produce life crystals. When you break through to the 9th level of Sky-Defying Realm, you can use it to refine. Your strength will also increase by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This good news came at the right time. Master, I will now impart the production method of life crystals to you. A production method immediately appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and he laughed. Ha ha ha, that's great. Su Heng and the rest also entered. Now, only Dugu Yijian was left outside. He couldn't help but be startled by Lin Fei's inexplicable laughter. From the moment he entered until now, he felt that he could not see through Lin Fei anymore. So that's how it is. No wonder no one in the Saint Spirit domain can refine life crystals. This step is too important. Lin Fei quickly looked through it and was amazed by this production method. It was indeed a secret method. Lin Fei originally wanted to wait for Dugu Yijian to enter before refining the life crystals. But Dugu Yijian was lazy and didn't leave, which made him speechless. Not intending to go in? Lin Fei asked casually. If they enter, they might not reach the next level. If they have this time, they might as well take a good rest. Anyway, everyone wants to go to the Shadow Throne. No matter what, we have to cooperate. Dugu Yijian also learned to be smart. Chapter 29-24. Lin Fei did not want to reveal that he knew how to create vital crystals. Given the system's nature, the vital crystal creation method was definitely the best in the Saint Spirit domain. Once it was revealed, he believed that everyone in the Saint Spirit domain would go crazy. Lin Fei had to proceed carefully. Fortunately, Dugu Yijian did not stay for long before leaving. I'm not the only smart person here. After the incident with the Shadow Commander, Lin Fei believed that there would definitely be such a powerful shadow mutant in the next level. If he wanted to go there, he had to work together. I'd better deal with the drawbacks in my body first. After confirming that there was no one around, Lin Fei began to create the vital crystals. The process was not very complicated. It was nothing more than compression. It sounded simple, but in fact without the method, one would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. Slowly, Lin Fei mobilized the life energy in his body, continuously compressing and condensing it. Something that looked like a vital crystal appeared right before his eyes. The entire process only took the time for a stick of incense to burn. This was because he was still unfamiliar with it. Looking at the sparkling and translucent vital crystal, Lin Fei could not help but sigh. To be able to purify life energy through a thin layer of matter was truly uncanny. If I use vital crystals to exchange for the Essence Force Divine Sand, I reckon many people will go crazy. With the first piece, Lin Fei immediately began to create the second piece. 3 days later, Lin Fei was proficient in creating vital crystals. In a day, he could create thousands of vital crystals, each of which was of excellent quality. Lin Fei used a total of half a month to create nearly 20,000 vital crystals. Without that sense of crisis, he heaved a sigh of relief. After a short rest, Lin Fei entered the second level. Second level, Shadow Labyrinth. When Lin Fei came out of the passageway, he was immediately immersed in endless darkness. My divine senses are actually limited to less than 3 meters. On the first level, his divine senses had also been restricted, but here, the suppression was even more severe. Both his eyes and divine senses seemed to have lost their function. So this is the famous Shadow Labyrinth. It restricts everything. It's no wonder that many people can't pass through this level and lose the ability to search with their divine senses. The Shadow Labyrinth is really full of danger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 gusts of cold wind came. Lin Fei's body shook, and the surroundings became quiet again. Its stealth ability is even stronger than the Umbra Swordsman. The surrounding dark environment is a great help to the Umbra demonic beast. Let me think, this should be the Umbra Assassin, an existence even stronger than the Umbra Swordsman. The moment this thought appeared, more than 10 gusts of cold wind came from all directions. Lin Fei did not see the shadows of the Shadow Assassins. They had all blended into the darkness and were truly undetectable. Lin Fei did not care that the Shadow Assassin could display his perfect power here. Little demon, show me the floor plan. Bang bang bang. The Shadow Assassin's attacks weren't very strong, but they were very hard to defend against, and they would attack in the next second. Lin Fei activated Proud Heaven Body Fortification and rushed forward. It really is a maze. When the 2D map opened, Lin Fei saw a huge maze. It was twisting and turning. Coupled with the fact that they had lost their spiritual sense, anyone would have a headache. Poof poof poof. Lin Fei's sky-defying stage 8 reached his limit, casually flicking his finger. That finger seemed to pass through the void, flicking onto the Shadow Assassins in the night, causing them to collapse one after another. Now that my physical strength is stronger, the Dark Shadow Assassin's movements are fast, but compared to me, he is still a lot slower. Lin Fei shook his head and followed the path given by the system. There were indeed many assassins in the Shadow Labyrinth. While Lin Fei was moving, there was a constant stream of sneak attacks. After the spatial shock activated, the Dark Shadow Assassins weren't so lucky. One by one, they were sent flying and immediately suffered heavy injuries. The second time they came up, they were shattered into pieces. How strong the Dark Shadow Assassins were, how strong their defense was, with just one move, Lin Fei was able to probe them out. Killing them didn't take any time at all. Lin Fei moved quickly all the way. If those High Lords who came in knew of this situation, they would all be dumbfounded. There had never been a High Lord who could move quickly in the Shadow Labyrinth. Those Dark Shadow Assassins were extremely sensitive to sound, and they would definitely attract a large group of dark shadow assassins to surround and attack. Master, you have to go to the left. This shadow labyrinth has just undergone a small change. If Master keeps going forward, he will enter a dead end. There are a lot of dark shadow assassins inside. It can be considered a nest. Lin Fei immediately opened the 2D map of the shadow labyrinth in the system. After carefully looking at the opposite side, there was indeed a change. Although the change wasn't big, this change caused the shadow labyrinth to unknowingly undergo a huge change. If not for the little devil's reminder, Lin Fei really wouldn't have noticed it. I really don't know who set this up. It's really shameless. It's really difficult to pass through the second floor. With this change, I need to constantly calculate and analyze. Coupled with the constant attacks of the dark shadow assassins, I really won't be able to persist for such a long time. Lin Fei gained a new understanding of the shadow labyrinth. It really was different from the rest. Elysian Son of Heaven, Dugu Yijian, and the others are probably having a hard time now. Lin Fei's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but laugh. The shadow labyrinth quietly changed. With the help of the system, Lin Fei began to move toward the center of the shadow labyrinth. In the center, there was a circular place that looked like an altar. Without guessing, it was obvious that this was the way to go to the next floor. Although the 2D map didn't seem big, when it came to moving, the area was not ordinary. But when he really moved, the area wasn't just an ordinary big one. Even with the help of the planar map, Lin Fei walked for 10 years, and he barely passed the outer perimeter. In these 10 years, Lin Fei absorbed a huge amount of life energy, and the 8th level of Prideful Heaven Realm was constantly maintained at the limit. The life crystals had also increased from around 20,000 to the current 100,000 life crystals. If word of this spread out, it would be shocking. It was a pity that Lin Fei didn't meet any other supremacies. Thinking about it, the shadow labyrinth was so big, and he spent 10 years, and he even had the help of the system to reach this place. Those people probably wouldn't be so lucky. After passing through the outer perimeter, he arrived here. The changes were even greater. It changed once a day, and there was no time for people to think. Lin Fei's movement was still so fast. I can't block it anymore. There are too many dark shadow assassins. What should I do? Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Lin Fei stopped, and the dark shadow assassins that had just scuttled out all turned into dust. It seems to be the voice of Supremacy Su Hang. Chapter 29-25. Supremacy Su Hang and the other two were running for their lives like stray dogs. There were too many dark shadow assassins. They kept on attacking, one wave after another, delaying their steps. In addition to their divine senses being suppressed, the three of them were covered in wounds and looked battered and exhausted. Supremacy Su Hang revealed a fatigued expression. 10 years. Ever since they entered, they had never stopped fighting. It seems like we can't pass this level of the dark shadow labyrinth. Supremacy Su Hang had the relevant information, which was why he was able to reach this level step by step. As the dark shadow labyrinth continued to change, he felt that he was getting further and further away from that place. Each time he thought he was on the right path, he would deviate at the next moment. The speed and strength of his attack started to weaken, and he was only left with 60% of his peak strength. Killing the dark shadow assassins wasn't that easy anymore. There's only one choice left. Supremacy Su Hang swept out with his sword, repelling the pursuing dark shadow assassins. Looking at the dark shadow assassins that kept on attacking, he couldn't help but shake his head. I was still too overconfident. The dark shadow assassins formed an encirclement. The three of them couldn't defend against such a large number of dark shadow assassins even if they joined hands, and they completely resigned to their fate. Pang pang pang. Another wave of dark shadow assassins attacked. Suddenly, without any warning, a terrifying aura descended, crashing into the dark shadow assassins like a tidal wave. As the aura swept over, the dark shadow assassins were instantly turned into dust, disappearing in a puff of smoke. The danger in Supremacy Su Hang's eyes was instantly resolved. Someone helped. That's great. Supremacy Su Hang's heart shook, and a person popped up in his mind. Is it Vice Hall Master Lin? Su Hang felt that only Lin Fei had such a ferocious and domineering strength, and no one else could compare to him. Supremacy Su, are you guys all right? A figure emerged from the darkness, and appeared in Supremacy Su Hang's vision. Exalt Su Heng's heart trembled. His strength has increased again. With a single strike, he killed the dark shadow assassin as though he was killing an ant. This is too abnormal. There aren't many body refinement exalts like him. He knew better than anyone how difficult it was to deal with these Umbra assassins. In these 10 years, he had lost quite a few treasures, and only now did he barely manage to find a part of the weaknesses of the Umbra assassins. Su Heng felt that it was impossible for him to be as domineering as Lin Fei, who could sweep away thousands of enemies. The gap was too great. Brother Lin, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would really have to leave. Su Heng heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Fei gratefully. Even the way he addressed Lin Fei had unknowingly changed. Just the three of you? Not with them? Lin Fei asked curiously. Exalt Su Heng laughed bitterly. The Elysian Heavenly Sons and the rest are not interested in joining us. Originally, I thought that with the notes left behind by Senior, we would be able to make it through. Lin Fei had a good impression of Supremacy Su Heng. At least he wouldn't put on airs. It's fate that we met. I have some understanding of this shadow labyrinth. If you don't mind, you can come with me. In the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei had almost become the public enemy of those supremacies. He didn't mind showing his good intentions now. If Supremacy Su Heng didn't appreciate it, Lin Fei wouldn't say anything. It could only mean that Supremacy Su Heng had missed out on a great opportunity. I don't mind at all. With Brother Lin leading the way, we might even be the first to reach the innermost area. Su Heng Exalt was not a blind person, and he hurriedly agreed. Ever since Lin Fei clashed with the Elysian Son of Heaven several times, he had always had the upper hand. He walked through the shadow labyrinth as though he was walking on flat ground. Even if Su Heng had the time, he wouldn't be able to do it so quickly. What caught people's attention the most was that Lin Fei's strength seemed to be constantly improving. Why would Su Heng give up such a good opportunity? Let's go. Lin Fei nodded slightly and walked in the direction they came from. Supremacy Su Heng quickly rejoiced that his choice was right. Brother Lin, will something happen if we walk like this? Moving at high speed, Supremacy Su Heng felt uneasy. Don't worry, just follow me. At the start, Supremacy Su Heng moved like this as well. Very quickly, he suffered from the endless attacks of the shadow assassins. After suffering a few times, he didn't dare to do it again. Lin Fei was in front, Supremacy Su Heng was at the back, and the two young supremacies were in the middle. As the Sky Splitter hammer swung continuously, the shadow assassins in the darkness were continuously crushed. Supremacy Su Heng and the other two were dumbfounded. This was too domineering. A month later, they got used to Lin Fei's violent methods. Haha, our luck is not bad. We found the Shadow Crimson Cliff. Supremacy Su Heng's essence, qi, and spirit had all recovered. He never felt that being with Lin Fei in the Shadow Labyrinth would be so easy. He didn't need to worry, didn't need to think about anything, and only needed to deal with the fish that slipped through the net. Originally, he was worried that they would go the wrong way, but Lin Fei seemed to know how to navigate the Shadow Labyrinth. This was simply too heaven-defying. Supremacy Su Heng didn't think that he knew all the changes in the Shadow Labyrinth. To be able to proceed smoothly, it was all because of his monstrous divination ability. Supremacy Su Heng worshipped this ability 10,000 times over. A year later, Supremacy Su Heng and the other two did not have any objections. Picking up items from the back became what they were most happy to do. Lin Fei didn't care about what they were thinking. From the look of worship in Supremacy Su Heng's eyes, he knew that he must have misunderstood. He was naturally happy and didn't explain. Although the drop rate was very low, and Lin Fei didn't care about it, just the wave after wave of shadow assassins was enough to obtain a large amount of life energy. Lin Fei only took a small portion and gave the rest to them. This made Supremacy Su Heng and the others extremely happy. Their impression of Lin Fei was getting better and better. Even with the addition of Supremacy Su Heng and the others, Lin Fei's movement speed didn't slow down, and he was rushing towards the center. All the changes in the Shadow Labyrinth were useless in front of him. I think I'm almost there. That place was getting closer and closer. Lin Fei estimated that he would arrive in at most 10 months. It was a pity that he didn't meet Elysian's son and the others along the way. Lin Fei wanted to see their miserable looks, and he believed that it would be very interesting. Dugu Yijian was also nowhere to be seen. Lin Fei only needed to hurry. From the 10 months, there were still 3 months left. On the way in the Shadow Labyrinth, Lin Fei smelled a sharp sword intent. Look, these shadow assassins seem to have been killed in a single strike. Even now, there are still sword intents left. It should be left behind by Dugu Yijian. Supremacy Su Heng looked at the corpse of the shadow assassin. There was a black line left on the surface, and it wasn't very obvious. So he left even faster than me. Lin Fei took a closer look and recognized the wound on the surface. It was left by Dugu Yijian. Master, this person's strength is the same as Master's, and he has also experienced a huge increase. His sword art is even more terrifying. Don't look at the wound on the surface. The internal organs have turned into a pool of blood. Lin Fei agreed with the little devil's words. The shadow assassins here are very powerful, and all of them are supremacies. He is a sword Dao genius, and it is normal for him to break through under such training. Not long later, Lin Fei caught up to Dugu Yijian, who was killing the shadow assassins. With a light sword, the shadow assassins all fell to the ground. Clean and decisive. Chapter 29-26. Dugu Yijian stopped, turned around, and revealed a look of surprise. If you can break through, why can't I? Dugu Yijian was in high spirits. He held his sword and slashed towards Lin Fei. This sword was extremely powerful, like a white line. A smile also appeared on Lin Fei's face. Good. He swept the sky, split a hammer in his hand, and a thick purple light whizzed up. A sword and a hammer collided heavily. The void in front of the two of them, under the impact of the powerful force, created a black hole in the void. After a short while, it recovered, but one could still see the destructive power within. After Dugu Yijian attacked, he put away the weapon in his hand, and no longer attacked. Su Heng and the other two, who were standing behind him, had goosebumps. Especially that sword, which was extremely powerful and contained a terrifying sword Dao killing intent. Even the Emperor's will protection body trembled slightly. Lin Fei and Dugu Yijian stopped after exchanging a move. Not only did your strength improve quickly, but you also have a clear understanding of the Shadow Labyrinth. If word gets out that you can reach here, who knows how many people will be dumbfounded. Dugu Yijian had his own information, and with his powerful analysis and calculation ability, he walked step by step, but it was not easy. The fact that Lin Fei was able to make it this far was too surprising. The Shadow Labyrinth was more like a test. Try your luck. It might be possible in the Shadow Corridor, but not here. No matter how good one's luck was, it could not be good all the time. This was why Dugu Yijian admired Lin Fei. As for Su Heng, he seemed to be following Lin Fei's lead. Needless to say, he definitely followed. My calculation ability is unparalleled in the world. The Shadow Labyrinth is constantly changing, but it is still a little lacking here. Are you interested to experience it together? It's better than walking around blindly. Lin Fei invited. Sure, I also want to experience your unparalleled calculation ability. Dugu Yijian really did not believe it. The Shadow Labyrinth was famous for being difficult to walk. Lin Fei did not believe that Dugu Yijian would refuse his invitation. The fact that he was able to come this far was the best proof. From Supremacy Su Heng, he knew that until now, there was not a single supremacy in the Dark Shadow Palace who had complete information on the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Very few people could make it this far. At this point, all that was left was the ability to calculate. It was a test of a person's ability. For Dugu Yijian to reach here, his luck was rather good. He was much better than Su Heng. If they hadn't met Lin Fei, they would have been teleported out. In fact, Dugu Yijian really wanted to see Lin Fei's ability. He wouldn't be surprised if anyone else came here, but Lin Fei was different. The supremacies of the Dark Shadow Palace appeared polite on the surface, but in reality, they were trying to ostracize him. It was not easy to obtain information about the Dark Shadow Labyrinth. Even in the library, they had only left behind the outer route. Lin Fei almost didn't need to calculate. He kept going in circles. Dugu Yijian attacked from the side. Both of them were very strong. As they pushed their way through, not a single Dark Shadow assassin could stop them. Dugu Yijian was soon convinced. These roads were all unfamiliar to him, but he could pass them all. What he worried about the most didn't happen, such as reaching a dead end and encountering the lair of the Dark Shadow assassins. Dugu Ijian had encountered such a situation countless times, and every time, he ended up in a sorry state. Seeing that Lin Fei passed through without any mishaps, his interest was piqued. Perhaps this fellow really knew some secret. Dugu Ijian couldn't help but admire him for finding the intersection time and time again. Lin Fei was better than him in terms of calculation. The surrounding dark shadow assassins gradually decreased, but their abilities became extremely strong. The most incredible thing was that they were harder to kill. Usually, one move was enough to kill them, but now, they needed more than 5 moves. This also proved that they were very close to the end. Unknowingly, there were 5 people in Lin Fei's group. Their abilities had increased greatly. There wasn't much danger along the way. At most, it would take them a little longer. There seems to be fighting sounds ahead. It should be Elysian Sun and the rest. Supremacy Su Hang heard the commotion. The others heard it as well. Elysian Sun is really amazing. Relying on that rainbow pearl and the information, he walked even further than us. Dugu Ijian didn't speak much, but every sentence was important. They should have encountered some trouble. Lin Fei smiled. Previously, I was still thinking about them. I didn't expect to actually encounter them. At an intersection ahead, Elysian Sun and the rest had encountered trouble. Originally, there were 5 of them, but now there were only 3. The 2 young Supremacy had left. Clearly, they had been separated by the dark shadow assassins. Now, Elysian Sun and the rest had their backs against each other. Their bodies were covered in injuries, and they looked rather miserable. Brother Shang, this is the lair of the dark shadow assassins, and there are too many of them. We can't charge through at all. Supremacy Yi Fei's expression was solemn as he constantly attacked the places in front of him that he couldn't see. Damn it, if I had known earlier, I would have gone to the other side. Elysian Sun was also regretful. The rainbow pearl is sometimes unreliable. We actually walked into a dead end and even encountered a lair. Let's charge again. Supremacy Huanglang suggested. All right. The 3 of them charged forward again. Elysian Sun took the lead, while Supremacy Yi Fei and Supremacy Huanglang supported him from the side. Not long after they charged out, they were forced to retreat. There were too many dark shadow assassins. Isn't this the Holy Vice Hall Master? I was wondering where you guys were going, so it turns out that you were hiding here. How does it feel? Isn't it very exciting? Or are you planning to undergo a life and death training here? In the darkness, Lin Fei's laughter could be heard. Damn, it's that brat Lin Fei's voice. Supremacy Yi Fei's eyes revealed shock. It can't be, he can come here. Supremacy Huanglang was shocked. How did he come here? This place was infinitely close to the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. The name that Elysian Son of Heaven didn't want to hear the most was Lin Fei's name. Why was this guy doing better than him the entire time? After all, he was someone with the rainbow pearl. Yet he encountered such a troublesome matter. Training? What a joke. Elysian Son of Heaven almost couldn't breathe. You guys guessed right. I really am Lin Fei. Nothing is impossible. My luck is not bad. I have always been behind you guys. Lin Fei's voice sounded out again. Elysian Son of Heaven took the opportunity to say, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Actually, it's very simple. I'll help you guys, but you guys will need to pay a large sum of money. Elysian Son of Heaven continuously struck out with his palm and said angrily, "Don't even think about it, a mere dark shadow assassin can stop us." Chapter 29-27. In the depths of the Shadow Labyrinth. Looks like their luck isn't too good. Lin Fei smiled and said to everyone. Others couldn't see clearly, but with the system in hand, they could see everything clearly. The 3 of them were in a sorry state. They were unlucky enough to encounter a nest of powerful shadow assassins. These shadow assassins were very smart. They constantly moved around and didn't attack blindly. They were rather organized. As time went on, the pressure increased, and the chances of the shadow assassins winning increased. Dugu Ijian could barely see the situation and shook his head. They're really unlucky. Those powerful shadow assassins won't let them off so easily. Supremacy Su Hang wasn't surprised by Lin Fei's words. It was already good enough that they didn't throw stones. If it were someone else, he would definitely chase them out. That's right. That's why they deserve to bleed. Dugu Ijian said. Elysian Sons are unlucky to encounter you. Only you dare to extort money from them. Lin Fei chuckled. As long as they want to stay, they'll definitely have to pay a huge price. Those shadow assassins aren't to be trifled with. You guys have a share in this. Haha, I knew you'd drag us down. Dugu Yijian wasn't angry at all. Supremacy Su Heng didn't dare to say anything. Along the way, it was all thanks to Lin Fei. Otherwise, they would have left long ago and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. He naturally wouldn't refute whatever Lin Fei said. Moreover, Dugu Yijian was here. Since he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be stupid enough to say anything. What should we do now? The three of them resisted the sneak attack of the shadow assassins. They were wary of Lin Fei outside. That rascal wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew if he would make a move? After all, at the shadow corridor, they had joined forces to attack him. If that rascal is petty, we won't be able to deal with him. Supremacy Yi Fei's expression wasn't good. They were already in trouble, and now there was Lin Fei. It wasn't a joke. I think he wouldn't dare. Supremacy Huanglang said. No one dared to confirm this. The person he was facing was none other than Lin Fei, the public enemy of the High Lord of the Dark Shadow Palace. The people outside were probably all dumbfounded. Lin Fei, who everyone was most pessimistic about, had reached this step. He was only a step away from the end of the Shadow Labyrinth. Just thinking about it made people angry. Of the 5 of them, after a long struggle, there were only 3 left. 1 month. 2 months. 3 months. Lin Fei never left. All the best. Work harder. There aren't many dark shadow assassins left. You guys can do it. In the past 3 months, he had heard this kind of thing countless times. The Elysian Heavenly Sons and the others gritted their teeth. It was unknown whether or not Lin Fei was doing this on purpose, but the shadow assassins kept surging forward, and it was impossible to kill them all. They had consumed a lot of energy, and they wanted nothing more than to go out and cut Lin Fei into pieces. This won't do. I can't hold on anymore. The shadow assassin seems to have been provoked. He's been attacking non-stop. Even a supremacy powerhouse would feel immense pressure at this moment. No matter how many dark shadow assassins they killed, they couldn't leave this place. If they were not careful, they would be hit 4 or 5 times, and their life energy was constantly being consumed. For them, there was nothing to worry about as long as their life energy was consumed. However, the current situation didn't look good. Brother Sage, why don't we listen to Lin Fei's opinion? High Lord Yi Fei said with a pale face. I think it's possible. The Elysian Sun couldn't refuse. Vice Hall Master Lin, what do I have to do for you to help? High Lord Yi Fei asked shamelessly. This kind of torturous consumption would be very unpleasant to anyone. The Elysian Sun raised his Buddhist light shield and withstood the attacks of the dark shadow assassins. Haha, so you guys need help. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you didn't, how would I know? Lin Fei's laughter sounded. Your holy Vice Hallmaster is really powerful. Why don't I see him saying anything? Lin Fei wanted the Elysian Sun to be unhappy. If you guys dare to do this, then I dare to do the same. High Lord Yi Fei revealed a trace of helplessness. This Vice Hall Master Lin Fei was really not easy to talk to. He was obviously targeting the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun was already very vexed by the dark shadow assassins. Now that Lin Fei had appeared, he was even more unhappy. Vice Hallmaster Lin, you're amazing. What do I have to do for you to help? You should know that without us, you definitely won't be able to kill your way through the Shadow Labyrinth. If you help us now, it'll be beneficial for everyone. The Elysian Sun was also very cunning. He brought up the existence of the Shadow Labyrinth to prevent himself from being put in a difficult position. The Elysian Sun was very clear that no one would let go of this opportunity. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 sharp air-piercing sounds could be heard. They charged straight at the Elysian Sun. Then I'll send you guys off. Anyway, I won't lose anything. Ha ha ha. The 3 cold auras caused the 3's expressions to change. After resisting for a while, the 3 of them shook their bodies. The defense in front of them had been reduced by 80 to 90%. The dark shadow assassins took the opportunity to attack and were in big trouble. You're shameless. The Elysian Sun gritted his teeth and sent the dark shadow assassins flying. Wrong. I'm not being shameless. I'm helping you guys to kill the Dark Shadow Assassins. Unfortunately, my aim was a little off. I'm really sorry. Next time, I'll definitely hit accurately. Be careful, it's coming again. In the darkness, Lin Fei attacked again. He's too shameless. He's exhausting our strength. With Lin Fei's attack, the Dark Shadow Assassins realized that this was an opportunity. Their attacks became even more frenzied. They didn't give the Elysian Sun and the others any chance to rest. The most terrifying thing was that these Dark Shadow Assassins weren't that easy to kill. They could only attack them. This was the biggest problem. Brother Lin, you're going to anger them to death with this method of yours. Supremacy Su Heng held back his laughter and said, "This is called reciprocity," Lin Fei said seriously. "Moreover, I'm not targeting them. It's so dark, I'm just attacking the Dark Shadow Assassins." Supremacy Su Heng was really convinced. This was obviously targeting them. Of course, he wouldn't be so silly to say such words. He still had to wait for Lin Fei to bring them along. Holy Vice Hallmaster, do you still think so? A few days later, the Elysian Sun and the others were tortured beyond recognition. Lin Fei's attack method was indeed terrifying. It was impossible to defend against it. Just one attack from him had consumed a lot of their life force. They knew that Lin Fei was attacking them and they didn't have the ability to block it. The cunning Dark Shadow Assassins also attacked. Every attack would leave a large number of wounds on their bodies. Stop. Stop immediately. What do you want? Just say it. Chapter 29-28. The Shadow Assassin was already difficult enough to deal with. Now that Lin Fei was involved, even the Elysian Sun had no confidence in dealing with them. Brother Shang, I think it's better to agree to Lin Fei's conditions. Everyone is here to go to the next level. The Elysian Sun did not hear Lin Fei's voice. Instead, he heard Duguijian's words. His heart sank. What he did not want to happen the most had happened. They had actually walked together. That would be troublesome. If Lin Fei was alone, the Elysian Sun would not mind finding an opportunity to deal with Lin Fei after coming out. However, with Duguijian, especially in a place like this, he did not need to think too much to understand what was going on. So it's Brother Dugu. I didn't expect you to come as well. Sorry for the embarrassment. The Elysian Sun's expression was very ugly. He had no choice but to lower his head. If he wanted to go down, he had to let Lin Fei take a bite. Wrong. It should be a few people taking a bite. The Elysian Sun did not believe that Duguijian did not participate in it. Not saying anything did not mean that he did not have any thoughts. Deputy Hall Master Lin, speak. We are listening. As long as it is not too much, we will agree. The Elysian Sun said as he sent the Shadow Assassin flying with a palm strike. We want 70% of your harvest from this trip. This is my request. Just take it as compensation for the mental damage you've suffered from attacking me. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and immediately asked for 70% of their loot. The three of them were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. 70% of their gains. It was not easy for them to come down here. Lin Fei was demanding an exorbitant price. 70% is too much. At most, we will go back and you will not get any compensation for your mental damage. The Elysian Sun was also unwilling to agree. A light voice came from the other side. Up to you. At most, we will not go to the next level. However, to you, it is equivalent to missing out on an opportunity. It is rumored that there are good things in the Shadow Throne, such as legendary treasures. Hee, are you not tempted? They definitely wanted to go to the last level, the Shadow Throne. However, they were reluctant to give up 70% of their profits. After some discussion, they agreed to give up 60% of their profits, even though they were unwilling. To Lin Fei, 60% of the profits from 3 people was indeed not a small fortune. With the method to create the life crystals, he had no other thoughts about these things. He just wanted to let the Elysian Son of Heaven know that he could be shameless, but he could also use shameless methods. 60% of the benefits could make people vomit blood and feel the pain for a long time. After handing over the items, Lin Fei and Duguijian charged in, sending the powerful Shadow Assassins flying one after another. This solved the problem of the Holy Son of Heaven and the other two. Seeing Lin Fei and Duguijian again, the Elysian Son of Heaven's face was gloomy. In just a short period of time, He could already see that the two's strength had greatly increased. Forget about your rainbow pearl. I'll lead the way here, unless you're willing to go to that place again. Lin Fei did not intend to let the Elysian sun lead the way. The closer they were to the end, the stronger the shadow assassins would be. We have the rainbow pearl and the notes left behind by the seniors. It's not difficult to deduce it. Supremacy Yi Fei retorted. Lin Fei stepped forward. You guys can go if you want. Dugu Yijian followed. Su Heng shook his head and followed along, leaving the three of them to look at each other helplessly. In the end, they could only follow along helplessly. They knew that although Great Venerable Shaker was powerful, his understanding of the Shadow Throne could be counted on one hand. It was fine to pass through the periphery, but these places were not so easy to reach. At the beginning, the Elysian Son of Heaven and the other two did not think that Lin Fei had the ability to lead the way. They had been suppressing their anger and were prepared to mock him. However, as their journey was unimpeded, they immediately realized that Lin Fei had information in his hands, and it was top secret. What kind of joke was this? There would be top secret information in this place. If it was not top secret information, could it be analysis and deduction? Wasn't that a little too powerful? 5 months later. They were infinitely close to the end. The shadow assassins were getting stronger and stronger. Fortunately, their combined strength was still very strong. They were more daunting than dangerous, and pushed their way to the end. To think that we have finally reached the end of this level. Supremacy Yi Fei sighed. Thinking of giving up 60% of the treasures, he did not feel so heartache anymore. Otherwise he would not have come here. The Shadow Labyrinth was the most difficult place to walk. There was once an expert from the Shadow Palace who spent 50 years in the Shadow Labyrinth and could not find the entrance. In the end, he had no choice but to return with regret. Every time someone entered, those who could reach the end of the Shadow Labyrinth would have great gains. For example, the 5 great supremacies had obtained powerful treasures in the Shadow Labyrinth and eventually became great supremacies. Everyone was very excited. Supremacy Su Heng looked at Lin Fei gratefully and was filled with gratitude. The end of the Shadow Labyrinth. It was something that they did not even dare to think about. When Supremacy Su Heng came, he had brought treasures, but it was still difficult to move an inch in the Shadow Labyrinth. He was very grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Dugu Yijian's gaze turned strange. He thought, I did not expect this guy to be so powerful. No wonder he is so confident. His divination ability is too terrifying. After a short period of happiness, everyone gathered their spirits and carefully pushed open the stone door. According to the information, this level will be guarded by a great supremacy. It is called the Shadow Devil General. It has a total of 10 lives, and we have to kill it 10 times. Elysian Son of Heaven knew more. Supremacy Su Heng and the other two laughed bitterly. We have to put in more effort. Why don't we say everything we know? Otherwise, it will not be easy for anyone. No one had any objections. After summarizing the information, they had more or less analyzed the situation of the Shadow Devil General. If we want to kill the Shadow Devil General, we have to kill it the first time. Its strength will become weaker and weaker. Otherwise, even if we work together, we will not have the confidence. Lin Fei analyzed and said, No problem. We all want to go to the Shadow Throne. We have to work together and do it again. Similarly, in a small palace. The surroundings were empty. It was different from the previous place. It was much more monotonous. The only difference was that in the center, there was a stairway to the heavens. At the end, there was a throne. On the throne, a strong man in black armor sat on a golden saber. Beside him, there was a black saber that shone with a cold light. After a long time, someone finally came. I wonder how many times you can block me. The strong man in black armor stood up and grabbed his saber. Like a gust of wind, he arrived in front of Elysian Son of Heaven at an extremely fast speed and slashed down with his saber. Chapter 29:29. Dark Shadow Demon General turned into a series of afterimages as it attacked. Elysian Sun was the first to be sent flying. The huge Buddha silhouette behind him shattered and reappeared. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured in just one attack. Why am I always the first to be injured? Elysian Sun could not express his bitterness. He was the first target after so much difficulty. There was no justice in this world. They should be dealing with Dugu Yijian and Lin Fei first. Everyone, Be careful. His power is very strong and has the ability to destroy. My emperors will protection collapsed upon contact. The Elysian son of heaven warned loudly. Coil. Dugu Ijian raised his eyebrows. Sword Intent flew out and coiled around the Dark Shadow Devil General's body, coiling around it. Elysian Sun also used a Sacred Spirit secret method to trap people. Yi Fei and the rest were the same. Thunderclap Leap. Lin Fei also used a big killer move. Its power increased by a lot. If he did not use the power of Thunderclap Leap now, when would he be able to kill Dark Shadow Demon General? After leaping over, Lin Fei's energy was greatly consumed. This is too powerful. Dark Shadow Demon General's black fog shook. Everyone's attacks were shattered. Master, you are attracting aggro. Dark Shadow Demon General is coming. Lin Fei knew it was not good. Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand continued to unleash attacks. Dark Shadow Demon General's black fog shook continuously. It charged forward like a stream of light. The huge palm slapped. Waves surged. Lin Fei immediately felt the surging power. Sky Splitter Hammer swept horizontally. The huge power rushed up and sent him flying. The destructive power hit Aotion. Crack, 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 crack. Intense pain engulfed his whole body. Dugu Ijian saw the momentum. Sword Intent swept up. Layers of Sword Intent barriers blocked in front of Lin Fei. A huge sword wheel also appeared behind him. Slash. The sword wheel was like a bright moon, slashing out with a swoosh. Dark Shadow Demon General took a step back. A huge wound was left on its body. Pitch black blood flowed out. You all deserve to die. Dugu Ijian's attack successfully attracted Dark Shadow Demon General's attention. He turned around and attacked. With the same move, the Dark Shadow Demon General broke Dugu Ijian's sword move and sent him flying with a palm strike, crashing into the wall. His face turned slightly pale. Buddha's palm. A huge Buddha palm struck across the sky. The Shadow Demon General had learned his lesson. He also struck out with his palm, shattering the Elysian Son of Heaven's attack head-on. Thunder Leap. 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains. Lin Fei recovered and looked over. A huge amount of life energy was not something to be trifled with. The Dark Shadow Demon General was very strong, but in his eyes, it had not reached an extremely terrifying level. He could still deal with it. As long as he killed the Dark Shadow Demon General once, his strength would be correspondingly weakened. As soon as the mountains and rivers appeared, they pressed down. For the Dark Shadow Demon General to be able to guard this level, he was indeed not simple. He could still maintain his movement. In just 3 breaths of time, thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were reduced to nothing. Lin Fei unleashed a beam of purple light and shot through the air. Great, that's it. Sure enough, when injured, the Dark Shadow Demon General chose to attack Lin Fei. It seemed that it was easy to attract hatred. This undoubtedly gave them an opportunity to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. They were all smart people. Without saying anything, they realized that this was a flaw of the Dark Shadow Demon General. This was also the only chance to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. If they missed this opportunity, they did not know if there would be another chance. Thus, everyone was divided into 4 groups. There was a group standing in the north, south, east, and west. The Elysian Son of Heaven, Lin Fei, and Dugu Ijian each took a position. The rest were Yi Fei and the others. There were a total of 5 people. If they joined forces, their strength would not be comparable to any of the 3 of them. At least they could withstand an attack. Once this countermeasure came out, the Dark Shadow Demon General could no longer pose any threat to everyone. Ha ha ha, this is a great idea. The Elysian Son of Heaven's palm struck the Dark Shadow Demon General. He could not help but laugh. It had to be said that this was a good idea. Dugu Ijian also had a smile on his face. It was impossible for any one of them to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General. Every time they faced the Dark Shadow Demon General's counterattack, they had to be on full alert. The other party's power contained destruction, which was very difficult to eliminate. The Dark Shadow Demon General seems to have slowed down. This is great. Its attack seems to be much weaker than before. 1 year later, everyone was smiling. The Dark Shadow Demon General was too tyrannical and terrifying. They attacked for a full year for the first life. However, during this year, the pressure was not ordinary. During this period, there were more than a dozen dangers. The last blow, it's going to die. Lin Fei used a thunderclap leap, to plunder the Dark Shadow Demon General's last chance of survival. Crash! With the death of the Dark Shadow Demon General, a dazzling Jingguang object appeared on the ground. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. This time, everyone was calm. No one rushed up to snatch the things that dropped on the ground. Ha ha ha, let's collect them first. When the Dark Shadow Demon General comes again, we won't have time to collect them. High Lord Yifei said. The person who collected them was Dugu Yijian. He used a special storage ring and stored all of them. This was also agreed upon at the beginning. No matter what dropped during this period, the items had to be distributed collectively according to the contribution. Although they were jealous, no one would snatch it. This was only the first wave of killing the Dark Shadow Demon General. There were still 9 waves to go. Maybe something would drop, which would definitely make them feel good. Ha ha ha, it exploded again. There's a lot less stuff. It was also the method of the higher-ups. It took the 8 of them 10 months to kill the Dark Shadow Demon General's second life. They were becoming more and more compatible. The Dark Shadow Demon General's third life took 9 months. The Dark Shadow Demon General's fourth life took 7 months. The Dark Shadow Demon General's fifth life took 5 months. Just a little bit more. Block it quickly. The Dark Shadow Demon General has gone crazy. Kill him and we'll win. With the final blow, a purple arc of light flashed. The Dark Shadow Demon General turned into a puff of black smoke and disappeared. The last life was also completely killed. Ha ha ha, we actually killed the Dark Shadow Demon General. It wasn't easy. Everyone revealed excited expressions. In less than 10 years, they really killed the Dark Shadow Demon General. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about before. Lin Fei, Dugu Yijian, and the Elysian Sun all sat paralyzed on the ground. For several years, their minds were focused on the Dark Shadow Demon General, and the pressure was also considerable. With the death of the Dark Shadow Demon General, the 3 of them completely relaxed. It was too difficult. Especially the last few times, the Dark Shadow Demon General realized something, and it was very difficult to deal with it. Fortunately, it was finally killed. Now let me see what good things there are. Chapter 29-30. The exciting moment of the Dark Shadow Demonic General had arrived. A lot of shiny things appeared before everyone's eyes. These things piled up together like a small mountain. Seeing this, everyone became excited. After so many years, they had accumulated a great harvest. Most importantly, this thing came from the body of the Dark Shadow Demon General. According to the records, it was an existence that was very difficult to kill. In the Dark Shadow Palace, many supremacies were stopped at this level. Basically, they were all wiped out. Over the years, almost no one could see the Dark Shadow Demonic General, let alone kill it. They were hit hard on the way and were directly eliminated. Lin Fei and his group were the only ones who killed the Dark Shadow Demonic General in the past hundreds of thousands of years. If this news were to spread among the High Lords of the Dark Shadow Palace, it would definitely shock everyone. No matter how one looked at it, the Dark Shadow Demonic General was powerful and not so easy to kill. At that moment, they were very excited. What they could not complete was completed by them. They killed the Dark Shadow Demonic General perfectly and gained a huge harvest. Thank you, Lin Fei. If it wasn't for your help, I really don't know if we could make it here, let alone kill the Shadow Demon General. Exalt Yifei took the initiative to express his gratitude. He was truly convinced. In the past, I was a little against you, but from today onwards, you are my friend. Huang Lang said with a slightly apologetic tone. The other party's potential was no longer something he could compare to. As veteran High Lords, Yifei and Huang Lang really did not think much of Lin Fei in the beginning. In such a short time, he had reached his current realm and his strength was even above them. Although they were extorted before, thinking about it now, how could that little bit of wealth compare to what they had now? If they continued to offend Lin Fei, it would definitely be a big problem in the future. He now had the battle prowess of a great venerable lord. It was not impossible for him to become an ultimate god one day. Even if there was no chance, he was still a top-notch existence among the great venerables and they had to look up to him. They had seen everything that had happened in the past few years. Lin Fei's potential was too terrifying and his strength was also top-notch. In the process of killing the Dark Shadow Demonic General, he acted as the main force and persisted under the Dark Shadow Demonic General's attacks again and again. On this point, They had all witnessed it with their own eyes. The strength of the body transformation school was also vividly displayed in the siege of the Shadow Devil General. They had no doubt that without Lin Fei as the main force, if they wanted to kill the Shadow Devil General, the success rate would be less than 30%, and this was only if they were lucky. They tactfully chose to lower their heads. Surprisingly, the Elysian Son of Heaven did not say anything. He just stood there quietly. After several years of cooperation, he still didn't have a good impression of Lin Fei, but he also knew that without Lin Fei as the main force, they definitely wouldn't be able to kill the Shadow Devil General. You guys are seniors, and I'm a newcomer. It's very normal. I won't mind. Lin Fei said with a smile. All right, let's all take a look at what good stuff we got from killing the Shadow Generals 10 times. Exalted Lord Yi Fei and Exalted Lord Huang Lang heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced in their hearts. Back then, they had endured the pain of paying up a fortune. Compared to their current gains, the difference was far too great. Even if the few of them were to share 10% of the items, it would still be priceless. I know this, the life crystals. Exalted Lord Yi Fei picked up the shiny crystal on the ground. It was the size of a thumb and was flickering. Its interior was filled with comfortable life energy. Although it was a little small, it was still a priceless treasure. Now, let's count the life crystals. Even though the Exalted Lords present were people who had seen the world, this was the first time they had seen so many life crystals. Everyone quickly began to count. Master is really bad. If it weren't for you, the life crystals that dropped wouldn't be this small. The majority would be on you. Little Evil Demon said with a smirk. Lin Fei chuckled. I'm the main force, so it's normal for me to take the majority. Now that everything is ready, I'm just missing the Origin Energy God Sand. My prideful 9th layer physical body. I'm really looking forward to it. Since the majority was here, Lin Fei still pretended to be very excited, so as not to arouse suspicion. After all, his strength had increased too quickly, which was too abnormal. It was easy for people to associate it with some kind of secret technique. This wasn't something he was willing to see. Ha ha ha, I really didn't expect that we actually obtained more than 673,000 life crystals. Exalted Lord Su Hang said excitedly, this is a huge sum of wealth. According to the original agreement, the 3 of you are the main force. Each of you will get 30%. The remaining 10% will be divided among us. Exalted Lord Yi Fei was also clear that in this battle, they were only there to delay. 10% of the benefits would be more than 60,000 life crystals. Each of them could get a few thousand, and they were quite satisfied. These things weren't easy to find outside. Lin Fei didn't have any objections. 30% was fine, and he could still leave a good impression. Seeing that Lin Fei didn't say anything, everyone was relieved. They immediately divided the life crystals. After the shiny life crystals were divided, everyone started to divide the following things. Other than the life crystals dropped by the Dark Shadow Devil General, there were also some refining materials, which were all of the highest quality. There's a secret technique killing move here. Everyone took out a scroll, and when they opened it, it was actually a kind of body-tempering secret technique killing move. No wonder the Dark Shadow Devil General is so powerful. It's because of this secret technique. Unfortunately, it can only be cultivated by body-tempering cultivators. Exalted Lord Yi Fei put it down helplessly. Looks like only you can cultivate this. Dugu Yijian took a look and threw it to Lin Fei. Why didn't it drop a good one? Lin Fei really didn't notice this. 10th level strength technique. Casually flipping through it, Lin Fei's eyes brightened. No wonder the Dark Shadow Devil General is so powerful, it can double its strength. This is too amazing. This was a secret technique that could double one's strength. It could double one's strength for a certain period of time. This was terrifying. Lin Fei was secretly delighted. He was originally worried that if his body became stronger, it would easily attract trouble. If he cultivated 10th level strength technique, it would be completely different. No matter who it was, there was nothing to say. There was no need to doubt his previous strength anymore. I won't take this secret technique for free, after all, it's worth a lot. Although the difficulty is high, and one must have an 8th order heavenly god realm physique, I'll take out 100,000 life crystals, you guys can divide it among yourselves. Lin Fei's generosity in taking out 100,000 life crystals surprised everyone. Chapter 29:31. Taking out 100,000 life crystals, Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest pain. The items dropped by the Dark Shadow Devil General were too suitable for him. Starting from the 8th Order Heavenly God realm, it was simply a secret technique tailor-made for him. When attacking the Dark Shadow Devil General, Lin Fei had been puzzled. The other party clearly didn't use any secret techniques, so why was he so strong? In the battle of physical strength, Lin Fei also saw the problem. The other party was obviously weaker than him, so why was he so strong? Now, everything was clear. It was because of the 10-stage strength technique that he could double his strength, so it was normal for the other party to be so strong. Because the Dark Shadow Devil General had a secret technique, which was rare and precious. I really don't know where the Dark Shadow Devil General got these things from. After killing it, it would still drop treasures. It's really too rare. Lin Fei thought to himself. Yi Fei and the others refused at first, but under Lin Fei's forceful request, they divided the 100,000 life crystals. The remaining things didn't seem to be that good. Originally, everyone wanted to see if there were other scrolls that appeared, but unfortunately, there was only one scroll from beginning to end. Instead, that black armor was of very good quality. It was at the supremacy rank. In the end, Elysian Sun took it, and similarly took out 100,000 life crystals. After all, his physical strength wasn't that high. With this supremacy rank armor, his strength would skyrocket. The loot-sharing meeting lasted for a long time. Everyone was satisfied. Although Su Hang and the other two old supremacy didn't get any powerful treasures, each of them had 40,000 to 50,000 life crystals. When they went out, they could easily get whatever they wanted. They were envious, but it didn't last for too long. Instead, Elysian Sun felt a pain in his heart for a long time, cursing. This shameless guy, he obviously didn't need to pay with life crystals, but he pretended. Now, he made me pay 100,000 life crystals. Whether it was the armor or the physique cultivation technique scroll, they were exceptionally valuable, and couldn't be obtained outside. Let's rest for a few years before we head to the last level, the Shadow Throne. Lin Fei said, that place is the real treasure land. Whether we can get something good or not depends on this trip. After hearing Lin Fei's words, everyone realized that he was right. If they went down, they would reach the Shadow Throne. That place was the ultimate goal this time. Yes, rest immediately. Brother Lin, it would be even better if you could cultivate the first level of the 10-level strength technique. That's right, there's also Brother Sheng. After refining the Supreme Lord grade armor, his strength will also increase. For the next 10 years. Everyone was either recovering their energy or refining some life crystals to maintain their peak state, lest they fall behind. No one knew what was going on with the Shadow Throne. Up until now, very few people had entered. The Shadow Throne was very mysterious. In the past 10 years, Lin Fei had also mastered the first level of the 10-level strength technique and obtained a 5-fold increase in strength. He could erupt for an hour, after which he needed to rest for a day. This was really an unpopular setting. It seemed like even the Shadow Demonic General didn't have this restriction. Lin Fei was speechless. He even suspected that this secret technique had been castrated. Otherwise, how could there be such a restriction? Half an hour, it was more or less enough. He was already very strong, and if he could erupt 5 times his strength, even a great Supreme Lord would not be able to withstand an hour of crazy attacks. It's been 10 years, everyone should be more or less done. Lin Fei was the first to wake up with a smile on his face. Dugu Yijian also opened his eyes and asked, "You've learned it?" Everyone pricked up their ears. After all, the stronger Lin Fei was, the higher the chance of obtaining treasures after entering the Shadow Throne. If there was an existence like the Shadow Demonic General in the lower levels, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. They had experienced the strength of the Shadow Demonic General, and it was still fresh in their minds. In a one-on-one battle, other than the 3 of them, the other 5 wouldn't be able to withstand more than 10 moves from the Shadow Demonic General. Whether Lin Fei could break through again was very important to the rest of the journey. They were still counting on Lin Fei to be the main force. "I'm lucky, I just mastered it," Lin Fei said. "Fortunately, my physical body has reached 8th Order Heavenly God Realm for some time, otherwise it would be really difficult to master it. Unfortunately, it can only increase my strength by 5 times, and the time limit is 1 hour." The Elysian Heavenly Prince was the most worried one. 7 years ago, he had refined this armor and named it the Holy Buddha Armor. Its defensive capabilities had greatly increased, and its life-saving abilities had also become stronger. In his heart, he didn't want Lin Fei to learn such a tyrannical auxiliary cultivation technique. On the other hand, he also wanted to obtain treasures from the Shadow Throne. He knew that without Lin Fei, a body-tempering cultivator, their chances of obtaining treasures were very low. Listening to Lin Fei's words, the Elysian Heavenly Prince was in a bad mood. 1 hour? You're still looking down on it. For experts like them, a 5-fold increase in strength was too terrifying. Killing a High Lord would be a piece of cake. Is this bastard showing off? I really want to chase him out. Elysian Heavenly Prince could only fantasize about this. He did not dare to do it. Yi Fei and Huang Lang, the 2 High Lords, had already made up. It was impossible for them to deal with Lin Fei. A 5-fold increase in strength. This physique cultivation technique is too terrifying. Dugu Yijian also revealed a trace of shock. When this is over, I want to have a good exchange with you. Perhaps, my sword Dao will improve again. No problem. Lin Fei also wanted to have a good exchange with Dugu Yijian. After everyone was ready, Lin Fei, Elysian Heavenly Prince, Dugu Yijian, and the other 2 walked towards the stone door. Behind the stone door was a stone staircase. Everyone walked up the stairs, and after a few hundred steps, the staircase behind them began to disappear. The staircase in front of them seemed to have no end. Could this be the final test? Su Hang High Lord carefully looked around. It shouldn't be. Lin Fei did not dare to confirm. It seemed that it should not be like this. Everyone be careful. It's better to be careful. I heard that the last level of the Shadow Throne has the Dark Shadow Devil Lord, a peak Great Supremacy expert. I wonder if it's true. Elysian Heavenly Prince wore the Holy Buddha armor to protect himself. The Dark Shadow Devil Lord was like a huge hammer that directly hammered down on everyone's hearts. They almost couldn't kill a Dark Shadow Devil General, let alone a higher-level Dark Shadow Devil Lord. No matter how they heard of it, it was terrifying. If possible, no one would be willing to go against a mysterious existence like the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. This kind of walk lasted for a month, and everyone's hearts were in their throats. It seems like we're here. Chapter 2932. Everyone began to look forward to it. The Shadow Throne. They had finally made it here. Perhaps no one would be able to make it to the Shadow Throne the next time. With excitement, Lin Fei was the first to pass through the portal, followed by Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun. The 3 of them were the main force. If they really encountered danger, they could give the people behind them a chance to react so that they would not be defeated in one blow. This time, Lin Fei did not encounter any danger after entering the portal. When he saw the scene not far away, his eyes widened in disbelief. Luckily, it didn't attack me. The Elysian Sun was the 3rd to enter and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had come here twice in a row and had been severely injured by the shadow monster. He could not forget that until now. When he looked up, he was also shocked. The 5 supremacies behind him were the same after entering. Is this the Shadow Throne? The one speaking was the Elysian Son of Heaven. This is clearly a continent outside the domain. Who in the world has the ability to send a continent into a space? Dugu Yijian shook his head. No, this should be a small world. These things belong to the Saint Spirit domain. It should be a corner of the foreign mainland recorded in the ancient books. Everyone was digesting it. Not far away from them was a mainland. The only difference from the Saint Spirit domain was that this mainland was in ruins and no signs of life could be felt. In those ruins, one could see huge corpses, some of which were almost the size of a city. Even after death, there was still a terrifying aura lingering in the surroundings. One could imagine how terrifying and powerful these special life forms were when they were alive. Lin Fei had always been curious about where the shadow assassins and shadow demons had gotten these things from. Now, he suddenly realized that they were special life forms from another foreign mainland. These special life forms were similar to humans. However, they had a much better foundation. Hence, Lin Fei had to pay attention to them. Lin Fei also knew that not everyone could go to the extraterrestrial continents. For example, there were extraterrestrial continents outside the sacred spirit domain. As for how many there were, no one knew. Perhaps only the 3 ultimate gods or some people who were comparable to ultimate gods would know the specific situation. Now that a special life form from the outer realm had appeared here, it meant that a powerful figure must have made a move. I heard that the Shadow Throne was brought back from the outside by the Shadow Palace Master. It seems like it's true. An extraterrestrial special life form. This place looked extremely barren. However, the terrifying auras left behind by all sorts of special life forms were still lingering even after a long period of time. Everyone became cautious. The lingering aura in the surroundings, even after death, formed a scene of confrontation. The Elysian Son of Heaven had once accidentally walked in and was immediately suppressed, causing him to vomit blood on the spot. If not for Lin Fei and Dugui Jian working together to forcefully drag him out, he might have really died in there. The rest of the journey was led by Lin Fei. The system kept scanning and found a safe path. Only then did everyone relax. This third floor is more dangerous than I imagined. Until now, I still haven't seen the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. I wonder if he's dead. Su Hing said. Who knows? As they spoke, everyone was on their guard. After walking for half a month, the surroundings were still as barren as ever. As for treasures, they didn't see any for the time being. The skeletons of those special life forms were all of outstanding quality. No one could withstand the suffocating pressure. During this period of time, everyone could determine that the larger the skeleton, the stronger it was. When it was alive, it was at least the combat strength of a great supremacy. But now it was all dead. The most terrifying thing was that some of the skeletons were chopped off with a single slash. In other words, it was a powerhouse who killed a great supremacy with a single slash. It was truly terrifying. Outside the Saint Spirit domain, they definitely wouldn't see such a situation. Be careful, there seems to be movement in front. Lin Fei raised his hand. The people behind him were all on guard. With the system's scanning function, they could push forward without worrying about encountering danger. Dark Shadow Devil General. Lin Fei recognized it. This Dark Shadow Devil General's aura wasn't that strong. It was pacing back and forth in a certain area. Suddenly, the Dark Shadow Devil General stopped and looked around. Finally, it shot a glance in their direction. With a few leaps, it arrived in front of them. There's a Dark Shadow Devil General. Everyone, prepare for battle. The appearance of the Shadow Demon General was quite unexpected. Over the past half a month, they really hadn't encountered any danger. Other than the terrifying auras that had formed into domains that could injure people, nothing else had happened. Let me go first. The Elysian Son of Heaven sensed that the Dark Shadow Demon General's aura was not strong. He calmed down and was the first to charge forward. As expected, the Dark Shadow Demonic General and the Elysian Son were evenly matched. In less than 20 moves, the Elysian Son heavily injured the Dark Shadow Demonic General and killed it with a single palm strike, dropping a few life crystals. This is too little. Even the Elysian Son of Heaven was speechless. It was completely different from what he had imagined. It's good enough that I gave it to you. You don't know how many people are jealous of you. That should be the real Shadow Devil General King. Lin Fei said, other than this explanation, there is really no other explanation. Where did such a powerful existence appear in the world? Gradually, the number of Shadow Generals began to increase. Their strength was average. With their combined strength, they practically pushed their way through. The number of ruined buildings in the surroundings began to decrease, and the ground became flat. We should be almost there. The changes in their surroundings made everyone perk up. Boom! When they stepped into a plain, a tyrannical aura came from afar, setting off a monstrous storm that swept all the way. The entire plain turned black, covering the sky and the sun like the night. Reckless fools, this time, I will definitely kill all of you. Along with the appearance of the aura, there was an angry roar that contained endless hatred. Everyone, be careful. This must be the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei's face darkened. Feeling the ferocious and terrifying aura, it was more intense and dangerous than ever. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord really exists. Everyone took out their treasures and set up layers of defense around them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was the most difficult existence to deal with in the Dark Shadow Palace's ancient records. They did not dare to take it lightly. Emperor's Intent Protection Technique and Emperor's Intent Protection Technique were all activated immediately, ready to face the danger. The endless black wind had terrifying power. It directly crushed over with great destructive power. Chapter 2933. This wave of attack was very fierce. Too strong. Is this the strength of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord? It's completely at the peak of the great supremacy. Elysian's son wore the Holy Buddha armor and was also having a hard time resisting. He was on the verge of collapse, and his expression changed. The Buddha statue behind him was collapsing. Even the Dark Shadow Demon General isn't this powerful. It's indeed very powerful and terrifying. Dugu Ijian unleashed his sword domain, constantly shattering the oncoming power. His fighting spirit was strong. But I can use this to train myself. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed along. He waved the Sky Splitter hammer in his hand, creating a series of terrifying attacks that blasted black holes in the storm-like breeze. The three of them tore apart the most ferocious wave of attack. Behind them, Su Heng and the rest were much more relaxed. Even so, their faces were full of shock. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's strength was much more terrifying than they had imagined. If not for the three of them blocking, they believed that they would all be sent back outside. This was the most terrifying. Facing such an attack, they had no ability to resist at all. Interesting, very interesting. That old thing from the Dark Shadow Palace actually managed to recruit you three brats with good potential. Ha ha ha. In the darkness, that voice appeared again. I believe that old thing will feel the pinch after killing you three. Ha 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 ha. Boom. After the mocking voice, a black boot appeared above their heads. It was incomparably huge, and when it stomped down heavily, the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. Everyone, dodge. We can't hold on any longer. The power of one stomp made Lin Fei and the rest's expressions change. It contained more than 10 types of Emperor intent attacks that complemented each other, and its power was amplified infinitely. Bang bang bang. The three of them were instantly sent flying. Go! Su Heng, Yi Fei, and the rest instantly activated the teleportation stone. A white light wrapped around them, tore open the void, and disappeared without a trace. Teleportation stone. That old thing is really despicable. The peak of the Great Supremacy's strength is really terrifying. Although Lin Fei hadn't unleashed his full power, Proud Heaven was at the peak of the 8th stage, which was no laughing matter. However, the shockwave from the kick had torn him open, making him look like a man of blood. The aftershock energy cut his body like a blade. This was the first time he had encountered something like this. Horrifying, absolutely horrifying of life and death. Are you guys all right? Lin Fei looked at Elysian's son and Dugu Ijian. At this moment, they were in a similar situation. They were in a very sorry state. Not bad. It wasn't easy for me to get my Holy Buddha armor, and now it's damaged again. How unlucky. The three of them soon gathered together. Su Heng and the rest have left. That's good too. Dugu Ijian said, the threat of the Dark Shadow Devil Lord is too great. With just one kick, we became like this. Everyone secretly raised their guard. Without Su Heng and the others, there was no need to worry about them for the time being. I don't know what the Dark Shadow Demon Lord is trying to do. Why isn't he attacking? The Elysian Heavenly Son asked. Ever since that attack, the Shadow Devil Lord had not attacked again. The terrifying pressure in the surroundings also disappeared. The plains also returned to normal. It was hard to imagine that a life-and-death battle had just taken place here. Dark Shadow Devil, do you want to play hide-and-seek? Come out if you have the guts. Let's have a good fight. Although Lin Fei was afraid, after mastering the tenfold strength technique and adding his own foundation, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he was filled with the desire to fight. That's right. Come out quickly. Attacking from a distance. Seems like you are also trapped by something. Ha ha ha. The trio's voices spread out and reverberated across the silent plains. They believed that the Shadow Devil Lord would definitely come out after hearing their voices. Hua hua hua. A black shadow condensed in the sky above them. The shadow was very tall and exuded boundless dominance. Chi waves surged. 3 dolls. You guys are quite interesting. I wonder if you are interested in playing a game. The shadow did not make a move and asked with a smile. I dare to guarantee that this is definitely the most interesting game you guys have ever played. Although it was just a shadow, the aura on it was not very strong. The trio did not dare to be careless. This place was a corner of the outer region. They had to be cautious. Once there was a life and death crisis, they would immediately leave this place. Even the Shadow Devil Lord might not be able to break the teleportation stone's defense. This was something they could see very clearly. Game. We are not interested in playing with you. The Elysian sun felt sorry for the armor on his body. He slapped the shadow with his palm. Buddha's light shone brightly and the entire plane was illuminated. The shadow gently waved his hand. The Buddha's light that filled the sky dissipated as if it had never happened. It seems like you guys still don't know how powerful I am. Didn't that old thing tell you about the Shadow Throne's origin? The shadow laughed. The trio's expressions changed again. The Elysian sun's attack just now was very powerful. However, it was easily broken by the shadow's hand. This was the true strength of a peak great supremacy. The three of them could not do this. Even Lin Fei himself felt that there was a huge gap between them. The Shadow Throne is actually a part of the outer region. What you see now is only a small part of it. Back then, our mainland was invaded by the forces of the outer region. There was a great battle of life and death. It was truly an unforgettable battle. The shadow muttered to himself. Later on, an important figure appeared and suppressed us just as we were about to die. Although we survived, we also signed a humiliating contract. That person from your shadow palace was just lucky. I don't know where he obtained it from. After discussing with me, he used the Shadow Throne as a training ground. Everyone was shocked when they heard the shadow's words. The secrets behind it were really beyond imagination. Now you understand. Although the Shadow Throne belonged to that old thing, he could not truly control it. Therefore, he could only cooperate. If you want to obtain something from it, you have to play a game. This result was a huge blow to them. The Shadow Throne had actually been created by the cooperation of the Palace Master and the Devil Lord. They could not help but feel as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. No one was the first to speak. Master, according to the system's analysis, the Shadow Devil Lord's original body should have been suppressed. The strength that he could display was also not that strong. At the beginning, it was just a show of strength. However, it seems that these words cannot be trusted. A person with demonic nature will not take the initiative to confess. The little devil suddenly said to Lin Fei. In fact, Lin Fei could also see the difference. To be able to send the outer realm mainland into an independent space, the ability was naturally not small. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's side was very strong, but in the eyes of this big shot, his strength was too weak. It was possible that the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's true body would be suppressed. Chapter 29:34. The possibility is as high as 80%. Lin Fei never doubted the abilities of the little devil. After all, he was a system elf and also a core existence. From these clues, if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord wasn't restricted, he would have attacked with his true body. If the three of you join forces, you might not be able to withstand more than a few blows. The little devil continued, this game that he is talking about is definitely not a good thing. Perhaps he is preparing to escape. Master, the three of you can join forces and try to attack this phantom. Presumably, he doesn't have a lot of energy. The little devil made a suggestion. Wouldn't we know after giving it a try? Lin Fei transmitted his voice to the three of them and proposed his idea. This is a good idea. If his true body was here, he would have definitely attacked. Elysian Sun applauded. At the beginning, his true body should have attacked from a distance. Unfortunately, his strength is restricted, and the threat is still great. If he were to deal with an ordinary supremacy, it would be a one-sided situation. Unfortunately, he encountered us. After several attacks, he failed and probably came up with this idea. What Brother Elysian said makes sense. Dugu Ijian's eyes lit up. I think we can give it a try. Anyway, there's no loss. As long as the phantom retreats, we might be able to find the true body of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Just thinking about it is interesting. The phantom was not anxious. The three of them were strong enough to threaten a great supremacy. However, compared to him they were still lacking. Even if they joined forces, they could still suppress him. Unfortunately, I can't use all my strength. Otherwise, I could suppress them with one move. How could they be so calm? The phantom thought. Old thing, you will definitely regret this. The phantom was very patient. They would definitely agree. Soon. Elysian Sun said, hearing what you said, I will really regret it if I don't give it a try. We have discussed it. Whatever game you have, just take it out. The phantom laughed. This is the best choice you will make in your life. As soon as he finished speaking, A terrifying sword wheel slashed over. Dugu Ijian was the first to attack. The huge sword wheel was extremely domineering. The phantom didn't expect them to be so cunning. With a wave of his hand, endless energy swept out and collided with the sword wheel. The terrifying sword wheel became incomplete. These little tricks are useless. Bang, bang, bang. The sword wheel continued to collapse. The mysterious man snorted disdainfully. The Elysian son of heaven's Buddha's palm also followed up. A huge palm imprint with many Buddhas within it. Wherever the palm passed, Sanskrit chants and golden lotuses appeared. The illusory figure still casually swept over, and the gigantic divine palm became unable to move an inch forward. It only managed to break through a small part of the palm before it was forcefully stopped. Then, it collapsed along with the sword wheel. How dare you take out such useless things? Just as the phantom's voice came out of its mouth, it suddenly trembled. A voice appeared behind it. I wonder how powerful this move of mine is. The sky splitter hammer smashed onto the shadow. Lin Fei was his trump card. He used the solitary sword and the Elysian son of heaven to draw the opponent's attention. The moment the opponent mobilized his strength, he used the thunderclap leap to kill them, catching them off guard. The gigantic sword wheel and the Buddha's palm smashed onto the body of the illusory figure. Oh, you're dead. The phantom image dissipated. The resentful voice resounded. He's indeed a good-looking but useless guy. I almost fell for his trick. The Elysian son of heaven looked at Lin Fei and thought, I really don't know where this guy got his guts from. If not for Lin Fei's suggestion, the Elysian son of heaven would not have dared to make a move. The might of his Buddha's palm had not reached the great accomplishment stage, but it was not that easy to defend against. When the illusory figure was easily dissolved, he felt fear in his heart. He couldn't defeat such an expert. But now, that domineering and lofty fellow had disappeared without a trace. All that was left were his threatening words. You're really amazing. You even saw through this. The more Dugu Ijian looked at Lin Fei, the more curious he became. Naturally, Lin Fei would not say that this was the result of the little devil's analysis. All right, let's take this opportunity to find the whereabouts of the dark shadow demon lord. Lin Fei let the little devil analyze. This place was so big, and the auras were intertwined. It was not that easy to find. Who knew where the dark shadow demon lord was suppressed? Be careful. The black boots that appeared before appeared again and stomped down on their position. The three of them suddenly felt like Mount Tai was pressing down on them. The dark shadow demon lord is angry. His power comes through the air. As long as we avoid it, he won't be able to hold on for too long. Lin Fei said. At the same time, he ordered the little devil to start scouting. This kind of attack was very unpleasant. Okay. The dark shadow demon lord was very powerful. Unfortunately, the power came through the air, and there was a loss in the middle. The power was great, but it was still difficult to seriously injure the three of them. Everyone separated, so that the opponent's attack could not be concentrated in one place. Rumble. On the plains the earth shook. Every time the big foot of the boot stepped down, everything around it was razed to the ground. At the same time, huge footprints appeared. Under this kind of fierce attack, the three of them were like a lonely boat in the vast sea, swaying up and down with the waves. Cough, cough, cough. The three of them began to vomit blood. Although they were not hit, the power of the aftermath still brought them great lethality. Everyone was covered with wounds. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone, stay like this. His power is beginning to weaken. Lin Fei had been letting the system monitor the changes in the opponent's power. The opponent's power was constantly changing, and it was no longer as fierce and overbearing as it was at the beginning. Looks like it's really a sick cat. The attack did not last for long. The three of them could work together to destroy it. The boots that appeared out of nowhere also disappeared. That's it. Ha ha ha. No one expected that they could persist under the attack of the dark shadow demon lord. Although they looked very miserable now, their injuries were not very serious. The dark shadow demon lord is really a paper tiger. I wonder where he is hiding. Dugu Ijian looked at Lin Fei and said. The Elysian son of heaven also noticed Dugu Ijian's gaze. I really found something. You guys know that I'm good at divination. Just now, I have already captured the opponent's aura. Although he hid it well, I can still find him. Neither of them doubted it. They had witnessed Lin Fei walking from the Shadow Labyrinth to the end. His divination ability was unparalleled in the world. According to the location provided by the little demon, Lin Fei and the other two moved quickly and searched all the way. The ruins around them became fewer and fewer. The sound of the waves also appeared in their ears, and the air was moist. We're at the seaside. Chapter 29:35. This was a black pyramid. It was huge and filled with a high and mighty aura, making people involuntarily have the thought of worshipping it. The three of them suffered a huge impact, and their bodies trembled slightly. They subconsciously wanted to crawl down, and their faces involuntarily showed a crazy expression. "Master, wake up!" The little devil's anxious voice sounded in Lin Fei's ears. Waves of power spread out, and Lin Fei came back to his senses, feeling a little confused. What happened to me just now? It seems like a black pyramid. No. I seem to have lost control. Master, you were hit just now. I have already helped you block that power, the little devil said. Lin Fei's expression turned grave. He had actually fallen for the black pyramid without any warning. Wasn't that black pyramid a little too powerful? Elysian's son and Dugu Yijian struggled a little and wanted to make a worshipping gesture. They immediately realized that something had happened. They had great potential, but after all, they did not have the system to solve the problem. Wake up! Lin Fei hit their backs with his palm. This was also a last resort. Their bodies trembled, and they opened their eyes again. Although their blood and qi were tumbling, they also realized that they were hit. They looked at Lin Fei with gratitude. Too scary. This kind of illusion power is at least the power of great success. The two of them had lingering fear. If it were not for Lin Fei, they would definitely be in danger. They might even die here. In the history of the Dark Shadow Palace, there were several High Lords who died here. The Dark Shadow Throne was a place where danger and opportunity coexisted. That pyramid is unusual. It's made with a special method and has great illusion power. If I'm not careful, I'll fall for it. If I'm not wrong, the Shadow Devil Lord is on top of the Black Pyramid. Lin Fei looked up. They looked over and saw that there was a platform at the top of the pyramid. On the platform sat a tall and sturdy fellow. Suddenly, that person opened his eyes, and a domineering gaze shot over as he slowly stood up. It's really unexpected that you can actually withstand the power of the illusory Black Tower. It's really incredible. I don't know how many experts have been defeated by this illusory Black Tower. Dark Shadow Demon King stared at Lin Fei. If it weren't for you, you would have become my puppet soon. What a pity. Being stared at by the Dark Shadow Demon Lord, Lin Fei felt a terrifying killing intent. This Shadow Fiend Lord wanted to kill him. If it weren't for him, the current situation would be completely different. I'm really sorry, who asked your illusory Black Tower to be so weak? Lin Fei said disappointedly. If it was a little more powerful, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything. The words illusory Black Tower still shocked the three of them. This was definitely a top-grade treasure. The School of Illusion wasn't one of the top 10 schools, but it was infinitely close. Rumor had it that once one mastered the illusory domain, one's illusory domain would become real, and one would fall for it without even realizing it. Even peak great monarchs would barely be able to resist it for a moment, but not for long. In the Western continent, one couldn't find a second illusory domain treasure like this. To be able to say that the illusory Black Tower was weak, apart from Lin Fei, there couldn't be a second person. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, I see that you are standing on top, so you must be restricted. You also didn't expect that we could find you all the way here, and even resist the attack of the illusory Black Tower. Your scheme won't work. Lin Fei said with a smile. I think you should think about one thing, and that is how to survive. Elysian's son and Dugu Yijian really admired Lin Fei for daring to say such words. Your means won't work. Don't think that I don't know that you are restricted on top. You can't fight with your real body, and this is your biggest regret. Elysian's son's blood was boiling. Are you going to surrender, or are we going to kill you? Dugu Yijian also laughed. Ha ha ha, I, Dugu Yijian, have never killed an expert from the outer continent. If I can kill you today, I believe that I will go further on the path of the sword. Killing a peak great monarchs from the outer continent, that kind of achievement would definitely make one feel proud. The Dark Shadow Demon Emperor said disdainfully, You've got guts. Back when I was dominating the continent, you didn't even know where you were. Even though I only have the strength of a peak great monarch now, I'm not someone you can mess with. Boom! A domineering aura swept over. The void began to collapse, and black holes appeared. This is my power, it's not something you kids can compare to. Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked down from above, revealing a cold gaze. The power of this attack was quite strong. Lin Fei and the other two could still bear it, and didn't feel too much pressure. Brother Lin, although we can block Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack, the illusory Black Tower is a problem. We need to suppress it at all times, and a part of our strength will be suppressed. If we really rush up to fight Dark Shadow Demon Lord, I guess it won't be easy. Elysian Sun transmitted his voice. Although they looked relaxed now, the power of the illusory Black Tower was still affecting them. If there was a slight flaw, they would immediately be invaded, and it was very difficult to resist. Although he said it so easily after all, it was an expert from the outer continent, and according to his words, it seemed that he had the terrifying strength of a divine venerable. Lin Fei slightly frowned. He had experienced the power of the illusory Black Tower, and if it wasn't for the system blocking the illusion invasion, he would probably be the same as them. This was not something he wanted to happen. I'll be the main attacker, and you guys will assist from the side. I believe that Dark Shadow Demon Lord won't be able to hold on for so long. Lin Fei quickly had an idea. Although Dark Shadow Demon Lord was powerful, Lin Fei wasn't so easy to deal with. A large number of accumulated life crystals could be used to consume. Now, it was better to test Dark Shadow Demon Lord's true strength. How would they know if they didn't test? Lin Fei grabbed the Sky Splitter hammer and smashed it all the way. Now, his physical strength was extremely strong, and with the Sky Splitter hammer, his power was even greater, and he approached the platform at the top of the illusory Black Tower. Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't care much about these three kids at first. They were in the High Lord realm, and even if his real body's strength was suppressed, he could easily kill them. However, he didn't expect that the three of them were so unexpectedly strong, especially the one in a black robe, who could see through his real body and break a doppelganger. This made Dark Shadow Demon Lord very unhappy, and he directly attacked through the air, wanting to suppress and kill them. In the end, he returned without success. When they came to the seaside, the power of the illusory Black Tower exploded, making Dark Shadow Demon Lord laugh in his heart. This time, he finally got rid of them, and even he could leave here, although the loss would be great. Chapter 2936. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord completely hated this little guy. In his eyes, these three people were all little babies. For the Dark Shadow clan, which had cultivated for hundreds of millions of years, 100 or 200,000 years was really like a newborn child. A body-tempering expert is indeed powerful and invincible among those of the same level. He can even fight against a great sovereign. No wonder the demon generals couldn't hold on. There's really nothing we can do when encountering them. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord relied on ordinary attacks to bring great threat to the three people. As for the other two, one is a swordsmanship expert with sharp sword techniques, but unfortunately, he's still a bit lacking. The other is an expert from a Buddhist orthodoxy. If he steps into the great sovereign realm and uses Buddhist attacks, it'll be no different from the illusory attacks. It'll be very difficult to deal with them. These three people's talent is not ordinary. Old thing, you're really lucky. With the help of the two people, Lin Fei tried to attack the illusory Black Tower, but it didn't move at all. He gave up on the idea and directly dealt with the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the platform. Dugu Yijian and the Elysian Sun didn't dare to go up anymore. They could only attack from a distance because the illusory Black Tower's pressure was getting stronger and stronger. If they went up again, it would directly exceed their limit, so they didn't dare to take the risk. Brother Lin's ability is really enviable. He's a different kind of body-tempering cultivator. He can actually resist the illusory Black Tower's attack, and his strength doesn't seem to be affected at all. Dugu Yijian continued to use sword techniques. Sword intent pierced through the air, and the power was no less than an ordinary great sovereign's attack. The great Buddha behind the Elysian Sun kept chanting, wearing down the illusory Black Tower's power. However, he couldn't help but admire Lin Fei's strength. He knew that he couldn't do this. After entering the Dark Shadow Throne, the strength Lin Fei displayed was shocking. This was the true meaning of concealing one's strength. Once I become a great sovereign, my strength will double. At that time, it's still unknown who will be the one suppressing who. The Elysian Sun thought. His hands didn't stop moving. When did body-tempering cultivators become so powerful? They can actually resist the illusory Black Tower's attack. The Dark Shadow Fiend Lord revealed a strange look. He knew how powerful this treasure was. Other than ultimate gods, even great supremacy lords would not be able to withstand it. After a few rounds, they would lose a layer of skin even if they did not die. Ordinary supremacy lords would not be able to resist it at all. Could it be that he brought along a spirit treasure? No, that's not right. Even if it's a spirit treasure, it doesn't seem to be that powerful. There are actually only a few powerful treasures in the Saint Spirit domain. There definitely isn't such a treasure. How did this child do it? Even the Dark Shadow Fiend Lord did not expect that Lin Fei had a system that could shield him. Although it would consume a lot of energy points, it was nothing to Lin Fei. Without the suppression of the illusory Black Tower, Lin Fei could attack without restraint. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the platform. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, is that all you've got? Lin Fei attacked again and again, setting off rays of cold light. Each ray contained a terrifying destructive power. On the other hand, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord appeared very calm. He stretched out a pair of white palms and gently patted the cold light. Every time, he could hit the weak spot of the cold light, and the power became extremely limited. For a body-tempering cultivator to have such strength, it's enough to prove your talent. Your body will belong to me. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a sinister smile. However, before that, I'll get rid of those two first. A tall black scepter appeared in the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's hand. There was a faint trace of blood on the surface of the scepter, which looked very strange. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian immediately sensed danger. The black scepter gave them a very terrifying aura, which made their hearts palpitate and tremble. This was the most terrifying weapon they had seen so far. Be careful. Lin Fei's warning seemed to come too late. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord raised the scepter in his hand and casually pointed it at Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian. Even if the two were prepared, their flesh and blood were pierced on the spot. Their bodies were instantly pierced through, and boundless darkness energy invaded their bodies. Their flesh and blood constantly collapsed, and in an instant, most of their bodies had turned black. The two of them exchanged a glance, revealing deep unwillingness. They activated the teleportation stone, and white light enveloped them as they left the Shadow Throne. If they did not leave now, the power would not be able to suppress them. Lin Fei's heart sank. The other party actually had such a treasure. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack was very overbearing, and he was still able to resist it. However, with the appearance of the Black Scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's attack became illusory. Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian's strength had improved along the way. However, under the attack of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's scepter, they were instantly hit. It was really unbelievable. No. This kind of attack can't last for long. It must have been accumulated over a long period of time. On this point, Lin Fei did not doubt it at all. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's two casual attacks directly forced Elysian Sun and Dugu Yijian to leave the Dark Shadow Throne. It was life-threatening. The power of that attack also had a great impact on them. It was not something they could resist at all. Little kid, are you surprised? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord revealed a smile. Although you have guessed it, and my power is indeed limited by this place, it is still a piece of cake to deal with the three of you. Now, do you think you are still a match for me? The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked as if he had Lin Fei in his grasp. In order to obtain this perfect body, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord also felt the pinch. Especially the two attacks just now, which were accumulated with great difficulty. They could ignore everything and attack in an instant. Of course, without this scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord would definitely not be able to use such a powerful attack. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. I admit that you are very strong, especially after you have the scepter. I wonder how many times you can use this kind of attack. 3 times, or 5 times. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face twitched. He sneered. You are quite confident. Of course I am quite confident. Lin Fei revealed a strange look. Originally, I was preparing how to kill you. Now, I feel that there is no need to hold back. Moreover, I am also prepared to test the power of the secret technique I learned. You are the best target. Boom! Lin Fei instantly released all the power of the proud celestial 8th layer. The surrounding void constantly shattered and reorganized, returning to its original appearance. Mountain Splitter Blow. Lin Fei released the power of his body. The surrounding kept shattering. The Sky Splitter Hammer struck horizontally. Its power instantly increased by several times. Chapter 29:37. After his physical body was fully activated, Lin Fei's strength skyrocketed. His rapid movement exceeded the limits of a great supremacy. Even a great supremacy expert might not be able to keep up with his speed. The Sky Splitter Hammer in his hand kept smashing out terrifying beams of cold light at the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Any one of these beams of cold light could seriously injure a great supremacy. Even a great supremacy might not be able to withstand it for a long time. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord relied on the black scepter in his hand. Every time he swung it, he easily broke Lin Fei's attack with ease. "Little kid, is this all you've got? You're still far from being able to defeat me," the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said with a disdainful smile. "Although you're very strong and can threaten a great supremacy, you're still not enough in front of me." Lin Fei didn't know how many times he had attacked, but he was blocked every time. Even if he could break through the blocking power, the power that landed on the Dark Shadow Demon Lord could be counted on one hand. Dark Shadow Demon Lord. You're a famous figure. Can you only passively defend? Is this all you've got? Why don't you dare to attack me? Are you afraid that your accumulated energy will be exhausted? Lin Fei mocked as he attacked. With the support of life crystals, he could continuously attack. "I'm really disappointed for you. Ha ha ha." Lin Fei circled behind the Dark Shadow Demon Lord and smashed into a weak spot. He suffered a huge rebound and was sent flying. However, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was also uncomfortable. The powerful impact hit the other party, and his mountain-like body also shook. "It seems that your physical body isn't that strong." Lin Fei's attack was captured by the little devil. "I wonder how many times you can last." Lin Fei suppressed his chi and blood and rushed up again. A beam of cold light directly smashed over. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was in a very passive situation. He was very strong. However, compared to Lin Fei, he had no advantage at all, especially in terms of strength. "Ha ha ha, you've been fooled." Lin Fei directly smashed into a flaw of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Once again, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord moved, and a small crack appeared on its body. Soon, the third and fourth injuries appeared. The Dark Shadow Demon Monarch, who wielded the Black Scepter, could block 9 out of 10 attacks. However, the last attack was difficult to dodge. His body suffered the impact of the force again and again. More and more cracks appeared, and it looked like it would shatter at any moment. The Dark Shadow Fiend Lord's expression also began to change. "I still underestimated you. To be able to find your opponent's flaws in battle, you can be proud of your eyesight, little doll. However, I don't intend to play with you anymore." The Dark Shadow Demon Lord snorted coldly. He raised his black scepter and pointed it at Lin Fei. A black dot penetrated through. Lin Fei had noticed it long ago. Both the Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian were defeated by this attack. Chi! Lin Fei blasted out over 100 beams of cold light, forming a blockade. Proud Heaven's barricade was also pushed to its limits. No matter how powerful the scepter was, he should be able to withstand it. In the next second, the defense in front of Lin Fei lost its effect. The left side of his chest was fiercely attacked by the black dot. Circles of black energy rushed out, and half of his body exploded on the spot. "Little doll, how powerful is this attack of mine?" The Dark Shadow Demon Lord laughed. This was the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's strongest killing move. Even if its power was not at its peak, it was not something a little guy could withstand. Under this attack, Lin Fei was heavily injured. A large amount of life energy was used to repair his body, but it was devoured by the black energy. It was like a bottomless pit, boundless. Do you know why they tactfully left? It's because they couldn't withstand the invasion of this power. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord laughed. Unless you have a large amount of life energy. However, under this overbearing, devouring little doll, how many times can you withstand it? Let me see, 3 times or 5 times. Lin Fei finally understood why the Elysian Son of Heaven and Dugu Yijian chose to leave so decisively. No one would be able to withstand such a frightening consumption. Amazing, It's really amazing. After Lin Fei lost 40% of his life force, he barely managed to suppress the black energy. However, his essence was also injured. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord squinted his eyes. Your body is really strong, and it's a top-notch technique that I don't know about. Your life energy is very strong. Others need to use 50% to 60%, but you only used 40%. It's really unexpected. It seems that you can withstand 2 more attacks from me. With such a strong body, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord could not wait to occupy it. The scepter was raised for the second time. The black light spot appeared again. Lin Fei performed several moves in a row, but he still could not withstand the attack of the black light spot. As mentioned, this kind of terrifying power attack was beyond ordinary attacks. It was extremely overbearing. No one would be able to stop it. Perhaps only the ultimate gods could stop it. It ignored all defenses. Lin Fei was seriously injured again. His whole body swayed, and his face became abnormally pale. He could barely stand. Little kid, if you open your mind now, I can continue to live, and even master supreme power. Such opportunities are rare. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's voice became full of demonic sound. Lin Fei gritted his teeth and persisted. Ha ha ha, why are you reluctant to continue attacking? Are you worried that you can't take me down? You want me to open my mind? Don't even think about it. A large number of life crystals. They were not big, but there were many of them. Lin Fei opened his mouth and absorbed all the life crystals. The life energy inside entered his body. Damn it, I actually forgot that you still have life crystals. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord suddenly went berserk. With a wave of the scepter, the third attack came. Lin Fei was seriously injured again. His whole body exploded with a bang. Come on, your little ability is not enough. After reforming, Lin Fei started absorbing the life energy from the life crystals in large gulps. His complexion also became rosy. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's original strength was suppressed, but with the scepter, he could mobilize the energy and perform a terrible killing move. In his opinion, 3 attacks could seriously injure the opponent. He ignored the life crystals. If there were too many of them, they would obviously become troublesome. If he let it go, his hope would become less and less. Die! This time, the power increased. With that, Lin Fei was blown up. Ha ha ha, is that all you can do? As soon as it was formed, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord waved the scepter again and smashed Lin Fei's body. Humph, I don't believe that you can still hold on. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord also gritted his teeth and persisted. Once, twice, thrice. Chapter 2938. Lin Fei's body exploded for the 10th time. Dark Shadow Demon Lord finally showed a hint of joy. He must die. That damned brat actually lasted 10 times. What kind of physique cultivation technique is he practicing? Fortunately, he's definitely going to die this time. I can also perform the possession technique and occupy this body. With such talent, he should be able to cultivate to the ultimate god realm again in less than 500 million years. At that time, Lin Fei's figure condensed again. Dark Shadow Demon Lord made a sound of surprise. There seemed to be something wrong with the Lin Fei in front of him. This was the 10th time his body exploded. Shouldn't he be refining the life crystal? Every time Lin Fei exploded, he would immediately absorb his life energy. Is it gone? Dark Shadow Demon Lord felt that he understood. Ha ha ha, little boy. Is it because the life crystal is gone and you can't restore your life energy? That's a pity. You have the best potential I've ever seen. You can hold on for 10 times. Now I'll give you another chance to choose. Open your mind and let me control your body. Lin Fei's face was extremely pale, without a trace of blood. He gritted his teeth and said, Dark Shadow Demon Emperor, you always use this trick. Unfortunately, it doesn't work every time. If you have the ability, then do it fiercely and let me see what you're capable of. Otherwise, I'll be able to take it even if you do it 100 or 10,000 times. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was indeed depressed. He could not take down the few children. He was angry. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Dark Shadow Demon Lord could see that the little boy would definitely not be able to withstand the 11th attack in his current state. The little boy was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He was just relying on his powerful divine body to hold on. As long as he made one last attack, the other party would definitely die. There was actually a slight essential difference between being dead and being alive. For Dark Shadow Demon Lord, this was really not a big deal. He had all kinds of secret techniques, so the impact was not very big. The black scepter flashed with a black luster and shot out a fatal blow. Dark Shadow Demon Lord believed that this time, Lin Fei would definitely not be able to withstand it. Even the most powerful peak Great Supremacy could only withstand 9 attacks. The little boy would definitely not be able to surpass the record of 11. Tenfold Power Technique, First Stage, 5 times increase. This time, Lin Fei was prepared. He displayed the tenfold power technique he had mastered. The Sky Splitter hammer in his hand was like a stream of light, smashing heavily on the black spot that was shuttling towards him. Boom! The surrounding void began to collapse, forming a huge black hole. Endless astral wind whistled. In an instant, the surrounding black astral wind swirled and did not dissipate for a long time. It lasted for a long time. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord waved his scepter, and the black wind disappeared. The collapsed black hole also recovered. When he saw Lin Fei, his eyes narrowed. He could feel the terrifying power from the other party. You can actually capture traces and even attack. This is completely impossible. Not only was the black dot's power terrifying, but it also had the ability to ignore everything. In order to hit it, one had to use absolute power brute force against brute force. The power of the black spot was not only terrifying, but it also had the ability to ignore everything. To hit it, one had to use absolute power, brute force against brute force. This was not what Dark Shadow Demon Lord wanted to see at all. I should thank the Shadow Demon General for the good stuff he left behind. You should know that you gave me so many blows just now. Now it's my turn. Under the 5 times increase in strength, Lin Fei's strength skyrocketed. He swung the Heaven Splitter hammer in his hand, and absolute power pressed down. The Shadow Demon Monarch did not dare to use the same attack as earlier. With a light swing, he managed to dissipate most of the power. However, the remaining portion still struck him. His expression became unsettled. You actually mastered it so quickly. This is impossible. Lin Fei rushed up. I'm a genius. Nothing is impossible. Dang. Bang. 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 Lin Fei was like a shadow. After the 5 times increase in strength, he was truly terrifying. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was drowned in an instant. The power of the black scepter in his hand also began to weaken. Dark Shadow Demon Lord kept retreating. His body was full of dents. Didn't you lose your life crystals? Why are you still so strong? Why? Dark Shadow Demon Lord was hit again and again. He could not understand. This kind of situation shouldn't have happened. Lin Fei kept attacking. He had to admit that this guy was really strong, especially his physical body. After dozens of attacks, it did not collapse. It was definitely a top-notch divine body. Although I don't know what secret method you used, it's not that easy to kill me. I forgot to tell you, although my physical body is not as strong as before, it is still the limit of the divine body. Your hammer is powerful, but it's a pity that it's not a real essence energy magic weapon. Otherwise, it's hard to say who will win today. Ha ha ha, so little kid, you're destined to lose. Relying on the limit of the divine body and the power of the black scepter, Dark Shadow Demon Lord maintained an undefeated situation under the 5 times increase in strength. There was a playful smile on his face. Dark Shadow Demon Lord's words did not affect Lin Fei at all. Instead, Lin Fei laughed and became very excited. Ha ha ha, big idiot, I really have to thank you. Lin Fei was wondering if he should remove the Sky Splitter hammer and use the Sky Splitter rod to attack his opponent. After all, that was a real essence energy magic weapon. He did not expect Dark Shadow Demon Lord to say it himself. He was really courting death. Crash! With a thought, the Sky Splitter hammer in Lin Fei's hand turned into the Sky Splitter rod. He struck across the sky with all his power, broke through the defense of the scepter, and smashed heavily on Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. Crack! 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 With 5 times the power, the Sky Splitter rod, a essence energy magic weapon, burst out with unimaginable power. Just one strike blew up half of Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. I'm actually injured. Dark Shadow Demon Lord was confused. Lin Fei struck again. The Shadow Devil Monarch finally saw it clearly. It was a long staff, and it carried an aura that made his heart palpitate. His eyes suddenly widened. Essence Energy Divine Weapon, damn it. Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body was blown up. Lin Fei also took a breath of cold air. This is too terrifying. Could it be that the stronger one is, the real power of the Essence Energy magic weapon can burst out? Dark Shadow Demon Lord recovered. There was finally fear in his eyes. He stared at Lin Fei. You! How can you have an Essence Energy magic weapon? This is impossible. What he waited for was Lin Fei's domineering strike. Another strike landed on Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. The Black Scepter began to be unable to resist. Chapter 2939. Second time. Third time. After the Sky Splitter combined with the strength of the tenfold strength technique, every time Lin Fei used the staff, there would be a black shadow that passed through the void and hit the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Usually, after 2 attacks, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord would be blown up. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord had no chance to resist, and the power of the Black Scepter in his hand became weaker and weaker. 8th time. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, this is just the beginning. Lin Fei laughed heartily. When he used his full strength, it felt so good. It felt so good. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord moved left and right, putting up layers of defense. However, he still couldn't avoid the attack of the Black Shadow. The power was full of destruction, and his body was constantly being destroyed. Until the 15th time, his body was blown up. The aura of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord was not as strong and overbearing as before. Wait. The Black Scepter moved horizontally, barely blocking the attack of the Black Shadow. We can talk things out. Don't you think so? Everything can be discussed. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord really had no other choice. The power of the Essence Force Divine Weapon was too terrifying. Even with his heavenly god body, he couldn't withstand the destruction, and the life force in his body was constantly weakening. This was something the Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't expect. The guy in front of him was no longer that little kid, but a terrifying opponent. Wait until I blow you up 20 times. Lin Fei didn't want to listen to any words. He pressed the Sky Splitter and directly shook off the Black Scepter, hitting the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body. Bastard, I'll fight it out with you. The 15th time. The 16th time. Lin Fei's attacks became smoother and smoother. Boundless power kept attacking the Dark Shadow Devil Lord. I can't fight anymore, I'm going to die. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord screamed. Lin Fei wasn't moved, and he blew up the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's body again and again. The 20th time. This time, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord took a long time to condense. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. Dark Shadow Demon Lord, these 20 times, didn't it feel good? You're the one who felt good. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord cursed in his heart. That fellow from the Saint Spirit domain, where did he find such a demon? Or was it a formidable martial artist from another domain who had taken over his body? It was an Essence Force Divine Weapon. In the entire Saint Spirit domain, there were very few of them. Where did he get one? If you don't want to talk, I'll do it again. Lin Fei attacked through the air and blew up the Dark Shadow Demon Lord without any explanation. The 21st time. Does it feel good? Lin Fei held the sky-splitting rod in his hand. Awesome, very awesome. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord endured the humiliation and replied. He was filled with hatred for Lin Fei. Then, do you still want to continue enjoying yourself? I can see that your body can still endure 7 or 8 more times. Lin Fei said with a smile. Little brother, I was wrong. I'm willing to compensate you for your loss. What do you think? I have a lot of things on me. Any one of them is a good thing. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord didn't dare to do it a few more times. He would have to accept his fate. Lin Fei smirked. Your things are all mine. If I kill you, all of them will be revealed. Do you think that would be of any use to me? With that, he raised his staff and prepared to strike. Wait, we can discuss this. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was anxious. With the Essence Force Divine Weapon, there was no problem killing him. He could only wait. After an hour, he might still have a chance to live. We can discuss it. For example, you can throw the black staff in your hand over. I think it's good. Lin Fei pointed at the black staff. No, absolutely not. Lin Fei squinted. I can definitely do it. What do you think? The Sky Splitter pointed at him. It seemed that if the Dark Shadow Demon Lord said no, the staff would come down immediately. Sure, sure. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord could only compromise. After all, even if the scepter was in the other party's hands, he might not be able to control it. It was something he had obtained from a mysterious place back then. Just refining it had taken him hundreds of millions of years. What could a brat do? When the time came, he could get it back with a single thought. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord gritted his teeth and threw the black staff. Lin Fei reached out and caught it. So this is also an Essence Force Divine weapon. It seems different from mine. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord looked down on Lin Fei. He said in a low voice, "Little brother, you don't know this. The Essence Force Divine weapon in your hand is of the Strength type. It can increase your attack power. Mine is of the Emperor's will. Its power is greater. Mine is called the No Mercy Scepter. It can ignore all defensive attacks." No Mercy Scepter. It's really awesome. Lin Fei snorted. He put away the staff and smashed the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. From the 21st time onwards, without the No Mercy Scepter, the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's resistance became weaker. His body was directly smashed. I've already handed over the No Mercy Scepter. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord's face was full of hatred. I don't like you. So, I'll do it again. The Sky Splitter swept again and smashed the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. The recovered Dark Shadow Demon Lord's aura was even weaker. Lin Fei came in front of the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. Under his control, the Sky Splitter turned into a golden circle, tightly binding the Dark Shadow Demon Lord. In order to avoid trouble, I think I have to do one thing. Lin Fei patted the Dark Shadow Demon Lord with one hand. His whole body shook. A bad feeling rose in the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's heart. Plunder. The skill was activated. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Lin Fei began to plunder the Dark Shadow Demon Lord's life energy. That was the safest way. The Dark Shadow Demon Lord was shocked to find that the life energy in his body kept flowing out. He was completely shocked. I'll fight you. No Mercy Scepter. He summoned the No Mercy Scepter. However, the No Mercy Scepter stopped in mid-air. Under the Dark